Good morning and welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium for day 2 of this clash between Gloucestershire and Warwickshire. Not only a clash but a relegation clash. I'm joined today by Ian Randall. Ian, welcome back to the fold.
So I'm pleased to be here, Dan, and the voice, I hope it lasts. I wasn't able to do yesterday. I certainly would not have been able to have done last week if the match had been last week, which obviously it wasn't. But I did watch some of the stream yesterday, and I thought you did a tremendous job flying solo for most of the day, and rationing your words, which I think is always a good thing when you're on your own, and you do have the significant help of the pictures. Because I think certainly do. If you were doing online web commentary with no pictures, that would have been a bit of a different issue. But anyway, here today, I think it is interestingly set up because we've got some comparisons to go on. 255 for 8, looks sort of an in-the-game sort of score. Players are on their way, by the way. But what we don't know is whether this pitch is similar to the one that Gloucestershire and Warwickshire played on in 2020, when Warwickshire were left to chase 238, I think it was 240, and Ryan Higgins took 7 wickets on the last day, or whether it's like the Durham game last year, where it was basically difficult to bat because the ball was turning, and the game was over very, very much more quickly. And if it's the latter, how good or not was that by Sibley yesterday? And only today will we find out.
I thought it was a fantastic innings. I thought it wasn't pretty at times, but it was an absolute masterclass in concentration. To bat that long on a turning wicket, Zafar Gahar bowled very well at him. I mean, Zafar Gahar's figures are
4 for 59 in 32 overs.
Yeah, I mean, Zafar bowled very well, and I thought Dominic Sibley was absolutely superb.
And I say this in jest because I didn't watch all of yesterday, but he basically only hits the ball on one side of the wicket.
Yeah, he does, but I think he's not so much as he used to be. I think he's actually changed a little bit. He did hit some, spanking off drives, and I was really, really impressed with him. I was really, pleasantly surprised. But I think what Gloucestershire need to do is winkle out Oliver Hannon-Dalby early on, and then Ryan Sidebottom.
And just thinking about that game in 2020, Hannon-Dalby hung around for an hour, batting at number 11 in that game. And, Warwickshire got quite close to saving it. They didn't in the end.
He can do that. He doesn't score, but he.
So the question is here: Warwickshire have got 13 overs to try and get another. Is getting another batting point important to them? I wonder.
Yeah,
we'll soon find out. David Payne to open the bowling from this Ashley Down Road end. Oh, that's a nice line first up. A little tentative push from Hannon-Dalby. There's the card as of the close of business yesterday, when Gloucestershire actually bowled one more over in the day than was allotted.
Yes.
Make a note of that in a diary somewhere.
Yes. Typical on my watch when I'm doing it on my own, wasn't it? But
although with Yadav and Briggs, Warwickshire might do the same. Payne in, and Hannon-Dalby's away with a single. Just down behind square. Zafar comes in. Sorry, it is Singdale, in fact. Hopefully that cramp has been sorted out overnight. He was certainly struggling in that one late over he bowled yesterday. When he bowled 5 balls, needed to have some stretching. We weren't sure whether he bowled the last one and then took a wicket with the last one.
Yeah. Saying that, if you think I had a tough day yesterday, probably nothing compared to the groundsman at Chelmsford.
Yeah, I think they would have had I did see Glenn Chappell's interview at the close last night, where his line was very clear. We're here to play a 4-day game, and that is not good enough.
Saying that, Southampton as well, the Ageas Bowl. Kent 165, Hampshire all out for 57, Kent 20 for 3. There's 23 wickets fallen there. I mean, it's not far short.
No.
And if Hampshire got docked points, that would really put the cat amongst the pigeons, wouldn't it?
Well, here's Sibley to face his first ball of the day. Just one slip for him, and he lets that go outside the off stump, takes the bat away. He got a slip on a short leg in. Ben Charlesworth with, I think, was it 3 catches yesterday?
Yeah, he did.
It was 3. 2 at short leg. And the late one off Singdale.
What's your view on no Mohammad Siraj? He was due to play and has gone home by all accounts.
Personal reasons, I think, was what Warwickshire's line was. Payne staying over the wicket. Oh, almost into the pads of Sibley, and it's no bat on that. Just out again to a short leg. Is Charlesworth with the cap just tucked in the back of his trousers. I've got to be very careful what to say here, but it does seem that players from the subcontinent are more susceptible to family matters pulling them home than players from other parts of the world. That's how it seems. Maybe absolutely genuine on Siraj's part, and I have no reason to doubt that. Slip on a gully for Payne to Sibley, first over of the day, and that's just squeezed into the ground. And Ollie Price, who late on does the fielding. Late on yesterday, there was I forget who it was off. There was a half chance that went to Jack Taylor on the half volley that didn't carry quite late in the day.
Sort of Singdale, I think.
And after that, he and Price switched between first and second slip, and then Price took the catch, the late catch off Zafar.
Yeah.
Sibley waits once more, or a short one from Payne down the leg side.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday. What happens? 5th, 6th ball of the over. The short leg goes back out into backward square, cuts off the one, so Sibley can't get the strike, and then David Payne there drops him a bouncer and saying, right, if you want to take that on and get the one, fair play. But we want to have a bowler on Oliver Hannon-Dalby.
And more to the point, Zafar Gahar wants to have a bowl at him, and he will.
Yeah, he certainly will. And I don't think he bowled at Hannon-Dalby last night, and I reckon he'll go over the wicket and try and shovel it into the rough outside the left-hander's off stump and bring Ben Charlesworth into play. I'd like to see a silly point. He's going to have 2 slips by the look of it. No, he's going to have a leg slip. Ooh, funky. Ooh, I like this. I'd like to see a silly point in there. Stop Hannon-Dalby from lunging forward and smothering the spin.
Is he a lunger, do you think?
Yeah, he's a big man. I reckon he's a lunger. Do you reckon he's a lunger?
I think in that game in 2020, and Warwickshire haven't played here since, by the way, he was facing the seamers largely. Higgins had 7 wickets in that game, so he would have had his down to 1 and truly up. Anyway, here's Zafar, first bowl of the day.
Here he comes from the pavilion end. Left arm over the wicket, and he's bowled him first ball. Hannon-Dalby's chopped it on by the look of it, onto his leg stump, and there we go. That's a fifer for Zafar.
He walks off in disbelief.
Yeah, I think that turned quite a bit. It turned and bounced, and I think the bounce surprised him.
Oh, big inside edge.
Yeah, big inside edge. Well,
that was a bit of a tentative prod, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, it was. Scared of lunging, Ian. Scared of lunging. Scared to lunge.
Yes.
But that's good captaincy, you see. You've got the leg slip in, you've got the short leg in, and it stops him from getting right forward because he's scared of it taking the glove. So he's gone back, and he hasn't smothered it. So well done, Graham Van Buuren.
What does Sibley do now? Because the game doesn't move anywhere until Warwickshire are bowling. So does Sibley say, well, okay, we need 44 to get the extra point? How likely is that? Well, I'll have a dart and see if we can get another. If we get another dozen or get to 270, and let's get in and get and get bowling at Gloucestershire. That is the that's probably what Warwickshire want, particularly if they think that, let's say with Yadav and Briggs, they're turning the ball both ways. So you've got an orthodox off spinner and an orthodox slow left armer. So they're turning. It's not as if you can think about, oh right, the ball is only turning into the batsman. It's turning both ways, and they may be a handful on this pitch.
Yeah, Jayant Yadav, I'm sure will be. He's an Indian test bowler. I know he's probably only fourth choice in India. Here's Zafar, and that's played quite nicely there by the other Ryan Sidebottom.
Yeah, and what I hadn't realised until yesterday, and part of the reason of watching the game and doing some notes for today, was that Sidebottom has not played any first-team cricket at all this season.
Here's Zafar into him. They're going to get through for a single.
I mean, and his injury record is just awful, isn't it? Ryan Sidebottom, he's had all kinds of challenges. And you think of his relative age and how many games he's played. He's 33, and he's only played 26 first-class matches. Now I appreciate he's come into first-class cricket late. You know, came through the Birmingham League and got a trial at Warwickshire, but then injuries have just been littered throughout his time at Edgbaston.
I've got to confess, I don't know too much about him apart from having a name that reminds me of a certain Yorkshire.
So he was born in Victoria, and he played for Berkswell in the Birmingham League.
Right, okay.
And that's where somebody thought, oh, you know, we might like have a look at him.
Yeah. He wasn't in the squad originally.
No.
He wasn't in the squad of 13 that travelled down, and out of that, Mohammed Siraj, Dan Mousley,
and George Garrett, and Michael Burgess wasn't picked either.
Burgess wasn't picked for personal reasons, and we hope he's all right because he's been a very good player this year, Michael Burgess for Warwickshire, and you know we hope everything's all right there. He's averaging over 40 with the bat, and he's a good keeper. Here's Zafar to Sibley, who plays that out to long on, Graham Van Buuren. He's probably halfway back.
More than happy to give Sibley singles here because they will have a bowl at Sidebottom.
Yeah.
I mean, just to say, first class wise, his average is just under 8. So, you know, you can see why he's batting where he is. And I have to say, but bear in mind that this is his first team game in any format this summer.
Zafar past umpire Rob White, and that's defended back. Kent 32 for 3. Do you think this will affect Warwickshire's approach to this game of cricket, Ian?
I think it will once the result of that game is known.
Yeah. Defended. Back to Zafar. That's the end of the over.
I mean, I'm just looking at it purely from a Warwickshire point of view, just for a minute. All right, they're going to try and get as many as they can, and they've then got to concentrate on bowling Gloucestershire out. There's the card. They've got 258 on the board. How easy or difficult that will be will depend on, chiefly you would have thought, how Yadav and Danny Briggs bowl, and Hannon-Dalby will be their lead seamer, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Who else will get much of a bowl? I'm not sure.
Henry Brooks, I'm looking forward to him. He's quick. He's really quick.
But as you might imagine, with Sibley on strike here, Gloucestershire have got the field set very deep. There's a single almost anywhere he wants it. And then they'll tighten things up when Sidebottom gets on strike. So this is only the third over of the day because we've had a wicket already. And Payne in, and Sibley says, no, I'm not interested in a single there. And pushes that out onto the leg side. And it is fielded by Charlesworth, who's not wearing a cap just for the moment. Unusual to see him without a hat in the outfield of some sort.
Yeah, he was capless yesterday.
I'll come back to that train of thought after Payne over the wicket to Sibley again defends. I know you were calling for Josh Shaw's bucket hat to be marketed by the club.
Yeah.
I did think that was one train of thought. It amused me yesterday. The other one, on the way down this morning, it's been a very, very dry summer overall, you have to say. In terms of, I'm thinking of cricket lost here at Bristol. The fourth day of the championship game with Surrey, which wasn't going anywhere at the time, was washed out. Payne in, and Sibley steers that towards third man, but he's not interested in the single.
We lost a little bit of Lancashire as well, didn't we?
A little bit Lancashire, yeah. There were 2 T20s where there was no play.
Yeah.
And the Somerset T20 was interrupted by rain.
Yeah, that was a 10 over bash, wasn't it?
But that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
We've had nothing else really.
No.
And actually, the day against Surrey, arguably, you might argue the club kind of dodged a bullet there, because there was nothing happening in that game.
No.
It wasn't going anywhere at all, so actually minimal impact in the overall sense of things. Sibley will take a single here. Just lets the pace of the ball allow him to steer it out into the offside. Tom Price does the fielding, and now the field will change for Sidebottom for the first time.
I think not only the club dodged a bullet, Ian, I think we dodged a bullet.
Well, I wasn't going to say that, Dan. But yeah, and in terms of this match, we tend to think of the third day as being the moving day, but in reality, this today might be the moving day in this game.
Yeah, I think so. I think
if Gloucestershire were to get, I'll make this up, 240 for 6 by the close, and the game at Southampton is over, you're almost left with a 1 innings match here over 2 days. So Sidebottom's got 3 slips. Payne to bowl to him. That's
him.
Banged in short. He turns away. Doesn't really get.
He didn't play that very well. He took his eye off that. Let's have a look at this again.
He was a number 11 facing a short ball, and clearly not very happy about facing a short ball either.
Long gone are the days of there was a gentleman's agreement, wasn't there, where you weren't really allowed to bounce tail enders, and I remember. I'll come on to it after.
Payne in again. And knows to get that away, and Sibley says no, you stay down that end. That's the last ball of the over. I'll take the strike, thank you.
I remember Bob Willis sending Iqbal Kazim of Pakistan. Came over in the 78 tour, which Zahir Abbas and Sadiq Mohammed, once of this parish. They played in that series. And Iqbal Kazim wasn't the most competent of tail enders, shall we say. And Bob Willis made him go and visit the dentist. And they weren't very happy about it.
I know you were talking about favourite number 11s yesterday.
Yeah.
Zafar has 5 for 61, by the way, overall, as you can, we will see on your screen in a moment.
Yeah, I think Iqbal Kazim was a number 9. I think they had worse ones than him down the order. I think Sikandar Bakht.
Oh yeah, he wasn't all that good. And
no.
Yeah, you mentioned Chandrasekhar batting below Bedi yesterday in that Indian side. And
yeah.
That also says that Chandrasekhar wasn't up to much.
The other one they had, who was on that 78 tour, Pakistan, who was not much cop with the bat, was Liaquat Ali. That's just gone out to cover.
I accept Sibley's patience here, but he doesn't want to soak up too much time.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's plenty of time left in this. I think we've got
time for minimal gain, you would say.
Yeah, we've got 300 overs more or less in the game. I think long way to go in this, and I think the wicket's going to deteriorate. I think it's sometimes Bristol gets better and better as the game goes on, but I think this is a dust bowl.
Well, we'll find out how much of a dust bowl it is.
Yeah.
When Yadav and Briggs have a go on it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Zafar's bowled very economically as well, and I get the fact that Sibley was patient yesterday, but 33 overs for 61 is pretty miserly.
Yep. Here he comes, past umpire White. Sibley plays him into the offside. Chris Dent doing the fielding there. 2:59 for 9. Sidebottom on 1. Sibley taking his overnight score to 107. Zaffa in. Sibley makes a mistake there. He doesn't make many. Just backing away to cut. Trying to manufacture the cut. And trying to crash it past David Payne at backward point because there's a gap down there. Tom Price is sort of in front of point, out at deep cover. Zaffa in. Sibley goes down the wicket. It's in the air. It's just gone over the head of Miles Hammond at mid-off, halfway back to the boundaries, a little bit deeper than normal. And Sibley gets 2, but I thought we'd put it down his throat there for a second.
Yeah, those coming over your shoulder are the trickiest ones to take.
Yeah, from my angle here, I've noticed this all season. When it goes over mid-off there's a house with a red roof there, and I lose the ball. It's just over the Hammond Terrace, if you can see it. Zaffa in, Sibley watchful, defending.
See that? And you say it's a red roof. It's probably one of those, what are they called? I'm not great on building terms. It's a dormer, isn't it?
Yes. Or a loft extension, as we call it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a dormer.
Yeah. Short. That goes to David Payne, who misfields and allows Sibley to get through for a 1. The last ball of the over, they won't be happy with that. Especially David Payne, who's now got a bowl at him.
So I wonder if, I say, in the back of Warwickshire's mind, it might be that they'd love to get to 300 and 110, but I think really it's about eking out what they can, and then they might think that the difference between 260 and 280 is actually meaningful on a pitch which if they believe, as Sibley apparently said last night, he thought it was going to get very difficult to bat on the 4th day. Now the question is that just his cricketing brain telling him that, or is it the fact that he thinks that would what would normally happen, but that doesn't always happen here? Or
is it mind games?
Maybe. Payne with the short one again. Sibley sways underneath it. Jack Taylor back in at slip for Payne, but Ollie Price and Ben Charlesworth were at slip in Zaffa's last over. Jack Taylor taken out of the cordon for the slower bowler. Payne not of a very long run this morning, and he's probably no more than a brisk medium actually today, by the looks of what it's almost it's not quite pace off because he has dropped a couple in short, but
yeah,
certainly his run is not necessarily a full length. It's pitched up just outside the off stump again. Sibley thought about 1, but he could have taken it, decided against. So they've only added 7 this morning, Warwickshire, for the loss of Ollie Hannon-Dalby, bowled in Zaffa Gahar's, in fact, bowled by Zaffa Gahar's first ball of the day.
Now there's a squeeze on the field. Now they come in. So that's 3rd ball of the over.
Now, I suppose now Sibley might say, well, okay, there's a chance of going over the top then. If you want to risk it, you can, but there's a lot of singles being saved potentially, and Sibley can't force that past Van Buuren at mid-on. Just a couple of things. I don't think because Dan was so engrossed in the play yesterday, he didn't have a chance to see them. Somerset announced that Sean Dixon was signing for them from Durham.
Yeah, I saw that.
Opening bat used to be at Kent.
Yeah, last batsman to be out given handled the ball, I believe, in this country.
Payne into the short one, and Sibley tries to play the hook, doesn't get inside the line. Was that? That's the one. You're saying that's not a no ball on height.
Yeah, Sean Dixon, last man, because the laws changed a few years ago, so it's now obstructing the field, isn't it?
Slip and a gully for Payne. Everybody else saving one, and Sibley tries to crash that past the man at point, who is Tom Price. Can't beat the field. So 1 ball left in the over. What price? Pardon the pun. What price? This being a short one.
You've been around me too long, Ian. You've been
actually that ball was given as a no ball.
Yeah. Yeah, I was surprised. I'm off.
Payne to Sibley. Always
bold.
Fooled him.
Well bowled.
With the one that slid across. It was quite wide though, and Sibley couldn't get a touch. At the end of Payne's over, he and Zaffa have opened up this morning. And the other thing, just about the Dixon signing, was the one thing I spotted. And then late yesterday, George DeBell, who you may know if you are a regular reader of or subscriber to The Cricketer. George is probably their lead writer. He does a podcast called Ask George at the end of every day of of international cricket, and he wrote a piece last night on the structural proposals, which was an interesting read. I'll come to that in a minute.
Zaffa to Ryan Sidebottom, who gets that one out square to David Payne doing the field.
We won't go to DeBell's article during this over because Zaffa gets through his overs pretty quickly.
Yeah, I've got a few points to make about that. Here's Zaffa. Oh, and that's whacked by Sidebottom. Well fielded there. Diving across by the captain, Graham Van Buuren. Sidebottom nailed that one.
I think Sibley's saying to him, look, just steady on. Don't go getting excited.
Here's Zaffa past the umpire. Bit of turn and bounce there.
So he's bowling with a ball that's 22 overs old here. So relatively, for a spinner, quite new, but there was some significant bounce there.
Just outside the off stump. Nice stat from our good friend Adrian Thomas. Came through yesterday. And Zaffa. Sidebottom
so
defence.
There were two that I saw.
Yeah.
One was the 8th wicket. Was it the 8th wicket partnership record was gone because Briggs and Sibley broke that yesterday?
Yeah, this is more of a point, and credit to Dominic Sibley here because only 2 Warwickshire batsmen or batters carried their bat against Gloucestershire in 156 matches from 1894 to the present day. And one was J.H. Parsons, got 161 not out of 347 at Nuneaton in 1913. And A.J.W. Croom got 58 not out of 120 at Cheltenham College in 1930. So if Sibley does such, he will be the 3rd man to carry his bat for Warwickshire in these fixtures between the two sides.
Right, let's try and get the nuggets out of this George DeBell article from yesterday during this Payne over. Payne from the Ashley Down Road end. Sibley's still not interested in that single, the first ball of the over, so we're going to go through this pattern again with the field, just the one slip, nobody else in a close catching position, 3 on the offside, backward point almost on the boundary, extra cover and mid-off.
Just a quickie before we do that, Ian.
Yeah.
Tom from Rain Stop Play, inspection 3. So good to hear Ian's passed his fitness test.
Payne in. Sibley's worked that into the leg side. He would have been a comfortable single there, out to deep square where Tom Price is. The ball went straight to him. So Sibley absolutely static. Not interested.
He also says, I expect Dan is very happy to step back from his hand solo roll. Dan solo.
Yeah, indeed.
Go on,
after
Ian.
After this ball from Payne, we'll talk about the DeBell article. Here, he's playing again to Sibley. Short, he's got that in the air. They want to try and get 2, and Sibley's going to push hard. Price has got some ground to make up, and they've got back. He's thrown that well from just behind square, down in front of the club office, but Sibley just knew there was enough time to get back for a second, so 266 for 9. So what does DeBell say? And generally George is pretty well connected, must say that. The proposal, which looks to be going out, is for this sort of triangular setup with a top division of 6 in the championship and 2 divisions of 6 beneath. How you get into the top 6, not so clear. Whether there is an automatic promotion of 1 team from each of the 2 leagues below, or whether there's a playoff, that's not decided yet. Sibley trying to crash that past the gully, and he's going to get 4. That was wide enough that he felt it was almost a risk-free shot. And Warwickshire to 270. Remember, 110 overs is where they've got to get to 300 by if they're going to get another batting point. So that's one element. The other element is that they may put T20s back onto Friday nights, which I think will be applauded by a lot of spectators, to have a regular pattern of games. Payne in again, that's quite wide, swinging a little bit off a bottom edge. Sibley just drags it double bounce through to James Bracey, and then the Royal London almost certainly to go to a straight knockout now,
and to be played in April, is that right?
And to be played at the front end of the summer. So there are various elements in there. I'll come Payne again to Sibley. It's a full toss, and he steered that away. That'll be 4 more. That just going for the Yorker, and some of the spectators, perhaps some of the Warwickshire spectators down in front of us in the stands at the Ashley Down Road end, applauding that last shot. So Sibley trying where he can to pick off the bad ball, and in that over he goes now to 120, and Warwickshire have added 19 this morning for the loss of Ollie Hannon-Dalby. So with that triangular system, it looks as if the red ball games would go from 14 to 10, which is clearly a big change. And also, if the Royal London was to go to a knockout, then there is the risk that you only play 1 match in that tournament, which could see quite a lot of cricket taken out of the calendar.
It certainly could. I'll come on to it because Tom Price is going to come.
That'll give you a chance, Dan.
Into the attack from the
pavilion. So they've worked that out, you see. They know that you want to have a word about it. So
yeah, I do want to have a word about it as well. That's thick inside edge there by Sidebottom. Probably saved him because that looked quite adjacent. So, if you've got 2 divisions of 6, where do you start? Top 6 this year? The test playing counties? Who gets into that 6?
Well, you don't start till 2024, I would suggest.
So 2024.
So you've then got to say...
so that means Gloucestershire won't be in there, probably, because if they get relegated. If Warwickshire go down, they're not going to be in it. What a catch! The Price brothers combine. Ollie Price. Short and wide. Flashed away by Sidebottom, gets the edge. Ollie Price takes a sharp chance there, second slip, and Tom Price gets his second wicket. Well bowled.
Yeah, it was a sharp hit, that, and he tumbled back in taking it at second slip, but it was a good take, and what it means is that Dom Sibley record is now his. So he has carried his bat for the first time. A Warwickshire batsman has carried their bat against Gloucestershire for 92 years.
Yeah, well batted Dominic Sibley, really good knock, and I think he deserves every clap, every bit of applause that he's getting as he goes off the pitch here.
So what we also know, and this won't be clear just for a couple of minutes because the overs will be adjusted, but if Gloucestershire do bat all day, Warwickshire will have a short period at the end of the day with a second new ball, because I think we're going to go down to 100. We're going to go down to 87 on the overs for Gloucestershire to bat for the rest of the day. But there's the card. Dom Sibley, 120 not out, just anchoring the innings, and the real support for him coming yesterday from Danny Briggs, who hadn't got a significant score this summer at all with the bat. In fact, I think his highest score was 28 before yesterday. But what was noticeable to me, and Dan will just do the bowling figures in a moment, was that Briggs played a lot off the back foot yesterday, and whether that may help people like Dent and Van Buuren in particular, who are particularly comfortable playing off the back foot. Remains to be seen, but Sidebottom last out, and the heavy roller has been called for by Gloucestershire. So 7 minutes of heavy rolling of this pitch, and then it remains to be seen what the Warwickshire bowlers can do and how good a score that 274 is.
Yeah, certainly. Bowling figures: David Payne, 20 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 61. Ajit Singh Dale thought he bowled well yesterday morning and yesterday evening. He's got a little bit of extra zip about him, and he had something different to this Gloucestershire attack. 2 for 43 or 15 with 4 maidens. Tom Price, 18.2 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 46. Not his best, but he's had a great season, and you can't do it every week, but he still manages to get in the wickets, doesn't he? Both wickets caught by his brother Ollie. Zafar Kahar, pick of the bowlers, 35 overs, 11 maidens, 5 for 64. What an effort. Ollie Price, 6 overs, none for 17. Graham Van Buuren, none for 23 off 6. And Jack Taylor, none for 13 off 4. Right, I want to talk to you about the Dobell.
Right, sorry.
Yeah. Now, Royal London One Day Cup, or Royal London Cup as it's called now, it's a knockout competition.
Well, that seems to be the steer.
Yeah.
Is that
you go out in the first round. At the moment, you've got how many home games in that?
4.
4 home games. So you might get an away one and go out in the first round. That's 4 days out of your calendar if you're a county member. Yeah. You've got 4 less county championship games. That's 16 days. So you're looking at possibly 20 days. You could be looking at even more if you qualify for the Royal London Cup in the present format. So you could be looking at over 20 days less cricket at your home venue for a membership. Now, people are feeling the squeeze in the economy, and Dobell points this out in his article. Certain clubs are their energy bills. Somerset's are going up something like 400%. Leicestershire's are going up 600%. So membership fees for the counties are hugely important. And if members are seeing 20 days less cricket for their money, they're not going to take up those memberships so often. You know, some
did
people.
I not read?
Some people
I'm not trying. Just trying to.
Yeah, go on.
I'm not kind of playing devil's advocate here, but did I not read an article somewhere that said that membership fees are less than 10% of most counties' income?
Yeah, I think they are. But 10% is quite a lot of money still. It's quite a lot of money. If someone took away 10% of your annual salary, Ian, would you balk at the idea?
Yeah, I get that, but I think people. Oh, sorry. So the question would be of the 10%, how many of the people that provide the 10% of the income would renew whatever the situation?
Well, that's who knows.
And how many would would sit on the fence or decide that they wouldn't?
Yeah.
And that's And that's the debate. And the one thing we haven't mentioned is that there is this talk, and I do find this an oddity, of playing some kind of regional red ball cricket behind the 100.
Yeah.
Personally, I would rather have the Royal London behind the 100.
Yeah, I would. I think I like the Royal Londons. Yeah, haven't we?
There's been a lot of discussion this year about how supporters, because it is still, quote, your team, even if it's not all of your first team players, it's still your team. County followers, I'll call them that because they may be members, maybe not, have still turned up in good numbers to watch those games. And where clubs have taken them to outgrounds, so Yorkshire have played at York, for example.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Gloucestershire had a game at Cheltenham.
Hampshire on the Isle of Wight.
Yeah. You know, sides have taken games to smaller venues. The atmosphere has been pretty good, and there's been a lot of games where it's been, 3:30 plays 3:10.
My view is in these 12 counties to vote for it to go through. I don't think it will go through. I don't think unless there is, bribe is the wrong word, but some inducement perhaps from the ECB, as there was with the 100 with the 1.3 million.
Yeah, so
I can't see it being voted through.
Here's a view that a friend of mine shared with me, and he said, although the supporters may not like it, if the clubs are offered enough money to accept it, will they actually say, well, we'll take the money then? And that's if there's enough money coming from the central pot to say, if we give you this amount, will you vote for it?
Yeah. Well, it's
there will be a lot of discussion about that.
Time will only tell. Will only tell.
And the same way that time will tell here in terms of whether that 274 that Warwickshire have got is a good score or not. 86 overs is what Gloucestershire have to bat. The rolling is just being finished. Paul Collett's not sat on the roller there. As you can see, the pitch is fairly central here at the Seat Unique Stadium. It's a day very much like yesterday. I could tell that on the stream yesterday. It was a bright old day, and increasingly bright in the afternoon. And now it'll be the control of Ollie Hannon-Dalby, and perhaps a little bit of the unknown with Ryan Sidebottom, plus the spinners that Warwickshire hope will try and get them into the game. They're certainly in the game at 274 all out, no issue about that. And now what can Gloucestershire do with the bat? Just to keep you up to date with what's happening, particularly in the two other games. So Lancashire are 65 for 8 at Chelmsford. They lead Essex by 89. And Kent are 67 for 4 in the second innings at the Ageas Bowl. They lead Hampshire by 175. I know Hampshire bat deep, but unless that pitch is really going to flatten out, then I think you'd rather be in Kent's position in that game than Hampshire's. And we're going to see Ollie Hannon-Dalby open up for Warwickshire here.
Yeah, you certainly would. And Kent, they're members of, you think the end is nigh for Kent members, wouldn't you? The way they you see them on social media and, we're in the doldrums, blah, blah, blah. They've won 2 one-day trophies in the last 2 years. Yeah. And they've had a very reasonable couple of years, I think. And they won what was the Division 3 last year, for what it's worth.
I have to say, just a last word from me on this sort of triangular setup. After Hannon-Dalby gets into his... I'll try and do it first. I would much rather have 3 tiers with 2 up and 2 down from each. And I know that means 6 teams are going to be in the bottom division, but it does have a pathway up to the middle. And it is a genuine tiered system.
I'd go even further. I'd have 2 divisions of 9,
And 16 games.
16 games.
Hannon-Dalby outside the off stump, first ball, just straightening a little bit, coming back into the left-hander. Oh, I mean, yes, I mean, of course I prefer 2 9s and 16, but I'm kind of thinking that probably isn't going to happen. If you're going to split it and you say you do want only 6 in the top division, then I would take 3 6s, but I'd like to have some way of keeping 14 matches.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you do that. Little skip at the start of Hannon-Dalby's run. Around the wicket. Straight through to keeper Davis. He's had a very good season, Ollie Hannon-Dalby. He's taken 48 wickets at 23. And you picture an English seam bowler. He is that, isn't he?
Certainly is. Certainly is. He's said yesterday he's got one of the poshest names in cricket.
Turns at the end of his run. Staying around the wicket. That's wider and in the air. Unfortunately away by Charlesworth. They're going to take 2. Jacob Bethel does the fielding, and that was skewed. He didn't know with any confidence where that had gone at all. It was wide, but
interesting. Interesting.
I'm sure Chris Dent would have been totally happy had he seen that from the non-striker's end. Hannon-Dalby, slightly splayed run. Oh, what a lovely delivery. That's a big off cutter as Charlesworth is drawn forward. Davis
angled in. Angled in. You have to play at that, and it then nips away. It's you don't want too many of them early in your innings.
Gloucestershire replying to 274. 3 slips in for Hannon-Dalby. Looks like the tall figure of Sibley at first. Is that Sibley, Hayne? Chose check Sibley, Hayne and Yates, I think. It's wide from Hannon-Dalby this time. Charlesworth can let that go. So the 2 left-handers opening for Gloucestershire, and as we know, it's been discussed through the season, the predominance of the left-handers at the top of the order.
Yeah, Brooks is at cover. Rhodes at mid-off. You've got Jane Yadav at square leg. And Danny Briggs at mid-on. Bethel at backward point, I think.
Yeah, it is. First over of the Gloucestershire reply. Oh, that swung from Hannon-Dalby. Just pushed. No great force by Charlesworth out into the offside, but that was quite late, that swing as well.
That did swing.
So we've had one that's been the big off cutter, and one that swung quite late into the left-hander. So Hannon-Dalby's got a bit out of the ball in his first over, and from the far end, we're going to see Ryan Sidebottom.
We've got a surprise guest joining us in a minute, Ian.
Oh, in fact,
we've got a surprise guest about to join us. We'll introduce him in a minute.
Is he allowed on air?
Well, I don't know. He sent me a text yesterday calling himself the curse of the commentary. So, yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm going to jump off air.
Okay.
I'm not going to let this man do the ball by ball. I'll just do one ball here as Sidebottom comes in. Dent gets a thick outside edge. That's going to be the first boundary. That runs away for 4 runs. So Chris Dent off the mark. First ball. I'm not going to let this man do the ball by ball because he's got a really bad reputation, and I'll let you introduce him.
So Dan's going to take a quick breather, and we had this gentleman with us at Cheltenham, and he's a Yorkshireman. And here's Sidebottom in from the far end to Chris Dent, and Dent defends. Josh Shaw's back with us. Josh joined us for part of the Cheltenham Festival. He and Jared Warner were our two go-to voices from the playing staff. Josh, what are you making of this pitch? Is 274? How good a score is 274?
I think it's probably level playing field at the moment. I think we bowled real well yesterday, and the Sibley obviously batted very well to carry his bat there. But I think both teams are still in the game, so we need a good first innings of the bat here now.
Sidebottom around the wicket, that's too short, and Chris Dent climbs into that. There'll be a chase out towards deep backwards square. Hannon-Dalby, has he stopped that? He has just about, I think, and Yadav will get the throw in, and they've come back for 3. It was a tight call as to whether that might have actually touched the rope, but the umpires have said it is only 3, but Gloucestershire on their way here in reply to that 274. I mean, I think Dom Sibley said last night that he thought it was going to get pretty difficult to bat on day 4, but he doesn't know this ground as well as the Gloucestershire boys do, and is it going to be one of these pitches that it probably is trickier first up and it might just flatten out? Yeah,
potentially. No, it's already been used this season in the first game against Yorkshire. So yeah, who knows? Time will tell on that.
Sidebottom, or it's going away from Charlesworth, taken by Davies. The slips are Sibley at first, Hayne at second, Yates at third. But Zafar had a long bowl yesterday.
Yeah,
didn't he? And
bowled real well. Yeah,
and. It sounds perhaps a little odd to say this about a spinner, but you've got to bowl at the right pace on a pitch that's helping you.
Yeah, perfect pace yesterday. I think lads might think we're a bit slow, but he was obviously turning quite a bit, and he bowled real well there, and well deserved to get his 5 wickets.
Yeah, so what is he now for the season? He's now 37 wickets. I can't do the mental maths to tell you what his average is, but it started at 35 before this game, so it's going to be dropping a bit.
Yeah, I'm the wrong person to ask for that one as well, for the averages, I think. But he's bowled real well all season. Obviously, been quite a few times we've relied on him to bowl 30 and 40 overs in innings. He's done real well for us.
He's nearly at 400 overs now for the season, so that's a lot of bowling. Right, Sidebottom in, that's down the leg side, and Davis will take it. End of Sidebottom's first over. So this is his first team match in any format this season. Ryan Sidebottom for Warwickshire. His injury record has not been particularly good, but they brought him in here because no Mohammed Siraj, and clearly felt that he was the best foil for Ollie Hannon-Dalby. Would you have known him at Yorkshire? Is he?
Yeah. So I played my first year playing second team cricket, first and second year. He was around, and he obviously left to come to Warwickshire. But yeah, he was around a little bit when I was there. Played a few games with him. Yeah.
Going over the wicket to Chris Dent, and slides that across. Dent, who lets that go outside the off stump. I remember the game. I think he may have in the game here 2 years ago. I think he took 12 wickets and still finished up on the losing side. Bowled very well.
Was that the gaming the COVID year? Was it?
That's right. Yeah. When Ryan Higgins got 7 wickets in the second innings.
Yeah.
3 slips for Hannon-Dalby. That's a bit wider, and Chris Dent can let that go. It's all about the start here, isn't it? And interesting, just to get your take on this. So there has been a lot of chat about left-hander at the top of the Gloucestershire order. By putting Ollie Price in there, how well do you think he's done? Because he's got 4 half centuries this season now. Yeah,
he's obviously a very good batter. I think obviously that breaks up again a little bit of the left-handers.
It's a good ball from Hannon-Dalby again.
I don't really know if that was the plan to kind of split them up, or whether it was just Benkenstein found something in him and he thought actually can go at number 3. And obviously he's adapted to that really well. He's obviously battered well this year. He actually made a joke last week that he can't get out the 50s, bless him, that he keeps getting in the 50s and then can't kick on. But no, he's done real well, and I think obviously his time will come when he'll get a nice 100 for us. Hopefully this week.
Hannon-Dalby in from the Ashley down road end. Chris Dent punches that up to mid-off, fielded by Will Rhodes. And again, there's so much discussion about, you know, whether having 4 left-handers is actually a problem. Most teams don't see 4 right-handers as a problem.
Right,
do
yeah,
they?
I'm just about to say, yeah, you don't see four right-handers as a problem. Yeah, if anything, it could be an advantage for the opposition bowlers not being used to bowling to left-handers all the time and what have you. But yeah.
Hannon-Dalby a bit wider of the crease. Oh, Chris Dent's just dropped that into the ground. Spins away. We've seen one wicket fall to an inside edge already this morning, albeit that was a tail ender bowling it facing Zafagahar. Hannon-Dalby didn't get in the right position for that and dragged it onto his leg stump.
Yeah, we couldn't quite work that one out when me and Don Goodman were sat on the sidelines. We couldn't see how it managed to bowl him, or did he chop it on? I'm not sure.
I think there was 2 elements. A, it did spin, but B, he left a gap and chopped it on. Hannon-Dalby in again. It's a nice shot, cry of weight from Chris Dent. It doesn't beat Rhodes at mid-off end of the over. Gloucestershire replying to Warwickshire's 274. The last 2 wickets this morning, 1 each to Zafagahar and Tom Price. And Dom Sibley finished 120 not out, carrying his bat. First Warwickshire batsman to do it against Gloucestershire since, I think, 1930, and only the 3rd Warwickshire batsman ever to do it. So it was a very, very patient knock. And here is Sidebottom from the far end in quite bright sunshine, off the hip of Ben Charlesworth. And he may get 4 for it. There's a chase for Yadav and for Hannon-Dalby, and it's beaten both of them. It might have been a bit of boot work there for Hannon-Dalby to try and stop it, but his stride pattern wasn't right. And Charlesworth picks up a boundary. I'm trying to think in my head here, he got 2 50s at Somerset, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he did.
Ben?
Yeah.
50 in each innings.
Yeah. Just going back to the Sibley carrying his bat, it's not the first time I've seen that. He managed to do it in a England under-19 trip in South Africa, so I think that could be the curse or the bit of good luck for him. I'm not quite sure which it is at the moment. Hopefully he doesn't do it in the second innings.
Well, Sidebottom in again. Charlesworth again works out of the same place. He's timed that well again. Again Hannon-Dalby's on the chase, and again he can't cut it off. So 2 nice shots from Ben Charlesworth there, just in that area where he knows that he's got. Here's a second look at it.
He was almost replaying the ball before there. Yeah,
it was going down the leg side. It was almost not quite a free hit, but he placed into a safe area. And Will Rhodes keeping the 3 slips for the moment. Sidebottom around the wicket. Ooh, edged and caught at second slip. They're asking for the catch, and Charlesworth's got to go. It's a good catch from Sam Hain. It's a low one, and Sidebottom has his wicket. The question here was whether it had carried or not. Let's have a look at it second time. Hain's second slip.
A good catch by the looks of
that. I think Charlesworth, I think he's almost walking, and there is in the end a sort of a soft signal from the umpire, but he'll be irritated by that, having got 2 boundaries away. Was it the bounce, Josh, do you think?
Yeah, it looked like it just rose a little bit more than he was expecting. Seemed to catch a shoulder of the bat almost. A nice ball, to be fair, to Sidebottom, and a good catch there at second slip. But yeah, it looked like it just bounced a little bit more than Charlie was anticipating, I think.
Was that the feedback from the boys yesterday as Ollie Price comes out at number 3, that there was a little bit of inconsistent bounce?
He saw there was a couple off I think it was Price when he bowled at the flats end, that he had a couple to Sibley that hit him on the glove and the shoulder of the bat, and when poor Dom was on the field at 12th man at the point, he dropped that one. That was one that seemed to rise a little bit more. So yeah, a bit of inconsistent bounce potentially might come in at the back end a bit more, maybe, but newer ball, I think it'd be when it affects it more with that new ball.
And just to recap something you said earlier, this is the pitch that was used for the Yorkshire match back at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, so obviously they've had time to relay it and everything like that. It's still pretty much a new wicket. I think the women played on it, if I'm correct, the other night on the
ODI.
I think so, yeah,
right.
I believe
Okay.
so, yeah.
And credit to Sean Williams and Paul Collett and the rest of the ground staff who, over the summer, have had to produce a lot of wickets.
Yeah, they've done well to bring it back, and we're playing on it this week. Yeah.
So Ollie Price then to face Sidebottom, who's coming over the wicket to the right-hander, and he's inside the line of that. It's a no ball.
What do you think about a no ball being a free hit in 4-day cricket? What do you think to that?
Oh, I think it would really it would force bowlers to be more disciplined.
Yeah.
I think
Because you see a lot more in 4-day cricket than you do in 2020.
Yeah. So why is that?
I'm not sure.
Because the penalty isn't great enough.
Yeah.
Sidebottom. Well, that's very, very wide, and Davis can't even reach that. It's going to go for a bye down towards third man. Sam Hain does the fielding. That was wide and going much wider.
Yeah, it's interesting because you do see a lot more in 4-day cricket than doing T20s or 50-over games. I don't know whether that's on bowlers' minds. It's certainly not on mine. I'm usually quite all right on the front line, so I'm never really thinking about it. But whether, I'm not sure, people relax a bit more, and it's interesting.
But surely there's that concept of whether you're always stretching or reaching, if that's the right word.
Yeah.
I'll come back to that after this ball to Chris Dent. Sidebottom round the wicket. Dent cuts straight to Jacob Bethel at backward point. But surely if you're in a good rhythm, you want to be landing in the same place, not 2 inches or 3 inches different.
Yeah, that's true. I know some people in nets, myself included, seem to be pushing the line, but then in a game I'm way behind, which is
there was a question from somebody about when did James Anderson last bowl a no ball in an international match during the final test. I'll come back to that in a minute. Here's Sidebottom in down the leg side, and that's a wild one again, not taken by Davis. It'll be 4 byes. He didn't really stretch to get that, the keeper, actually. Sidebottom a bit...
Well, he's not the tallest of chaps, so that could be his issue there, maybe, potentially.
Let's just see how wide this is. So Sidebottom's got a wicket here, but it's been a bit spray it otherwise. And we had 5 byes already against keeper Davis. 24 for 1 in reply to 274, so the deficit is exactly 250, as you can see. And the answer to the Anderson question was he did bowl a no ball in July, but he hadn't bowled one since. And there's somebody who it just at the end of the season was just in such a great rhythm, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Just looked like all the cogs were really, really working well for him. Will Rhodes is waiting to get the ball back after that rather wild last delivery. And Ollie Hannon-Dalby, I think, is going to continue from this Ashley Down road end. Certainly the bottom half of the table, very congested in Division 1. Certainly Kent not out of the woods at all. Certainly Somerset not. Even spoke to someone last night who was even suggested that Yorkshire weren't exactly out of things either.
I think there's a fair few down there that are all congested together. It'd be interesting next week if Yorkshire are not fully out of it, wouldn't it? That'd be a good game to be involved in.
Well, and as I think one correspondent said Gloucestershire needs snookers, and I think mathematically that probably is the best way to put it.
Well, yeah, we have made it tough for ourselves, but I think we're still going out there to win every game and put up a chance of staying up. So who knows? Yeah, snookers may be required, but hopefully we can get a few in.
Well, the maximum bowling points already in the bag, so what can they do batting wise here? Hannon-Dalby to Ollie Price. That's again just going away from the right-hander. Didn't move all that quickly. That last one.
We'll have to
off the seam, but just short enough that Ollie Price could watch it carefully.
We'll have to call by the Crucible on the way up when we go to Headingley next week. See if we can get a few of those snookers in hand.
You ever been there?
I've never been. One place I would like to go to. Quite like watching my snooker and playing it every now and again.
Quite bright sunshine here at the Seat Unique Stadium, and Price goes back, and Dalby straightening his line there.
I have been for a presentation. It was a presentation evening, I believe it was. Never been to watch a snooker, but I've been there for a presentation evening. Yeah.
Warwickshire, of course, part of their problem down the bottom at the moment is they've only won one match, as opposed to other sides around them who've won two, and that's why they were below Kent at the start of this round of games. The only side they've beaten were Essex. That was back in April at Edgbaston. He puts off the back foot. That's nicely into the gap. That will race away down towards the boundary in front of the Cayman Islands advertising board for 4. And Ollie Price is away.
Yeah, nice shot, just back of a length, and he's nice back foot punch for 4.
Yeah, we were talking, Dan and I talking earlier this morning about how Briggs in particular yesterday was playing a lot off the back foot, and whether there was almost a hint there as to how Gloucestershire should go about their innings when the time came. Price again goes back, fielded by skipper Rhodes. And we were talking before you came on there this morning about an article written by George DeBell about the potential structure for next season, and that takes me back to what Richard Dawson used to say in his time as head coach, and I'll just quote that in a moment. 3 sips for Hannon-Dalby into Ollie Price. That swung just a little bit and quite late too, but Price defends it out on the offside. 28 for 1 at the end of the over. Yeah, Richard's view was, it was very typically phlegmatic, you might say. You know, we'll be given the structure and then we'll play it. That's the way it is.
Yeah.
I mean, is that almost your thought process? Is that I can't do anything about influencing the structure, so we'll just be handed it and we've got to get on with it?
We got sent out yesterday morning a structure that the PCA wanted us to chat around. So the lads have obviously looked through that. And
is this the triangular one with the 6 at the top and the 2 6s beneath?
Yes, I think so. Yeah. I'm not sure how much I can say. I feel like an investigator. I'm not sure how much I can say.
We've been talking about an article that was in the Cricketer posted last night.
I think it was similar. Yeah. So obviously some lads have pros against it, some have cons against it. Personally, I just want to play as much cricket as we can. You know, the summer soon flashes by. It seems like 2 minutes ago we were playing Yorkshire in the first home game, and now we've kind of finished the season almost next week. And realistically, I personally just want to play as much as possible. But then obviously some people like to have a break and kind of get into other things. And so yeah, it's one of those whichever you prefer. But me personally, I'd like to play as much as possible.
We're going to see Jayant Yadav for the first time. So Sidebottom has taken 1 for 17. And Yadav in and bowls a no ball.
Here we go, free hit for his second ball.
You would have thought that it wouldn't have been impossible for him to bowl a legal delivery first up. Slip and a short leg. Chris Dent facing. It's tossed right up. And Dent is a long way forward. It's not so easy to talk to Josh when the spinner on. He's got 4 saving 1 on the offside.
I'm now wondering who runs in faster, this spinner or Darren Stevens. I'm a bit unsure because he seems to have a bit of a good gallop in when he's bowling. A bit strange to see a spinner running in this quick.
Yes, it's not necessarily very slow through the air, is it?
No.
And you wonder whether we spoke about Zafar bowling at the right pace yesterday. That's down the leg side. Dent in the end ends up playing it back up the pitch. Rather got turned round by that. It's Hayne, I think, at short leg.
Yep.
And Rhodes is at slip. Yadav in again.
It's a nice ball.
Josh Shaw with us in our commentary, at our commentary position, high above the ground at the Ashley Down Road end. So Yadav running towards us. And then Dent tries to cut away off the back foot. It's fielded a tumbling stop, and they won't get a single.
It's
Henry Brooks does the fielding. So Yadav, that's his first over from the same end that Zafar was bowling from. But I'm with you, Josh. It almost seemed a bit too brisk in a way.
It did seem to rush through it a little bit. Obviously, you see quite a few spinners, but he seemed to run in quite quickly there.
So to come back to your point earlier, do you think the view, so your view would be there is not too much cricket, it's just the scheduling that's the problem? Here is Hannon-Dalby in, and LBW, Ollie Price hit on the full, and a second wicket goes down. That was well pitched up by Hannon-Dalby, and Ollie Price drags himself away, and Gloucestershire are 30 for 2. And just see how full this was. I wonder if James can get us the replay, which he will do in a second. What was your hint on this, Josh, when you watched it to the naked eye?
It was almost like a Yorker, and then I heard 2 sounds, so I'm unsure if Ollie thinks he maybe hit that potentially. I'm not quite sure, but it was almost like a leg stump Yorker, I think. It was one of those that accidental Yorkers that the seamers sometimes bowl, and yeah, just seemed to either clip him flush on the foot or he's got a little tickle on it. I'm unsure, but yeah, he's had to depart.
So 30 for 2, and M.A.H. Hammond walking out at number 4. Gloucestershire's top run scorer, of course, in the championship this season. 799 Miles has got. So just up, James will get us the replay of that wicket in a minute, but is your view therefore that the schedule isn't, it's not necessarily too crowded, it's just the way it's put together?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, like going back to the start of the year where we had the 6 on the bounce. Obviously that's quite hard work because you only get a couple of days off, then you don't have enough time to train, or sometimes your body to recover. So obviously that period there where we didn't have a week off until the last week of fixtures is quite tough. But if you manage to split those up where you've got 3, say, and then a week off and then another 3, it wouldn't actually be too bad, I don't think.
Hannon-Dalby to Hammond. Again, a little bit of movement in the air for him. And clipped away to Yadav at square leg.
So yeah, I just think, you know, the 100 obviously, you've got that, and then you've got the 50 over competition alongside that. That's still, it's all quite crammed crammed in. But then for the lads not playing in the T20 Blast, there's not actually much cricket going on. I mean, you can play in the second team and what have you, but there doesn't seem to be much elsewhere.
Hannon-Dalby into Hammond, who's away through with a shot through mid-wicket. Yadav's on the chase, they'll pick up a couple. And
then there's a bowler who likes to bowl like myself. You get into the rhythm of bowling in those championship games, and you go to you might not be involved in the 2020s, and then the second team might have a week off, so you might not actually play again until, say, the Cheltenham Festival, which is June, July, and then could be your first ball in red ball cricket for a month or so.
So part of this article from yesterday, which I'll come back to after this ball from Hannon-Dalby, and Dan perhaps can pick up with you at the end of the over. Was it a nice line taken by Davis? Was that they may get what they rather than having the T20 in a block, they may go back to playing a T20 on a Friday, and then going back to the Championship Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah.
So that the players, as you say, who don't play in the T20 are still getting cricket further into the summer.
Yeah. I think it's quite good how you got the blocks, because you then obviously get used to
one
format, yeah, absolutely. Whereas then if you're a bit muddled up with red and white ball cricket, it can be quite tough for players. But be interesting to see what they do, whether they shorten down the amount of games, or they keep it the same next year, and then the following year they then shorten it down. Who knows? But me personally, I want to play as much cricket as possible, because after next week it's a long slog until come the first week of April or the last week of March for the cricket to come around again.
So I'll perhaps leave you. There's only one ball to go in the over. I'll just leave you this, and then Dan will come in.
Right, okay.
You get October off, do you, by and large?
Yeah, we do, yeah.
And Dalby in, and it's defended by Hammond. So a successful over for Hannon-Dalby. He and Sidebottom have got a wicket each. So, and what is your plan from beginning of November then, for example?
So we start back on the 7th of November is our first day back in training, so that'll be just gym work and fitness work really. If the lads can obviously then go in the indoor nets and bat if they feel like they need to, but personally I'll be waiting until probably December time to start bowling again, just to make sure your body's had a long enough rest, and that you're not just bowling for the sake of bowling almost. So yeah, I'll be waiting until probably December to get going again. So yeah.
I'm going to leave you, and Dan's going to come in.
Pushed out to cover by Dent there for no run. Hopefully I don't put the curse on while we're changing over, but there's still time as the spinner's rushing through his overs, and Dan's now panicking, trying to plug his wires in. Nice shot by Dent. Misfield there. Cover. I think that might run away for 4. It has.
Morning, Josh. Good to be back. Good to be back.
Yeah, hopefully the commentator's curse is well by me, but losing 2 wickets there, a bit of a shame. But hopefully these two can put a good partnership on now.
Yeah, they're just pushing it through. Pushes it through quite quickly, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's, like I said earlier, Zafar found the right pace yesterday.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just bowling a little bit too quick. We won't tell him, obviously, because we'll wait for him to work that out himself. That was a bit slower.
I thought the best bowler I've seen bowling spin up here this season, I thought, was Jack Leach for Somerset. Got 8 wickets in the game here, and I thought he bowled perfectly for the pace of that wicket.
Yeah.
Defended there by Chris Dent. It's interesting that this is a Yorkshire wicket. I hadn't realised that. I think this has got the most pace and carry out of any wicket on the square.
Yeah, it looked like still looked like a decent wicket, but obviously might get a little bit tired come tomorrow on the last day. But we'll see how it plays out. But like we said before, there's just that much cricket. It must be a nightmare for the ground staff to keep on top of everything, so you can understand why. It was the same last week at Somerset as well. We were on a used wicket there, what they used at the start of the season.
Yeah. They looks. I thought that wicket at Somerset looked a little tired, perhaps.
Yeah, a little bit. Like the pace. It was like quite slow pace, really.
Yeah,
but you can expect that this time of year, really, to be honest. So hopefully we get to Headingley. I'll have to give the groundsman a text, see if he'll leave a load of grass on for us, see if he helps us out.
I want to talk to you about bucket hats, Josh.
Okay.
Because there's only 3 guys I know that can pull it off. Right, one's Rennie, who's the drummer in the Stone Roses.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other one's Clive Lloyd back in the 70s, and the third one's yourself, mate. That's just gone through to the keeper there from...
That'd be a good Sunday roast to sit around, wouldn't it?
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I said that I think they should put them in the club shop.
Well, so I got that hat my first year on loan here, 2016, and I'm pretty sure it was meant to be a brim hat, but it's not got the cardboard in or anything. So over time, it's just started sagging down, and now it has turned into a bucket hat. Yeah.
Okay, so it's actually a brim hat.
Yeah, but it's just folded down. I see 1 or 2 spectators as well at Cheltenham. They.
Oh, that's lifted. That's gone through. Yeah. Davis taking that well above his head.
Yeah, there's a couple of spectators at Cheltenham who had the same hat, and theirs were the same. So I was like, well, it wasn't just mine. So I was wondering if my mum put it through the wash when I went back home, or.
I think you're a setter of fashions, George, not a follower, mate.
Well, I'll take that from having it 2016, yeah.
So how many have you got in your bag? Just the one?
Just the one, Just the one. I'll be, yeah.
Is it going to be like Jack Russell's hat?
Just about to say, there'll be stitching in it, there'll be patches all over before I'm done, yeah. But yeah, it's had to go away. It's not quite the weather for it at the moment. Maybe if I was playing, I might bring it out, but maybe next week if we're lucky. One last hurrah for the summer.
Here's Hannon-Dalby just straying onto Miles Hammond's legs there, and he clips him away fine. Past long leg for 4 runs. Nice shot. So, do you think it's... I mean, if you had a one-day one, would it be a black one, do you think, or a yellow one in Gloucestershire colours?
You'd have to go for both the colours.
Yeah.
Yellow one for T20 and then the black one for the 50 overs, surely.
I like your gambit here. I like your way of thinking.
Yeah. Maybe I have to get into the marketing office after this and put the proposal forward.
That's well bowled. Beats Hammond outside the off stump. I think I'm all for them selling it in the club shop. I really am.
Yeah.
I think it's, you're going to see the kids in Bristol start to go round.
Well, it's a bit of an edgy city anyway, isn't it? So I think a lot of people wear bucket hats anyway. So I think, there could be a little gap in the market for Gloucester to dip into there, I think.
It's quite an edgy city, and that's reflected in also the food we get as well here. It's quite sort of, we get like chicken and couscous and stuff like that, don't we? And where you are in the country, definitely. Oh, come on to it there. Sure. That's a lovely shot there, Miles Hammond, all along the carpet, 4 runs.
Yeah, well, next week it could be Yorkshire puddings, a bit of fish and chips.
I did a little stint for Essex in their T20, and it's quite weird. You come to Bristol and you're lined up for sort of tagine, couscous, that type of stuff. You go to Essex, you get a voucher for cheeseburger and chips.
Yeah. Now the food has been quite good here again this year, thankfully.
Yeah. It's all good though around the city. It's all quite healthy now, isn't it?
It's all good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everywhere's pretty good. But wherever you go, everywhere seems to be better than your home ground. I don't know whether that's because you seem to have that week in, week out, or the change-up sort of thing. I'm unsure, but yeah, no, it's been very good here again this year.
Hannon-Dalby approaching the crease. Just a little bit of angling it in and moving it away, or maybe not moving it away, but just holding its line.
Yeah, a little bit. It seems to be quite wide on the crease, and it seems to just straighten it in a touch, if anything. But yeah, he's good bowler. He obviously knows what he's been doing. He's been around quite a long time.
Yeah. Did you play with him at Yorkshire?
Yeah, a couple. Like my first couple season when I was younger in the second team. Him and Will Rhodes obviously played on my age group cricket with Will when he was there. Yeah.
Talking of food, I think I told a story. I can't remember if it was you or Jared on air. Told a story at Cheltenham about Derby back in the 80s, which was his Yadav. I'll come on to it after this ball. Dent leaves that one alone. Derby in the 80s, it was so bad they used to have this like Frey Bentos stew. Right? And it was so bad they used to send the 12thers out for fish and chips every day. It was, you know, it wasn't good.
There's none of that these days anywhere, I don't think, thankfully.
No. And one year they got a new chef in who was doing racks of lamb and all sorts. And John Morris, the old Derbyshire opener, put on 4 stone that season. I think those days are gone as well of fluctuating weights in cricket, haven't they? Yadav, Ian, well bowled, beats Dent, goes through to the gloves of Davis.
I think the umpire's just had a word about his follow-through here.
Has he?
I think it looked like he was just jumping and landing right on a good length for the right-handers, which will be interesting to see if he gets warned or anything for that. Kind of a bit wider there.
Dent rocks back and crashes him through the offside, but a good bit of fielding there. Keeps it down to 1.
They're trying to make a bit of a rough spot if he comes on at this end for the right-handers later on potentially, but you know, the umpires were quickly on that, so he might do it again. It might be a
little word. You ever been warned?
I've never been warned for running on. No, never. I'm always quite tight, but I've never been warned.
You ever had a word, like just a quiet word about sort of your follow through? Or?
No. I've always been all right. Yeah, it's quite strange really, because recently for the left-handers I've been coming around the wicket quite tight, and I've never been warned. No.
Yadav in, and Hammond plays him out to Henry Brooks at cover. Have you seen much of Henry Brooks at all?
Not really, no, to be honest. Looks like he's just about to come onto ball, so we'll get a good look of him in here. But no, I've seen the odd game on TV. I've not really played that much against him, to be honest.
He's supposed to have decent wheels, isn't he?
Yeah, apparently so. I think did he have a stress fracture or something?
Yeah.
I think last year, and that kind of set him back a little bit. But apparently, yeah, he's a good bowler. I've not really seen that much of him.
Why is it that the guys are going down with stress fractures all over the place? Ollie Stone's another one in the Warwickshire side. He's had stress fractures.
Chalk bones, I reckon. Got chalk bones, not didn't drink enough milk. No, seriously, all seriousness, I don't know, because I've never had one, and I know a few people have not had one. And then you look around the country, quite a few have had them, and then a few haven't. And I'm unsure, to be honest. It must be biomechanics and.
It's down the leg side there from Brooks. First up, good take from Davis.
Yeah, it must just be biomechanics and all this sort of stuff. I'm not quite sure, to be honest, because obviously the stress you do put through your body, you'd think if one gets it, everybody might get it, sort of thing. Because you bowl a similar amount over a year, and as a child, you probably bowl same, if not more, as somebody else, sort of thing. So you'd think everybody seems to pick up one here or there, but yeah.
Dent cuts, no run. What's the the way sort of the kids are taught to bowl quick now with the tent pegs or whatever it is? Yeah. Do you think that's having an effect possibly on it?
Potentially, yeah. I think everybody almost has their own action, sort of thing. And obviously, if you've done that, say, for 15, 20 years, then you try and change it. You're then going to start hitting a spot where you've not actually been used to hitting before, like different positions.
Yep. Just angled in on Dent's pads, gets a bat on it, just plays it out to Jane Yadav at mid-wicket.
So that could potentially be something that kind of picks those little things up, because you're not used to getting into a certain position, then you're overworking that part of your body, kind of different muscle groups and things like that, getting a little bit technical. But I think everybody has their action, and like I said before, once you start changing, that might be potentially where you start to pick up injuries, maybe.
Yeah. Brooks down the leg side, Davis takes. So, you were talking about you want to play as much cricket as possible. Are there any plans to go away and tour anywhere this winter?
I was looking to go to Australia potentially before Christmas, but kind of just want to give my body long enough to rest. Physio kind of just advised, just stay here and make sure you're fully rested, and then there's no reason why you can't go after Christmas, sort of thing. So hopefully get away, potentially either Australia or South Africa after Christmas, hopefully for 6 weeks. It'd be ideal. A bit of outdoor training, a bit of sun, a few of the, I think.
Bit of grade cricket, would that be?
Potentially, but I think a few lads who are going to South Africa are actually going to go to Benke's old school where he used to teach. I think he's managed to tee something up there, so I think a few of us might potentially jump on that if we can. I think also just to change the scenery a little bit. You know, if there's 5 of you going out there and be able to train during the week, and if you can have your weekends off, go travel a little bit, have a look around.
Oh, that's pulled. So we get that straight down Will Rhodes at mid-on there, but he gets it over him and it goes for 4 runs. So 4 more to Chris Dent. Moves him on to 16. He's latched onto that very quickly, didn't he?
That's a good
Picked
shot.
the length.
Yeah, he's very good on the short ball. You see him in the nets when the white balls come out and it's almost like a gunshot goes off when he hits it. He hits it that hard. It's one place you don't really want to be bowling to him.
So who nicks you off the most in the nets then, Josh? Come on, spill the beans. Are you allowed to say?
Well, we have all the dog sticks and things like that. Nobody really bowls at the bowlers anymore, which is a bit frustrating. I like facing the spinners though. Try and drop kick them into the stands every now and again. It's good fun.
Yeah, Dev. Nice shot, Miles Hammond. Lovely timing. Oh, that was glorious.
Nice shot.
Yeah, I can think of worse places than to be in January than sort of Cape Town. £1.50 a pint. Steak on the water side there at £5 or whatever.
Pint of soda, of course, and a Diet Coke.
Naturally.
Yeah. It'd be good fun if a few of us can get out there. Bounce just short. So yeah, I think hopefully we can do that. There's quite a few lads going away, I think, to Australia, a bit of grade cricket and one below grade cricket, I believe. I think a few of them are playing, but it's just good to get away and you can almost go and relax and enjoy your winter and do your fitness work there in the sun. It's certainly better than running around the ground here when it's cold, wet and windy. That is for sure.
Yeah, that's just defended there by Miles Hammond. Score on to 53. That shot there from Hammond brought up the 50. And there's another one. They put the man back on the line though now. Who's that gone out there? Is that Yates?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. It's a nice view from this side of the ground, isn't it? I've never been up this high. Miles Hammond lives 1 or 2 below, so you can't actually see the view out the back. It's a nice view. Yeah,
I saw Miles last couple of mornings strolling across with a cup of tea and his
still half asleep, of course, rubbing his eyes, getting the sleep out, knowing Miles that'd have been him down to a tea, I imagine.
Dent leaves that one alone from Yadav. That completes the over. 54 for 2. Hammond on 15, Dent on 16. The loss of Ben Charlesworth and Ollie Price. The collateral damage for Gloucestershire. Is he the most relaxed, Miles Hammond, most relaxed in the dressing room, would you say?
They're both at the crease. Him and Chris Dent have to be the most relaxed. Kind of walked in yesterday morning. I was a bit early. I just get in there. There's a little bit of a 2-seater sofa. I just get in there and Dent's just laid across it, horizontal, just having a quick nap. And I was like, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, Chris.
So a 4-day game.
Yeah.
What time are you in the morning? How does your sort of pre-match prep go? I'll come on to it after this ball from Brooks.
So this morning I was in for around 8:30ish.
Okay.
So park up round the back, walk to the physio room, first point of call.
Yeah.
Get your tablets and your strapping if needed, and then upstairs for a coffee and a bit of breakfast if you've not had any at home. And then you tend to come out now because it's a 10:30 start. I try and get out just after 9ish. Have a bowl, have a loosen off.
Brooks in.
So yeah, just probably give myself 45 minutes before team time. Team time's at 9:45. Just give myself 45 minutes to have a little bit of a ball, kick around with the rugby ball or football, and then.
And what's team time? Team time would be the chat from Dale and the coaching staff.
Yeah. So we'll have a chat in the morning, and then we'll split off with Ollie Hunt, the S&C. He'll run us through a warm up, and then we'll finish that, and then we've play a bit of a game just to get the lads going and moving around a bit and have a bit of fun. And then
Dent doesn't time now. Hammond doesn't time that one.
We're into a bit of fielding, a few catches, a bit of throwing, and then whatever you need after that, really. But yeah, the lads probably anywhere from 8:30 to 9:15, the lads probably turn up, I reckon.
And for breakfast, I mean, you guys need quite a lot of calories inside you, quite a lot of carbs.
Yeah, so obviously they've got the scrambled eggs and toast and cereals, yogurts, bit of fruit. I tend to just have mine at home, really, to be honest, because I get up quite early, 7 o'clock. So I'd wake up, make my eggs at home, and then come in and pinch a yogurt and
Are you a dab hand in the kitchen?
Make some good poached eggs.
Do you?
Yeah.
Is that your signature dish?
It is, but the secret. They've got a secret recipe. I might give you a hint after if. Obviously not on air. We can't be spilling the beans on that, can we?
I've just got visions of you knocking up your own hollandaise sauce.
No, none of that. No, none of that. You don't need it if the egg's perfect. Bit of yolk.
Just straying onto Hammond's legs there, whips him to Yadav at mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, but again, like going back to the hotels and a team bus, you're then into a set turn-up time, really. So next week, for example, when we're up at Headingley, we'll be 5 minutes away from the ground, so we'll leave at about probably, say, 9 o'clock, maybe just before.
You don't stay in the Headingley Lodge next to the
ground?
No,
good shout, to be fair. I've not thought about that, but I don't think we are. I think we're in the village, just up the road, apparently.
Okay.
Top of the... next to Wheatwood playing grounds where the academy play and the universities, and I can see you stumbling home after a day's play there, doing the Otley run backwards just up to the village hotel.
Yeah, that was the end of the over. 54 for 2. I stayed in the Headingley Lodge. I did an ambassador for Melanoma UK, and we did I take a show around the country called Pushing the Boundaries, and we did one at Headingley in 2014. We had Johnny Bairstow, we had Ryan Sidebottom, the Yorkshire one, not the one playing in this game. Johnny Bairstow and Jack Brooks. Yeah. And we stayed in the Headingley Lodge. Yeah. And it was, I'll come on to it, Jane Yadav. Bowls to Chris Dent, who defends that one. And Dickie Bird was in there. It was the day that Yorkshire lifted the title. They'd already won the championship. They played Somerset at Headingley, last game of the season. It's defended there by Chris Dent. Played Somerset, and Steve Kirby was playing for Somerset, and obviously is a legend at Yorkshire, having won, been part of that title side in 2001, which was their first county championship since 1969. That's just left alone by Dent. And Curbs went out that night and was rather late getting back to the hotel room. Yeah. And forgot. It's punched through the onside there by Dent. He's going to get 2, possibly 3. Is there one on the arm? Yeah. Slight misfield. And there's one on the arm there. So 3 more to Chris Dent. Yeah, so Curbs was phoning me about 3:30 in the morning. And my phone's on silent still from the show. And I sort of slept right through it. So he's ended up having to sleep in his car. We've gone out the following morning, and there's half a kebab outside his car in the car park. And that's defended by Hammond. That's
bringing the season to end in style, that is, isn't
it? And he promptly retired. I said to him, you're an elite athlete, you can't do this sort of stuff.
I can imagine he'd reply, not anymore.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Not anymore. Yeah. No, it should be a good week next week up there. Hopefully, nice weather. Fingers crossed. Might be a bit cold. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it could be. It can get a bit chilly up in Leeds, but you're a good hardy Yorkshireman, Josh.
It'd be still shorts and t-shirt weather. I'll have to toughen up for the week, I think. Yeah. No, it'd be nice to get up there. First time if I play, I've been back there playing since leaving, so that'd be nice to get up there and see some familiar faces up there.
You got your family up there as well?
Yeah, hopefully they'll be coming. They'll be listening now as well and watching this game. But yeah, hopefully they can come. They've been stricken by COVID the last few weeks. So a couple of weeks ago, I managed to get home for a couple of days, and all had COVID. So I was like, well, that's not much good.
It's Brooks.
Best find my way back home.
It's Brooks. That's defended there by Chris Dent. 57 for 2. Dent's on 19. Hammond on 15. Yeah, so it'd be nice to catch up, and then you've obviously got a month, 6 weeks off, something like that. So are you going to go away anywhere?
We've got we've got a couple of little trips there. I've got a friend of mine, Matthew Waite, who's now at Worcester, got his stag do in the middle of October. So there's no serious holidays, just a bit of fun, as shall we say. We'll leave it a bit of golf maybe. That'll be. Yeah. Now and then a couple of lads we're going to go away as well with the Gloucester boys, but that's about it. Yeah. Bit of golf. Of golf.
Yeah. Good, nice book, and tucked up in bed by 10 o'clock.
Absolutely.
With a nice Horlicks.
I've been saying it'd be like when the footballers go away. Warm weather training. We'll take us running shoes.
Yeah.
Get some nice restaurants and be nice, ready.
So where's that going to take place?
We go on the Sunday after the Yorkshire game. So we've got the Thursday. We've got the obviously final day. Then travel back that night, and then on the Friday we've got the end of season awards.
Yeah.
And then this Saturday everyone gets together and does a bit of a social catch. Go to a couple of pubs in Bristol, and then say see you later to each other for 6 weeks. And then a few of us are going on the Sunday, which would be good fun just to get because you don't really see everyone in the season if the lads are playing in the second team and things like that. So it'd be a nice trip, to be fair. Nice.
Brooks quite full there to Dent, drives him handsomely, but good bit of fielding there in the covers. I think that's Danny Briggs, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thought he batted well yesterday,
Yeah,
Danny
did,
Briggs.
yeah. Quite annoying when you get somebody like that coming in at 8, not known for his batting. Well, I think 104 50s, I think it is, and he's
He averaged over 18 with the bat. It's not, it's not too shabby.
Yeah, could be weird. It could be Jack Brooks slashing him everywhere. At least he batted normally and didn't try and hit him to all parts of Bristol and back to Warwickshire sort of thing. But yeah,
bouncer there from another Brooks, Henry Brooks.
Yeah.
We had Jared on the podcast last week.
Oh yeah.
County cricket, and I think he described Jack Brooks as being nearly 50 now. So.
Well, he moves like he is, definitely. Yeah, after his double Achilles operation, I think it was last winter. But now he's actually moving a lot better than he used to be, which is.
Nice shot from Dent. Chops it back with a square through gully.
Great shot.
That's classic Chris Dent there.
Absolutely, yeah.
4 more to the total, 61.
It's you seem play that quite a lot, especially to the right armers around the wicket. If they're just a bit too wide, he seems to put them away quite quickly, to be honest.
Yeah, Jack Brooks, I saw him a couple of years ago just after he'd had that, and he was in these sort of leg warmers. And I asked him if he was auditioning to be one of the kids from Fame.
Yeah. We so last week when we played, I caught up with him, had a nice meal at the pub just behind the ground. It was nice to see him. Not seen him in a while. His chirpy old self. Yeah,
he's good.
He's got the head of a teenager.
Oh, that's got to be close there. Must
have hit it, I reckon.
Hammond. Jayant Yadav going round the wicket, pitching it probably in line, straightening it up. Did look close.
Oh, going down, I think that was. Looked like it was just going down with the angle.
Hammond next ball, rocks onto the back foot and punches in for one. Out to Rob Yates, deep cover. Yeah, I think Brooks is actually sponsored by the Ringer Bells pub. I think he's got a little deal going on there.
Yeah. So the owner walked in and said, "Oh, hopefully 50 for you tomorrow then, Jack." And I was obviously sat next to him. I said, "There's no chance. There's no chance." I did get a bit worried at the start when he came out. He's flashing here, there and everywhere.
We got 100 in the Roses game, didn't he, a few years back?
Did the famous bat drop when he got there.
Oh, that's well bowled. That's been given. Chris Dent's gone. Let's have a look at this.
Good ball.
Yeah, Yadav's putting it into that dirty bit of the pitch there. Oh,
that's a nice ball. Yeah, there's not a lot you can do about that, to be honest.
Back leg.
Yeah, good ball.
Chris Dent departs for 23, and Gloucestershire are 62 for 3. Warwickshire was 64 for 3. This game, I think, is going to go all the way to the wire.
Yeah,
I really do. I think it's even Stevens.
You just need a couple one big partnership, then another decent partnership. You know, I think obviously still right in the game. They were in a similar, like you say, a similar spot yesterday. So there's no reason why we can't do the same thing. Still plenty of batting to come. So could be an interesting day's play to come. Really, hopefully we, like I say, get a couple of good partnerships and get up to around their score. It's obviously not going to be easy to bat on, but you know, hopefully.
Yeah, I thought it was a fascinating day's play yesterday. I thought it was intriguing. I thought it was 4-day cricket at its best yesterday.
Yeah. Not many runs, few wickets. It was good. Obviously, you were up here by yourself as well.
I was. Yeah, it was one for the connoisseurs yesterday. It wasn't, you know, the fast food of white ball cricket. It was lobster thermidor cricket. So, Anyway, I'm going to hand over to Ian Randall. Josh, you're going to take us through to lunch. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, as long as I don't miss my lunch, I'll be all right.
No, you'll be all right there. Don't worry.
Yadav for Bracey to his first ball. Hopefully this isn't the commentator's curse again. We survived. Quite short work towards short leg who missed fields, but there's not space for a run. This is one of those where they just need to kind of see if we can get through until lunch now. I think if we get to lunch without losing any more, should be in a good position going into the second session.
I mean, to me, just watching from the back of the box here, I mean, 62 off 16 overs. That's racing along in terms of what Warwickshire were doing yesterday. It's been a bit of loose stuff from the quicker bowlers at this Ashley Down Road end.
We scored quite freely, to be honest, which obviously Warwickshire won't be that happy about, but getting the 3 wickets, they'll think it's level playing field, which it probably is in fairness. They've not bowled the best, but they've managed to pick up 3 wickets.
Yeah, and as we've said both before you joined us and indeed while you've been on air, really it affects what happens elsewhere. Can affect Warwickshire. A draw to them here is not much use. Essex already batting in the 4th innings at Chelmsford.
Just about to say, is that game over and done with?
No, not quite. They need 98 to win, and they are 28 for 1. But Kent really building a big lead at the Aegeus Bowl. They're 136 for 6, so they lead Hampshire now by 244.
Yeah,
that's going to take some getting.
Obviously Warwickshire will be interested in that game with Kent being just above them as well. Like you say, the draw's not really in the favour.
Brooks pitches that right up, clipped away to Will Rhodes at mid-on. Warwickshire's last game is Hampshire at home.
That's a big game for both.
In a sense, they wouldn't want to leave themselves having to win that, ideally.
Yeah, you know, trying to force a result against Hampshire. Obviously, been a great outfit all season. It'd be quite a challenge to go in there and steal a win, really.
62 for 3, Gloucestershire. I think Josh quite rightly says, I think this is an important little 15 minutes or so for Howland and Bracey. The men out. So I've seen 5 wickets this morning. The last 2 Warwickshire wickets added 19.
Exactly what we talked about this morning. Hopefully trying to wrap it up nice and sharp. 19, not much.
Brooks staying around the wicket, and again Hammond defends. And for Gloucestershire, Ben Charlesworth caught by Hayne at second slip off Sidebottom for 10. Chris Dent, LBW in Yadav's last over for 23. And Ollie Price I'd say caught on his crease, perhaps a little bit surprised by a really full delivery from Hannon-Dalby LBW 4-4. Brooks has still got 2 slips in. Staying around the wicket. Oh, that's swung, and the big call.
Inside edge, I think.
Well, if there wasn't an inside edge, it's hard to know why that wasn't answered to the affirmative. I'll have another look at this. Let's see if Brooks is pushing this down beyond the leg stump. Oh, I don't think so. Maybe there was 2 sounds there. But
if not, get your lottery ticket on Miles, I think. For that one. Yeah, do us a favour, yeah.
So Yadav has bowled 6 overs for 16 and taken a wicket. We're going to see Danny Briggs for the first time. So turning the ball into the left-handers. He's been a decent cricketer in his career, Danny Briggs.
Yeah. Still quite young, I believe. 31, I think he is.
Yes, good knowledge, Josh. Yeah, 31.
Still quite young as a
spinner.
Spinner, yeah.
But capable of playing all formats.
Yeah, yeah. Good asset to have.
Whistles through his overs too. That's just turned into the leg side by Bracey. He's got the short leg to contend with there. So, and he's got a man on the 45 really, Ollie at Hannon-Dalby, just to stop that single. Briggs off a really short run over the wicket. Doesn't get perhaps quite as close to the stumps as some other left-arm spinners. Hayne at short leg. Briggs just pushes that. A bit of a misfield of his own bowling, but does recover. So 3 saving, 1 on the offside for Briggs. Pavilion behind him, pulling in his glasses, and that's swept safely in the end by James Bracey. It's going to bounce and run away beyond Ollie Hannon-Dalby and down into the boundary for 4. If you asked him, he'd say he knew he got enough on that, but I wouldn't necessarily. I would push back a little bit on that.
I think that was meant to be going out to deep square leg on the ground, I think, but 4's a 4. He's not. Doesn't say how he got him in the book, really, does it? So he got away with one, really. It doesn't.
There. Briggs again. Bracey plays from the crease. Out on the leg side. And Henry Brooks has now switched with Hannon-Dalby. It's Brooks who's on the 45 behind square. I say the one thing with Briggs bowling, if he's not conceding many runs, they'll be whistling through their overs. And yesterday Gloucestershire bowled an extra 1 compared to the allocation, which was a rarity, but I think they got to about 10 past 5 with 4 overs left, and I thought they're going to work hard to make 4 overs take 20 minutes with a spinner bowling at one end.
Yeah, that's always that's the issue when you got so many overs bowled by spin. They obviously rattle through them compared to the seam. It's interesting though, because you never really finish on time when you bowl a full day of seam, and then you obviously get your spinners on and you finish almost early. Then your over rate doesn't seem to ever be down, which is strange. Obviously, you allocated the extra half an hour pretty much to get those in.
So Yadav has switched ends. He's coming on from the Ashley Down Road end. The yelp is from the keeper. It's gone very, very fine. Hannon-Dalby's chasing it, and they've just flicked it back, and they're going to come back for a third. There'll be a single. It'll be more buys. So Davis hasn't really had a very happy time out there.
That's 4
in this hour. Has it gone for 4?
Yeah, just giving it 4.
They've just given the signal as 4. I thought initially Hannon-Dalby had stopped it, but they've in the end agreed it must be 4. So got 9 buys in the total already, and 2 of those have gone for 4 past Alex Davis. Yadav trots away from us. Really floats that up. And just tucked into the leg side by Miles Hammond. Yeah, that doesn't hang about here. That's too short, really. That's punched away into the offside. There should easily be a couple. And Jacob Bethel with the throw. So it's his second championship match on this ground this year, having played in the Somerset game.
A few of us asked him if he'd brought his right kit for the week. He managed to bring back his Gloucester kit for us, but I don't think he had.
Yeah, having quite bright sunshine, a little bit of wobble in the air there for him. Slips very close, Josh, aren't they? Second slip in particular.
Yeah. It's an indication that the wicket's a bit slower.
Yadav in.
And that's the ball. The last ball the second slip wants to see there is a short cut ball. If he gets a nick on that, it'd be fleecing by his ears. Give him a haircut on the way.
Probably what, 3 strides from the bat, not much more than that. Yadav in again. Oh, that's a better length, particularly for the slip fielders, and pushed out into the offside straight to Bethel. So no run. We've got 8 minutes to go until lunch. You've seen 5 wickets go down this morning, the last 2 in the Warwickshire first innings, and then 3 in Gloucestershire's reply. But I say they're Gloucestershire racing along relative terms, almost at 4 and over. Dan.
I've got to congratulate Josh as well. It's I believe it's 100 first-class wickets for Gloucestershire. You're through the barrier now, aren't you?
Yeah, through the barrier. Last week at Somerset. Yeah, still a few away from the old man, but hopefully get there one day.
So that means between you, me, and Ian Randall, we've got over 100 first-class wickets between the 3 of us.
There we go.
Briggs in from the pavilion end. And there was almost a bit of a yes/no there for a moment, and Hammond didn't make the right call. Bracey set him right on that.
How many's the old man got?
He got 123, I believe.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, 123. Yeah.
Briggs in again on past Hayne, but quite a way to his right. I think it wasn't really a chance.
So when you get past him, there'll be a beer cracked open, I presume.
Right, yeah. I'll send him a photo just to remind him. He doesn't really get into me that much, to be fair, so it won't be too bad. But no, he'd be Hopefully I get there. Maybe next week if we have a crazy week at Headingley, but who knows?
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a discrepancy actually, because I'll come on to it after this ball.
Briggs in, that's pulled away by Bracey. Is straight into the end to Yadav.
Because I think the club put out a tweet saying you'd reached 100 first-class wickets, but Adrian Thomas, who is the statistician and the guru here at Gloucestershire, thinks you were on 106.
One for the club, yeah. I think it might be 112, I think, Tomo, if you're listening, Tomo.
He's probably on the ground today.
Well, I think I can see him here on the top deck over the other side, unless he's got his earpiece in, yeah. I think about 112, I think it is. I'll have to double check that actually when I can get back over the changing rooms.
Briggs to Hammond. Defends. What's she trying to squeeze in? Certainly 2 more overs in.
They'll probably get it as well, I imagine.
So a little 12 for next week at Headingley, and you pass the old man.
Yeah, perfect. Good way to sign out the season. Yeah. Luckily, he's not one of those who likes to gloat or show off about his career. Thankfully, otherwise he'd had a few quiet words by now, I'd imagine. But yeah, no, he's all right.
So he played for Yorkshire.
Yeah.
What years did he play?
Sorry, Josh.
Full ball again. I think it was the 80s, middle to late 80s, I believe. I should really know, to be honest. He'll be sending me a text giving me all the update now. But no, I think it was like middle to late 80s. I think a few injuries kind of stopped his career. He's got a famous photo on the wall which you'll like me telling about. He sneaked Viv Richards off, but the umpire didn't give it. So he says, "Yeah, I got Viv Richards out." Not quite, I don't think, Dad. Not quite. Wasn't given out, so you can't be claiming that one, unless he did get him out in another game. I'm not too sure.
There's a club about 20 miles south of here, Cheddar Cricket Club, playing the Somerset League, and Viv played a benefit day. They got a golden duck.
Yadav, and once more, a big stretch forward from James Bracey.
And he wasn't messing around either. Big crowd had gone there to watch Viv bat, and he's just changed his mind halfway through the shot, got a leading edge, and gone straight back to the bowler for a caught and bowl.
Yeah, you don't need that.
Yadav in. Oh, he's bowled him. Bracey picked the wrong shot there, and Yadav has a second wicket. Let's have another look at this. He'd floated up one earlier in the over. That too was floated, and Bracey misjudged it, and he's bowled middle stump, and that's an important blow to strike just before lunch. That's a fourth wicket, and Yadav now has two of them.
Certainly is, and now we need to see a real captain's innings from Graham van Buuren. Needs to grind this out, I think. Doesn't matter about runs scored. I think it's just, taking time out of the game and, hopefully doing the job that Danny Briggs did for Warwickshire yesterday and giving Miles Hammond support. And it's about partnership. It's about building a partnership here. We saw that partnership of I think it was 108 yesterday for the 7th wicket, and Gloucestershire needs something along those lines.
Yes, although I say they've been scoring quickly. This is only the 21st over. 73 on the board is far faster than Warwickshire were at the same stage. But
was it 124 for the follow-on? Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if cruise by that, we'll be absolutely fine. No need to worry. Don't panic, Mr. Mannering.
And then, I mean, if it was to get somewhere near close, would Warwickshire be tempted to bat again?
I think they would bat again. I don't think they want to really be batting last on a turning wicket. Really, to be honest, I imagine they'll bat again and try and get as far in front of the game as possible.
So Yadav with a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg for Van Buuren, who goes back and goes off the mark straight away. He'll pick up certainly one, and Henry Brooks gets the throw in. It goes back to what we were saying yesterday about Briggs playing a lot off the back foot against the spinners. Maybe Van Buuren can use that part of his game to his advantage, particularly after lunch, because it'll probably only be one more over now until the break.
We spoke a little bit about Alex Davis earlier, and a few eyebrows were raised last year, him leaving Lancashire, wasn't there? But, and getting a 3-year deal at Warwickshire. I mean, were you quite surprised about that one, Ian?
Given Michael Burgess was there as well, competing for the gloves.
Yeah. Lancashire have got Salt, they've got Dane Vilas can keep, can't they? And,
he can do.
They've got a load of keepers at Lancashire. You can see why he made the move.
A couple of young lads, yeah.
Briggs to bowl the last over before lunch. And Van Buuren, you feel, would probably be on the defensive here. Okay. Briggs into Van Buuren. That's again quite full, and he's just punched that up to mid-on.
He's looked quite positive, Van Buuren. Nice footwork on his first ball, and nicely timed there to mid-on.
Briggs again, very full length. Bethel is in at sort of short extra cover, almost looking for the mistimed drive. Briggs, again, that's almost a half volley, but Van Buuren just content to play it firmly back down the pitch. This will be the last over of the morning, and I don't think we're any clearer on which way the balance of power is going in this match. Van Buuren again defends.
I'd suggest Warwickshire have just edged ahead. I think they're probably 55-45 ahead now. I'd say this morning it was 50-50, but I think those 4 wickets this afternoon.
Yeah, I think that last wicket there, just before lunch, has probably just swung it a tad in there.
Just tipped the balance a little. Yeah, I agree.
And that is lunch, and the players will go off. Danny Briggs having completed that last over. 74 for Gloucestershire. Miles Hammond on 18, Skipper Van Buuren on 1. Still Jack Taylor to come, still Zaffer and Tom Price to come as well, all of whom can bat.
Yeah.
And Gloucestershire trying to get as close to that 274 as they can. Josh, never let it sit. He said we keep a fast bowler from his food. Yeah. So pleasure having you. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you very much.
Josh, you've been superb as usual. Thank you.
Hopefully get back up here a bit later. Well, saying that, we've lost a few more wickets, so...
Yeah, see if you can pop and see.
I might now officially be banned from the boys, so we'll have to see.
Hopefully we see you after tea and Gloucestershire are still batting.
Fingers crossed. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Josh Shaw, pleasure to have him with us up in the box this morning. Thanks to him for coming up. And it's been, Dan, a morning that, it's the game has moved on quite a lot.
Yeah, it certainly has. It's been... It's definitely, I think, shifted in Warwickshire's favour this morning. It's been a fantastic session for them. That would be exactly what the doctors ordered. And we're just hearing that Josh's father played from 84 to 91 in that Yorkshire side. So there you go. There's one of the questions answered. But I think that morning is definitely Warwickshire's morning. Those 4 wickets and the quality of batsmen that they've got out as well. They've got the 2 youngsters out in Charlesworth and Oliver Price, who both, scored a number of 50s in recent years. But Dent and James Bracey are key wickets in this Gloucestershire lineup, and I think they'll be very, very pleased with their morning's work.
Just briefly then, the story from here at Bristol this morning. 274 was what Gloucestershire bowled Warwickshire out for. They added 19 for the last 2 wickets. Dom Sibley carried his bat for 120 not out, and Zaffer got one of the 2 wickets to give him 5 in the innings. And the 2 other matches which are really important at this stage, at the bottom of the table, at Chelmsford, Essex, needing 98 to beat Lancashire. At lunch, if that screen will scroll down, which it won't just at the moment, I think they are 28 for 1, so they need another 70. And in the match at the Ageas Bowl, Kent still batting 153 for 6. They lead Hampshire overall by 261. We'll be back with you here at what is now a sunny Bristol, just for 10 minutes past 1 for the resumption, with Gloucestershire exactly 200 behind at lunch, and they're 4 wickets down.
When you bat at your best, there's no distractions. You're engrossed in the game, you're in, I guess, the zone, a little bit cliche. You're not really consciously thinking about anything. You almost let all of that practice, all of that hard work sort of take over. I'm doing it with an element of freedom, and I'm not worried too much about the risk or getting things wrong. Actually, I'm taking the game on, and I think that's probably where my game's made a huge shift over the last couple of years. I'm Sophie Luff, captain of Western Storm, and I'm a top order batter. My first memories of cricket would have been probably 5 or 6 years old in the garden. My dad played club cricket, still does play club cricket, believe it or not, and I've got a younger brother, Jack, who was always in the garden throwing balls at me. I was always throwing balls at him. So it started from there, really. I remember every weekend, every Saturday was spent at our local cricket club, and yeah, I just fell in love with the game from there, really. Yeah, I'd say both my experiences at school and at club were I was a sole girl in a lot of boys' teams, and to be honest, that was the norm for me. I actually really enjoyed it. I was a bit of a tomboy growing up anyway. I loved playing football, playing cricket, and I found myself in those environments more often than not. I thought it was a real challenge. I always sort of had a point to prove, I guess, being the only girl. You used to get a few comments around, oh, they've got a girl playing, and I always wanted to show my worth, and I think that's something that stayed with me throughout my career, really. Yeah, I think as captain, there's a responsibility on me to lead from the front. I make no bones about it. I talk openly about wanting to lead from the front and put in as many match-winning performances for Western Storm as possible. I'm incredibly passionate about the club, about the team, and I want to see it go from strength to strength. And you know, with me as captain of the ship, I guess it's on me to sort of lead the way, pave the way for the next girls coming through. And you know, one thing I'd like to think that I will do is sort of leave it in a better place than what it was when I started my captaincy stint. You know, having a really positive impact on what cricket is played at Western Storm, how we go about things, both on and off the pitch. Yeah, I absolutely do see myself as a role model to younger girls in the dressing room, as a senior player in the environment. I work on the academy as well as a coach, so I can see the next crop of players coming through and feel like I can have a real positive influence on some of those girls as well, and their development and hopefully their careers in the future. But I also want to inspire the little girl that comes along to a Western Storm game and experiences cricket for the first time sat in the stands, and I think we've all got a role to play in that, but it's something that I really enjoy doing and take a lot of pride in.
Hi, I'm Neve Hollands, I'm 17 and I'm an all-rounder for Western Storm. I always enjoyed it from the start, and it was something my parents always said, you want to do something you enjoy when you're older, and I think it's something that's kind of stuck with me. Ultimately, I'm playing with my mates. It's something that I have to be grateful for. I probably forget about that quite a lot when I get kind of hooked up in things. Probably say when I got to about 14, I got asked to play for Somerset Women, and at that level, I kind of thought, oh, I'm really enjoying this, and kind of my competitive side kind of came out a lot more. And I was like, I looked up to a lot of people in the Western Storm side that are in it now. For example, like Sophie Luff. I saw that I played with her with Somerset, and she also played for Western Storm at the time. And I thought, oh, I could do this. And obviously it's all happened very quickly for me, which is exciting. And someone like Luffy and Fran, they're kind of, what they saw ahead of them was I have to play for England to be a professional cricketer. But for me, that stepping stone is I can play for Western Storm and do it as a job, do it as a living. Whereas probably at my age, they probably thought, what other job could I do alongside playing cricket? So I think it's made it a lot easier for people my age, and they can definitely see a pathway to where they want to go.
Hi, I'm Fran Wilson. I play for the Western Storm. I'm a batter and I'm vice captain. How do I feel being seen as a successful woman in sport? First of all, a bit of imposter syndrome. I just kind of play cricket, and but then I guess if you think about it a little bit, it's you do feel like a bit of a pioneer, especially like the era that me and my kind of age group grew up in. I don't think we'll see that again, where you're literally the only girl in a boys' team, and kind of all those hurdles that you had to overcome, but you didn't even think about it at the time. So I guess a bit of a pioneer and a bit of history that, you know, you've taken the game to the next level. Yeah, that would be how I feel about it. So the way that the women's game has developed in the last 5 years, there's so many girls playing, and it's across all different demographics now. I think before it was girls with brothers would be playing, but now it's girls who used to play hockey who'd come into the game, state school, private school, everyone. So I think it's a lot more accessible. So Lights of Chance to Shine's probably really helped. And also along with that, I think the level of the girls coming in, so the ones who are like 17, 18 now, have had really good support since they were probably 11, 12, like really good coaching. And I think that's meant that they're ready to play the professional game, the international game, a little bit younger. Yeah, it's quite scary how good the kids coming through now are. So basically, I feel like a whole new professional level of the game has been added, but the facilities and the infrastructure is still behind, still where it was. And it's amazing that we've now got however many pros across the country, but if you've got all these pros and they've got nowhere to train, it's kind of a bit conflicting. So I think there needs to be a real push and a real emphasis on facilities, coaches, physios, and it's pretty urgent. So that would be the barrier for us right now as professionals.
Hey, I'm Nat Rafe. I'm a wicket-keeper batter for Western Storm. Like, the mental side of the game, I'd say I've struggled with more than the physical side, especially after becoming pro and like feeling that pressure of like, this is my job, I want to keep my job. It's definitely got hard to deal with that sometimes. I think the progression in women's sport has been like quite evident recently. So you've had the Women's Euros. I've definitely been following that, and I've seen some quite big crowds there. And just like speaking with my friends about it, which you maybe wouldn't have seen in the last few years. And I think you can see the same in cricket. Like the World Cup in Australia was very well viewed. Oh yes, I've seen a huge change in the last 5 years in women's cricket. So like now, you have the opportunity to make it your career. And whereas before, it'd probably only be the England girls that have that chance, it's now people playing at a regional level that get to do that as well, which is really good.
The one piece of advice I'd probably give to my younger self and give to younger girls coming into the game now is just remember why you play, like know why you play, because like I said, there's so many highs, so many lows, but you can always come back to why you play. So for me, it's because I love the game and I love playing with my teammates, and like I'm hungry to succeed. I've always got that drive, that ambition, and I think if you can keep coming back to those reasons, then you'll keep waking up the next day and going to the gym and putting in that hard session, turning up, doing your skills, doing everything that's required of you as a professional cricketer to keep getting better day on day. So yeah, remember why you play.
Welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium for the afternoon session. Our umpires are on their way, Rob White and Peter Hartley. And just a couple of emails that we weren't able to bring you this morning. Our good friend Mark Halliwell's been number crunching Zafar Gohar's averages. He said his 37 wickets have now cost 32.1 each, and he's bowled 396 overs and 1 ball. 4 5-wicket hauls in the season, and obviously the 10, which was against Northants at Cheltenham. So Zafar's had for somebody who was signed on the pretext that he might not play very much in the first part of the season, he's done pretty well. And Tom from Rainscott Play Inspection at 3 viz the what we're talking about this morning, and George de Bell's article in the Cricketer concerning this proposed new structure. He says poor England form appeared to kick-start the review. Was sufficient notice taken of the impact of COVID bubbles, forced team selection and the volume of games that England played? The England players had a very heavy schedule during that period. As things returned to normal, coupled with the change in management structure, and the performances have improved dramatically. The main cause of player fatigue, in his opinion, at the top level is down to the number of international games, not too many championship matches. Diminishing number of championship matches is catastrophic for building supporter numbers. Once habits are broken, people get out of the habit of going, and that can easily make supporters disappear completely. If the T20 games take place on Fridays, will this leave us with no Saturday cricket? That doesn't make any sense. I agree with Dan, 2 divisions of 9 is the way forward. Remains to be seen whether the ECB are forced down that route. First ball after lunch is from Ollie Hannon-Dalby to Miles Hammond. I think you would concur with some of that, what Tom says, Dan, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for 16 red ball games. You know, I think some of those would have to take place in August, and if you think you're diminishing the county championship, well, so be it. But I think, you know, the 100's here to stay, whether you like it or whether you loathe it. There's no getting away from the fact that the 100 is here to stay.
Hannon-Dalby, Gloucestershire 4 down, and he's pulled for 4 by Miles Hammond. That's too short on this very slow pitch, and Hammond whips that away past Yadav and out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Second look at this first boundary of the afternoon, and Hannon-Dalby is not fast in capital letters.
No, he's not.
So
he's a good bowler.
On a pitch of this pace, that was too short.
But yeah, I think some of those county championship games would have to take place in August when the 100's on.
Hammond waits again with 2 slips. Oh, that's a better line from Hannon-Dalby, better length too. And he lets that go.
I would suggest.
So would you in some way weight the points at that time? Would you change the weighting of the points because certain teams were impacted because of players being away?
No, I don't think you can. I think you've just got to get on with it. I think 50% of people who like the 100, 50% don't. I'll come on to what I'm going to say after this ball.
And Dalby in, and again Hammond can't get past Bethel. That's a good diving stop from him at point. No run.
But why should every other competition be affected due to the 100? So what you've got here is you've now got the Royal London Cup has got less games due to the 100. The Ashes are now in June and July. There's no August fixtures in the 100 in the Ashes due to the 100. The county championship stops completely due to the 100, and I think that you can't have one competition actually sort of taking precedent over all the others.
Hannon-Dalby in again. That's pleasantly played without any great force by Hammond up to Will Rhodes.
So my view is that if the ECB are offering counties 1.3 million quid per county to be a part of the 100, then you know you've got to maybe enlarge your squad and use some of that money on having an enlarged squad.
Dan Mousley is out on the field as a sub for Warwickshire at the moment. I'm not sure who isn't out there. Try and work that out during the next over, and Mousley's just been beaten by that to his right-hand side. Again, it's a chase away for Henry Brooks and a good stop, and they'll come back for 3. Hammond's picked up that with pleasant stroke out through extra cover, so I'm not quite sure why Mousley's out there, and he's out there because I think that's Dom Sibley, who was maybe had a bit more pudding than anybody else.
Like Mike Gatting back in the day, he used to have an extra portion of spotted dick and custard.
But Mousley's gone off and Sibley's come back out onto the field.
But, I think it's good debate, and I think, not everyone will agree with my views on the 16-game county championship. George DeBell's article is quite interesting, saying some counties will accept 12 as a compromise, even those who are against it. So that's interesting as well. Anyway, we're going to see Giant Yadav. Oh, what's happened there? Hammond's dug out a Yorker. Davis has come running around. There's bodies everywhere. It's like the opening scene from Saving Private Ryan out there. Hammond's on the floor, Davis on the floor.
His foot was not going anywhere though, was it? I say that. He got his feet a little bit in the wrong place there, but safe in the end.
Nice shot from Hammond through the covers. He's going to get a couple because Rob Yates is out there. Yeah, I don't expect everyone to agree with my views, and I think it's good debate on what's going on. But
the one thing we can say is that 12 have to vote it through,
yeah.
Otherwise it will get bounced back in some form or other.
Yeah, that's well bowled by Yadav.
I suspect, actually, this is kind of going to be the start of the proper debate, though, isn't it? Actually, you've actually got something, you've got a policy to debate, so let's debate it.
That's pleasantly played out to mid-off. Hammond's got to be quick. Gets through for a single. Giant Yadav's got a lovely story behind him. Well, it's actually a very sad story. It came from Anirudh Chowdhury. I mentioned this yesterday, but for those who weren't tuning in, Anirudh Chowdhury was the tour manager for India, and Yadav's mother was killed in a plane crash. Here he comes. Van Buuren defends. Killed in a plane crash 18 years before this story broke a few years back, and it was a lady called Jyoti Yadav who brought him up as her own, allowing him his dream to play Test cricket for India. Here he is, just straying onto the legs of the Gloucestershire skipper. He's probably fourth choice. That's the end of the over, by the way. 84 for 4. He's probably fourth choice in the India setup, isn't he? I mean, you've got Ashwin, you've got Jadeja, you've got Axar Patel. They're the three. If they play on an absolute bunce in India, they pick the three, don't they? And as we saw when England toured out there, the previous winter. They can spin you to death, especially at Ahmedabad or whatever. So
he's a bit better bat though than some of those other three.
Yeah, probably not better than Jadeja or Ashwin.
I wonder what Ashwin's Test batting average is, or first class batting average would be better, more representative probably.
You carry on in, I'll find out.
Yadav's is 25. Out of interest. Yeah,
he got 100, didn't he? Put on 240 with Virat Kohli for the 8th wicket.
Hammond waits for Hannon-Dalby, and Songley defends up to Danny Briggs at mid-on. What should have gone down to just the one slip for Hammond.
Ashwin's is 27 with 500s, 12 50s.
Yeah, so Ashwin would be just above him then, wouldn't he?
And Jadeja?
Jadeja, I think, would be quite a bit above him.
Yeah, revenge of Jadeja. He's nearly 37.
Well, there we are then.
Sure.
Hannon-Dalby into Hammond. Good stop. They might think about perhaps pinching a single to Will Rhodes, but got some help from Danny Briggs and they turn that down. Howland just looked to come in and put back to ball here.
Axar Patel's nearly 30. So all of them come back, aren't they?
Hammond works that way off his hip down to long leg for a single. Warwickshire will follow on, might be a bit pushing things a bit from their point of view, but they'd want to get a lead of, well, 100 if they could, 50 if that was what Gloucestershire got to.
Essex are 5 down.
Chasing 98 to beat Lancashire. Oh,
that took off.
A bit of lift there from Hannon-Dalby to the right-hander. Lots of applause from Henry Brooks at mid-wicket.
Right, let's go round the country.
I say particularly the games at Chelmsford and Southampton are the two that really are of most acute interest.
Well, let's start off the Oval. Top of the table, Surrey got 3-3-3. Yorkshire 49 for 2 in response.
Hannon-Dalby in. Graham Van Buuren lets that go outside the off-stop.
Somerset choosing to bat Taunton 368 for 8 in the game against Northants. So
they're going quite slowly there, aren't they?
Yeah, 130 overs. So,
but I mean, the one thing with Northants this year is that they've done well largely because of their batting rather than because they've been able to bowl sides out. Somerset might think a draw out of that game is all right, but it wouldn't be if Warwickshire won and Kent won. Hannon-Dalby in. Oh, Van Buuren again plays back. I didn't get up very much. Good job he had the bat and pad in the right place.
Chelmsford, Lancashire 131, Essex 107, Lancashire 73, Essex 39 for 5. They had a real humdinger last week. They won a game they had no right to win at Yorkshire. Shane Snater got them out of jail, and I wonder who's going to put their hand up and get them out of trouble.
I'll just give you the live table in a moment, just to indicate how close it really is.
Yep, we'll come to Kent and Hampshire first, so we'll finish off Division 1. So Hammond defends that from Yadav. Kent 165 and 158 for 6 against Hampshire's 57, so Kent leading by 266 runs there. Yadav in. Hammond drives him pleasantly out to deep cover. Runs in like a medium pacer, doesn't he, Yadav?
Not quite. I get the fact that he's not. He doesn't look quite as if he's running in at a spinner's pace, but he's not quite Darren Stevens, which is what Josh implied this morning.
Van Buuren backs away and carves him through a vacant cover, and that's going to go all the way for 4. That's a nice shot. Yadav's actually bowling to a 6-3 leg side field, and one of those 3 is at first slip. So he's got a mid-off and a point, so cover is vacant. What he's trying to do is get Graham Van Buuren to try and drive him through there and turn it back through his gate and bowl him. And Graham Van Buuren, equal to the task, backs away, punches him through the cover. Here's Yadav. And Van Buuren just tucks in behind square on the offside. Ian, give us an up-to-date table.
So the live table, obviously this is the 13th round of games. All the sides have played the same number. Gloucestershire 77, Warwickshire 117, Kent 118, Somerset 126. You could go as far as Yorkshire 135 if you want, but it's probably Somerset, Kent, Warwickshire. You would think are those most at risk.
Yadav and Hammond plays him out to cover for a single.
As if you were to end up with, say, Somerset's game being a draw and Kent and Warwickshire both winning, then it does become absolutely when the music stops kind of time next week, particularly with Kent and Somerset playing each other.
Warwickshire got to go to Hampshire.
It's at Edgbaston, I think.
It's at Edgbaston, yeah. Yeah, so it's a tough one, though. It's a tough one.
And bear in mind that Somerset and Kent have both won 2 games and Warwickshire have only won 1. And that still might count against them.
Well, you never know. They play well here. They might have won 2 by the end of this.
Hannon-Dalby to continue. Well, that's almost a half volley, but it's a good stop.
So if the sides are equal on points and they're equal on wins, what does it then come out to against head-to-heads?
Right, that's beyond my knowledge at the moment.
Oh, Ian Randall. I expect a man of you're a font of knowledge of all things cricket, and I expect a man of your standing in the cricketing world to...
Hannon-Dalby and Hammond defence. Standing? Jeez.
You're in the upper echelons of, experienced commentators, and I'm expecting an answer from you here, Ian.
The answer is I'd need to look it up.
Likewise.
That's the answer.
Likewise.
Do drop us a note this afternoon if you want on email, commentators@glosscc.co.uk. There's our email address at top right hand corner of the screen. I know in particular Dan was very grateful for those of you who got in touch yesterday.
Very much so.
Hannon-Dalby staying around the wicket, and again Hammond just plays that almost dead weight out on the offside, fielded by Sam Hain. Hammond's got 31 from, is that 59 balls? Yeah, 59 balls.
Yeah, I was grateful, and especially the lady who described me as being rather lonely. Which, and I was lonely, Ian, without you. I was. I felt like I was missing part of my anatomy. Ooh.
Steered away firmly to Sibley at backward point.
I felt like, I'd lost my sort of right arm. I felt like there was something missing integrally from my life without you here yesterday.
Yeah, but you still had the cricket, Dan.
Still had the cricket, yes, but
that was the point.
It's just not the same without you, Ian. It's just not the same without you.
Well, there'll be some tension at a couple of other grounds, that's for sure, particularly at Chelmsford. That looks like the game that's going to be well over today. Southampton probably not so much. And then Dalby in. That's nicely played by Hammond. He's picked the gap there on the offside, away through wide mid-off. There's a chase for Rhodes, and they'll pick up 2. Warwickshire captain hasn't had a bowl yet. He's got to think about how he uses his main 3 bowlers are going to be Hannon-Dalby and the 2 spinners. I don't necessarily see a big role for Brooks or Sidebottom. He might be a bit. He might need to blast out a tail ender maybe, but I think for a bit of control, it's pretty clear where he's going to turn. And it'll be this quite mincing run in, or was almost played. Well, it is a mincing run, isn't it?
Well,
his feet are a little bit splayed, aren't they? I'm just describing it, Dan. 94 for 4. I don't know why you... Right, Dan's in bits there for the moment, so we'll just leave Dan with his humour for a minute. And I'm going to see Danny Briggs from the pavilion end.
We've got an email. We've got an email.
Have you? Good.
Yeah, Philip Anderson. He's now back from Greece. He said, "Dear commentators, the 100 will struggle for support in Gloucestershire and Somerset. How can we be enthusiastic about a team called Welsh Fire when Glamorgan are one of our arch rivals?" Going back to the 60s and 70s, cricket was played 7 days a week. Schoolboys had weekend cricket and test players featured in county teams. Yet no one talked about being tired and overworked. As Briggs comes into Van Buuren. What's that hit? That's gone through somewhere, through slip. There's another bye. And Philip continues, yet no one talked about being tired and overworked. Bowlers regularly bowled 1,000 overs a season, 2,000 runs plus for decent batsmen. What about members and giving them enough decent days cricket a season to make membership worthwhile? I look forward to your thoughts. Well, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm thinking about the membership getting value for money. And Hammond just going back there. But if they've got 20 days of red ball cricket, possibly one of
50 over.
That's defended by Hammond.
And there's
how many of T20?
20. That's the point. There's no word in that article about the number. So let's just assume that's the same. You'd have 7 home games in the T20.
Yeah. Hammond using his feet to Briggs. Dot ball.
So you could have
28 days.
28. In fact, you might only have 27 because the white ball would be literally up on the lottery of the draw.
That's a dot ball. And I think that could well be the end of festival cricket. You can't see Cheltenham getting 2 4-day games again, can you? If there are only 5 home games. Hammond goes smashing that. It's gone straight up in the air. And that's out. Oh.
Caught by Bethel.
Yeah, that was an interesting shot. Miles Hammond didn't really need to do that. They're going along quite comfortably. You could see the ball before he'd got on the dance floor, gone down the wicket, and didn't really need to do that. And just smashes it straight up in the air, and that's caught. And he'll be furious with himself. And I think Dale Benkenstein might also be pretty peeved with him too.
Yeah, we're only 20 minutes after lunch. He needs to get reset. And I accept that, Hammond, he felt, and I know Josh didn't imply that this morning necessarily, but if you think there's a ball out there with your name on it, then maybe he felt the best way of getting Gloucestershire into a competitive position was to attack, but he's gone for 33.
Well, I think that's Gloucestershire's, they either don't back themselves to actually, be able to get parity here, or, they think that there is one under their name on it, because they're going along at 4 and over roughly, and there's no need to try and smash these bowlers out of the park.
Well, I did read the report last night on the game at Southampton where Hampshire were bowled out in an hour and a half.
Well,
in a championship game. Now,
their batting is brittle though, Hampshire. It's their bowling that's their strength.
But Sibley showed yesterday, application.
Yeah. Proper cricket that was.
Hannon-Dalby into Graham Van Buuren. Jack Taylor's joined him.
Yeah, two skippers.
And he'll be on strike now. And Jack Taylor, championship-wise, this season, he's only played 2 matches. And scored 31. He's only batted twice. And his total runs are 31. So even like my arithmetic can tell me what his average is. And here he is coming in at number 7. And Gloucestershire still, as you can see on the board there, 178 behind. And I don't see Warwickshire enforcing the follow-on, even if it's close here.
No, as Josh Shaw said before lunch, they won't want to bat last on this.
That was the whole purpose of deciding to bat first. So
Yeah.
why would you leave yourself an awkward chase at the end? Hannon-Dalby in to Jack Taylor, who defends.
Yeah, because what would happen is, say
they'll have to get 80.
Say Gloucestershire 80 behind, and suddenly get 300. All of a sudden, then they've got to bat last, chasing 220 against Africa, which could be, could be very awkward.
Philip, thanks for your email, by the way. I'm not saying that playing 7 days a week was good for all cricketers at that point, but I kind of get your point, and I think what Josh implied this morning was it's not the amount of cricket, it's the way it's scheduled that's the greater issue. Taylor from the crease, very high elbow, plays defensively.
Ian, you were around when Titch Freeman was bowling?
Yeah, I knew Titch pretty well.
Yeah, his record was unbelievable. 1928, he got a mere 304 first-class wickets.
The 2022 version of Kent certainly battling hard for their survival. Nicely played again by Taylor, but again no great force. Only Hannon-Dalby just sending Henry Brooks out to the boundary at deep square here. That's the double bluff, I suspect it might be.
In 6 consecutive seasons, Titch Freeman, from 28 to 33, he took 1,673 wickets.
Taylor waits bat raised, and that was the bluff from Hannon-Dalby. It was a good length ball which Taylor defends. So Gloucestershire at lunch, 74 for 4. They've added 22 for the loss of Miles Hammond to Danny Briggs in Briggs's last over.
He took over 250 wickets every season. Took 10 innings 10 wickets in an innings in 1929, 1930 and 31. And he took 10 or more wickets in a match on 140 occasions. Oh. Danny Briggs from the pavilion end. And Buuren defends. That's some record. Titch Freeman.
So Rhodes is in at slip now with Hayne at short leg.
Talking of Rhodes, Wilfred Rhodes is the only person who's got a higher aggregate of first-class wickets. That's gone out to point. Yadav doing the fielding. Rhodes got 4,204 first-class wickets. I mean, Van Buuren cuts that away. That's got past man at short backward point, and that's going to go away for 4. Van Buuren's very strong in that area. And that brings up the 100 in the 25th over. So, yeah, they are going at 4 and over. Here's the replay. Van Buuren backing away, and
that's what Briggs was doing yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
Anything short.
That's Van Buuren's area, isn't it?
It is.
That's cut square up. Sibley doing the fielding there. Shortmen are often very good cutters of the ball, aren't they? Alan Lamb was a very good cutter of the ball.
Lamb not particularly short.
Yeah. Yeah, he was.
Really?
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Let's have a look.
I won't do the accent, but he said that his attitude was very much to, if you're inside the line of the ball, then you know, if you're a good back foot player, you will score heavily.
5'8".
See, yeah, not tiny then.
No, not tiny, but not in the Harry Pilling class.
Oh no,
but,
no.
You know, he's not in the Will Jefferson class either.
So Hannon-Dalby out of the attack, and Yadav is on. So spin from both ends. Unsurprisingly.
Can Gloucestershire get up to 200?
Well, that'll be quite a feat from here, I think.
I think they'd take that from here, wouldn't you?
Here's Yadav from the Ashley Down Road end, and in the air. Will John Sibley be able to take that? Oh, he won't. It's a good stop, but Jack Taylor trying to go over the top of Sibley, and it was a very good effort, but it was a calculated gamble. Perhaps he picked his fielder there, you might say.
I think Jack Taylor probably had his heart in his mouth there for a little while, because I thought Sibley was going to get that.
Yadav in once more, tossed up and squeezed away between the man at leg slip and short leg.
You do wonder if that was one of the younger fielders who maybe hadn't batted for 6 hours yesterday.
Well, I just wonder whether he picked his fielder. Yadav in, and Taylor defends. Essex need 46 more to beat Lancashire with 4 wickets in hand. Pushed almost onto the leg stump by Yadav. Sometimes think that the balls, when you think of an off spinner, you think about, I mean, he's quite front on, isn't he? Almost that the ball's coming out of the front of the hand rather than being particularly sideways.
Yeah, and he does run in like a, you know, like a dibbly dobbly.
Taylor waits again for him. Yadav, it's a bit shorter this time, but just outside the off stump. And you know, Warwickshire will think they can still create opportunities here. 102 for 5 in after 31 overs. And there is the card. Dent 23, as you can see, and Miles Hammond, the one man out since lunch, having looked, you know, to have got himself set again, and then skied one off Danny Briggs, who is to continue.
That's defended by Graham Van Buuren off Briggs. Lovely dog there we just saw in the photo in the on your screen. There he is. Like us cricketers, dogs come in all shapes and sizes. Van Buuren defends.
I don't know whether Benny was here yesterday.
No, I didn't see him. I haven't seen Benny for a while, actually. I haven't seen him for a while.
Benny the Labrador.
Do miss him, yeah.
For those who are perhaps unaware of the fan club that he has.
That's just blocked there by Van Buuren.
Smaller fan club than Dan Whiting.
I'm in Benny's fan club, mate. I'm all over Benny. He's a big mate of mine here in Bristol. It's just defended. He's a bigger mate of mine if I've got a biscuit in my hand as well.
There's just enough happening for the spinners here, isn't there, for Warwickshire?
There is. I'm not saying Benny's shallow, but he likes me more if I've got a biscuit in my hand.
Yeah.
Van Buuren. That's what Gloucestershire need to do, just to wear down this Warwickshire attack, blunt them. Just take the heat out of the game, and to stop them from taking wickets An hour of Warwickshire not taking wickets. And let's see how much perseverance they've got. Let's see how much heart they've got. Because it happened yesterday with Gloucestershire, and their heart went a little bit when things didn't happen for that sort of hour and a half, 2 hour period.
Where Bracey and Sibley were together.
Yeah, when they put on 108 for the 7th wicket, and it's difficult for sides.
See, from a Gloucestershire point of view, the batters from here, so Jack Taylor, Zaffer, Tom Price a little bit less, they're people who like to attack.
I think this will go down in history as Zaffer's match, and we're going to see a big score from Zaffer, and then he's going to get an 8 for in the second innings.
Well, in the Durham game last...
I have not been drinking.
No, have you not?
No, not a drop.
I think he got 11 wickets in the Durham game last year.
Yeah, so he got 7 or 4, I think, didn't he?
Deficit 172 still.
First things first, though, Gloucestershire just need to make sure that they avoid the follow-on. Even though you think Warwickshire are probably going to bat, it's just that psychological target, isn't it?
Taylor's gone straight there, used his feet, and straight down the ground for 6. He's not going to let Jayant Yadav just come in and float it up to him, let him be bowled 2. He's going to try and take it to the Indian test bowler. Essex have lost a 7th wicket against Lancashire. They still need 43.
Oh!
Taylor waits again for Yadav. Oh, and that's spun, and it's well stopped at leg slip.
Played that well, Jack Taylor. It was a spitting cobra.
Robbie Yates on the fielding.
Yeah, jumped onto his gloves, didn't it?
Yeah,
at pace.
So Yadav's bowled 12 overs without a maiden, 2 for 36. So not perhaps quite the control that Warwickshire would have wanted.
We saw this in the game against Essex away, though, didn't they? They went after Simon Harmer. Simon Harmer got 8 for, but I think it was 8 for 118 or something like that, wasn't it? And they try not to let these quality bowlers settle when they're on a turning wicket. Briggs into Van Buuren. Is that a new Dormo, do you think, there on the Kennington Avenue? That on the White House?
I would say that's fairly new.
On the White House, is that?
Oh, on the white one?
Yeah, is that new? Above there? Is Briggs? I think it is new. I think that's new since we've gone away in 17th of August, I think was the last time.
I wouldn't say they've done that in a month, but there may have been some tarpaulins and scaffolding up there before that, but we didn't notice it.
And Buuren defends that one. I think it's a new dormer, and very nice it is. Is it really a dormer or a roof extension?
Yeah, that's a roof extension, that's not a dormer.
Ian has spoken. If Ian says it's not a dormo, it's not a dormer. Oh, Essex, 8 down. Oh! And Buuren defends. Essex, 8 down. Chelmsford, you little rascal. Briggs to the man known as GVB, who plays out maiden, 108 for 5 at the end of the 34th over.
Just look at that Essex card. They're 57 for 8. George Balderson took a hat-trick before lunch. He has 4 for 12.
Wesley's still in, though.
And Will Williams has 3 for 24.
Good bowler, Will Williams, wasn't he?
Dirtmold tidily here.
Yeah, he was playing in the Whipple, wasn't he, in the West of England Premier League, playing for Bridgewater. They picked him up.
Here is Yadav into Jack Taylor. That was pushed a bit fuller. Taylor again defends. Slip a short leg and a leg slip. Jack Taylor dabs that into the gap beyond where Will Rhodes is. There's a chase for Hannon-Dalby down towards the boundary at third man. They'll take 2, but not 1 on the arm.
That's very well played there from Jack Taylor. He gave it the charge, adjusted, and just ran it down. He realised he wasn't going to get there. Sibley's back now at long on, so he's back about 15 yards in from the line. Taylor realised he wasn't going to get there, so he's just adjusted and run it down as well. Good cricket from Jack Taylor.
Yadav staying over the wicket to the right-handers, and Taylor's gone straight down the ground again here, used his feet. Hasn't quite got, he has got enough on it. I didn't think that was going to go all the way to the rope, but that's the second time he's cleared the rope straight now off Yadav. And something of a counter-attack coming here from Gloucestershire. They're still quite a long way behind on the board, but they're trying to go about this in a positive fashion, and Taylor just checks using his feet this time, and it goes on the bounce to Hayne at short leg. Got a man out now, deep square for Yadav. Taylor goes back.
I want to ask you, as the guru...
So he's got 16, which have included 2 sixes.
As the guru of all things Gloucestershire, yeah?
Mm.
I'll come on to it at the end of the over, because Yadav's quite quick through the overs.
Doesn't hang about. And Taylor goes straight again. And that's gone over Sibley. 6 more. He's almost playing this like a Royal London game, which, given his performances in the Royal London this year, is probably no bad thing. He got 401 runs at 66 with 4 half centuries. Perhaps he figured the best way to go about it is to think of it as a way of attacking the spinner, and he's hit Yadav now down the ground 3 times straight.
Yeah, and they're 3 away from the follow-on. What I was going to ask you, because you just set me up beautifully there, being the broadcaster that you are. Do you think that, firstly, there are green shoots of recovery here in Gloucestershire's season, and do you think that, if so, the Royal London Cup campaign was probably the catalyst for that? I'll leave you to mull over that.
Oh, yeah.
Danny Briggs. Van Buuren defends. I've already put you on the spot here, haven't I?
Yeah, and bear in mind that I saw only 3 of the Royal London matches.
Defended.
3 out of 8. So, I think the different competition did help a bit. Release the shackles of a few. I'm not sure it did much for the bowlers. I think there was some tap around.
Just played firmly through mid-wicket. Good diving stop
some of the bowlers.
Bethel. Do you think the Northants game, and I know we lost that at Cheltenham, but do you think the Northants game, I'll come on to that after this ball by Briggs, defended, the manner in which they lost, do you think that was a catalyst for their improved form? Because there has been an improvement. I thought the Royal London Cup campaign was decent. I thought they played very well against Somerset and probably would have won that game had it not been washed out on the 4th day. That's defended, no run. I think they, I thought they bowled well yesterday.
Yeah, so kind of green shoots. You're looking for maybe more than a handful of players to be putting their hands up for that to be the case.
But I think there are. If you look around the youngsters,
I think Ollie Price at 3 has been Yadav's going to come around the wicket here. He'll make a bowling change for a moment. Has been a calculated gamble, but I think there have there's been some signs there that could bat there. And we were talking to Josh Shaw this morning about the number of left-handers. If you want a right-hander in there, he's probably the one. Yadav in. Taylor wants a sharp single here and he'll get it. Out to Danny Briggs. And Yadav might be quite happy to let Taylor have the single there and to bowl at Van Buuren. And
another wicket at Charlesworth.
Essex in all sorts of trouble. They were only chasing 98 to win.
Well,
cut away by Van Buuren here, and he's going to punch that towards the rope and indeed over the rope at extra cover. He's just got enough on that.
Well, I think with Essex, if you dance with the devil, sometimes you have to dance to the tune that he plays.
Yeah, they're a long way short now. That game's going to be over in about a day and a half. Yadav in, and again Van Buuren goes back. Again, there is an element of risk there. So I think Ben Charlesworth and Ollie Price would be the batting pluses.
Yeah.
In again. And Tom Price has done quite well. Obviously he hasn't been available for the whole season, so Yadav in. Again trying to entice Van Buuren, but it's wide enough that all he can do is get a reasonable inside half of the bat on it out to Rob Yates, and Yadav wastes no time. Straight in again. Tries to spin that, and Van Buuren's cut it past Hannon-Dalby at backward point. He's going to go down towards the rope. Can he slide on it and stop it? He can't, I don't think. That's going to go all the way for 4 more. And for all the fact that he's got 2 wickets, Yadav has been quite expensive here. And I wonder whether Warwickshire might have to think about a change. Gloucestershire got past the follow-on. And these two, who were brought together when Miles Hammond was out, the score then was 95 for 5, so they have added 36 together pretty quickly. 36 in 9 overs, in fact.
So going back to the, I think there are green shoots of recovery, and I think since the Northants game at Cheltenham, we are actually seeing a Gloucestershire side. Is it all over? It's all over. At Essex, it's all over. Oh dear, oh dear.
The worry would be, for me, still, that Zafar looks the most threatening bowler.
Yeah,
and
does.
Therefore the seam bowling unit, even at full fitness, still needs bolstering.
Yeah, but they actually look like taking wickets now. I mean, we've seen at Cheltenham, as I'll come on to it after Briggs has bowled to Jack Taylor. We saw it at Cheltenham and we saw it in the Somerset game. We've seen it here. The attack actually look as if they've got a bit of penetration about them.
Interesting to hear Clive Eakin talk last week. I was at home listening to the match between Warwickshire and Somerset.
Briggs. Taylor's whacked that one through the leg side. That is another 6 runs. Jack Taylor's on a mission here. Moves him on to 29.
He's got 4 sixes in that 29, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's not messing around. But I think, as I said yesterday on air, I think what we've got here at Gloucestershire is the nucleus of some really good young players. If you take in the Price brothers, Ben Charlesworth. Taylor, late cuts. Sibley does the fielding. So you've got the Price brothers, Ben Charlesworth. Ajit Singhdale is a young guy. Yeah, and then you've got James Bracey's not that old. Miles Hammond's not that old. Taylor gone down the ground again. He's thumped that one. I think that's gone all the way as well. Oh no, that's gone for 4. It's just dropped short of the rope. Jack Taylor moves on to 33. And I think what you find there is you can build around that. And if you add in Tommy Buuren, who's just won the National Village Cup for Dumbleton, yeah, who scored 4,000 runs in club cricket. I know it's a difference between club and professional cricket. He scored 4,000 runs in club cricket in the last couple of years. Taylor defends.
And we should say he's in the Gloucestershire Academy system.
He's in the Gloucestershire Academy system, and he's England under-19. So, you know, there are hopes for him. Joe Phillips got a 250 in the twos earlier in the season. Ben Wells has come into the side this season. He looks a prospect. So there's a group there. There's a nucleus that you can build around. If you can recruit around that group, I think the next few years could be quite exciting here at the Seat Unique.
So Essex bowled out in their second innings for 59. George Balderson 5 for 14 and Will Williams 4 for 24. So that game is over within an hour of lunch on the second day, and there have been 40 wickets. Ryan Sidebottom's coming back. Unsurprising that Warwickshire didn't want J.N. Yadav.
Wasn't like that in Don Topley's day, was it?
It certainly was not. And they weren't prepared to have Yadav effectively hit out of the attack here. Or to further erase the advantage that Warwickshire have built up. Sidebottom in. And Van Buuren won't mind that, because this ball is now 39 overs old, in the 39th over, so it'll be a bit softer, and there may not be the movement for the quicker bowlers. So is this the equivalent now, this partnership, of the Briggs and Sibley one yesterday? That's the question. Sidebottom, right on over the wicket, and Van Buuren steers that to Hayne at short mid wicket. Yadav been subject to a bit of tap from Jack Taylor. 14 overs, no maidens, 2 for 59. Just a 1 slip for Sidebottom, 3 saving a single on the offside, 2 on the leg, so fairly orthodox field, and that's gone for 4 past the man at first slip, Rob Yates. And a 50 partnership between these two, with that thick edge reasonably safely played. Takes Van Buuren into the 20s. There's never a chance for Yates.
You make your own luck there, and he's made that by reducing them down to 1 slip.
They've got a man at third man as well, but no chance of him getting it. It was so fine. Sidebottom, who's been quite expensive. Not all of his own doing, to be fair. Sometimes edges don't go for you. But Taylor's rattling along at better than a run a ball at the moment.
Got a lot of time for Jack Taylor as a cricketer.
33 off 31, with, strangely say, 4 sixes and 1 4. So he's got 28 out of 33 with 5 scoring shots. Sidebottom to Van Buuren. Again, he cuts through that big gap down to where about 3rd or 4th slip would be.
Kent 308 ahead.
They've really applied themselves well today, Two of the 3 wickets they lost last night were what you might argue were night watchmen. So, although it said 20 for 3, it wasn't quite a genuine 20 for 3. Sidebottom's on his way, almost before Jack Taylor's got himself settled there, and that's spooned out just short of Henry Brooks.
Ooh.
Yeah, Taylor, well, actually, I want to have another look at that delivery and see what they say. Taylor's just settling himself, and Sidebottom's already on his way. I mean, almost.
Yeah, you
it's
put
almost a
out
moral
there,
victory to the bowler.
You put out. If you're not ready, just put out. I know the bowler doesn't like him.
So Briggs is going to have still the orthodox mid-on and mid-off. See if Van Buuren is interested in taking him on and going over the top.
Van Buuren's more likely to sort of tuck him into the onside, get a single, give Jack Taylor the strike. So he pumps him out to mid-off, no run.
I have to say that this sort of counter-attack from Taylor, it's almost changed the tempo of the game, hasn't it?
Certainly has. Jack Taylor can do that as well. That's a nice shot. Buuren hits that firmly. Yadav missed fields, but no harm done, no run taken from a Warwickshire perspective.
He got a bounce off a worn wicket there.
Yeah. And Buuren defends.
Briggs is quite a tall man. I'm surprised that he's one who pushes it through a little quicker than perhaps you'd like him to.
And Buuren plays that out to extra cover. Rob Yates doing the fielding there.
I would say he's bowling faster than Zafar did yesterday.
Yeah, he is. He's bowling darts. He just needs to get it above the eye line a little bit. And Buuren plays that one out to mid-wicket.
So he plays quite a lot of white ball cricket, Danny Briggs. So
yeah,
that adjustment of white ball pace to red ball pace is the test for him.
Chopped away by Van Buuren. No run. Made an over. Some calm in this sea of madness here in the last half hour.
95 for 5 when Miles Hammond was out, skying a ball off Briggs to Jacob Bethel. Gloucestershire had the damage of losing James Bracey to Yadav on the stroke of lunch. And then
Bracey's been bowled a few times like that, hasn't he? Trying to work it leg side off the spinner. I don't know if it's something you'll go away and have a look at over the winter perhaps. I hope so, because
146 for 5, 128 is the deficit. Sidebottom to continue, and Jack Taylor a little bit more respectful to the new ball man from Victoria.
I hope Bracey does, because of firing James Bracey is good news for Gloucestershire. And he's an absolute quality player.
I did notice there was a conversation yesterday on Twitter between you and another correspondent who said, "I'm just picking my team for the opening match of next season." Which I thought it was an interesting thing to be doing when you're 2 weeks from the end of this season. Short ball from Sidebottom. Taylor thought about the ramp and got underneath it, and in the end didn't play the shot.
Which brings me nicely. Are the Price brothers available from the start of next season?
Well, so I understood that Tom had finished, but that Ollie was still at Durham.
Right. Okay. And Tom was at Durham as well, wasn't he?
I think they're both there. Yeah.
Yeah, bright lads.
Obviously Harris is known to be coming back. Sidebottom in. Oh, and again that's fired down the leg side. Good take from Alex Davis. Fired a bit too sharply down the leg side by Sidebottom. If you have here we are, 8 minutes past 2. If you've been out this morning, have joined us sort of partway through the day. Gloucestershire took the last 2 wickets for 19 this morning. 1 wicket to Tom Price and 1 wicket to Zafar Gahar, who finished with 5 for 64. 274 was the Warwickshire total. Sidebottom to Jack Taylor. Played that into the ground on the bounce over Jacob Bethel, and that will go out for away for 4 to the point boundary. Proves how hard this square is. 150 up for Gloucestershire. And remember, Warwickshire 138 for 6 at one point. That's when Briggs joined Sibley, and a start of 108 ensued after that. Is there another similar partnership here for Gloucestershire with these two? Skipper Graham Van Buuren and white ball captain Jack Taylor. Van Buuren has 24. Sidebottom to ball to Taylor, who's now on to 37. So he's got, this is his highest red ball innings of the season. So it's only his 3rd match, so that's the point we must make in saying that. Sidebottom's got quite a long run, a very straight run. Strides past his marker. Comes in, and Jack Taylor's got the run off the bottom of the bat. Alex Davies is on the chase from behind the stumps. They'll get 2 probably. A good return. Taylor a touch fortunate there. I'm not sure he really knew where that had gone. But pick up another couple. Here's a second look at it. That's right on the bottom half of the bat.
I love watching Jack Taylor. There's something sort of swashbuckling about him, isn't he? He takes the game to the opposition, and I like that. He grabs a game by the sort of scruff of the neck.
Do you think he has that freedom because of where he bats in the order?
Yeah, potentially, but I think he's just a naturally aggressive cricketer. It's in contrast to how he is as a human being. He's one of the most sort of relaxed, polite people around, isn't he? But you put him on a cricket pitch. I mean, if he was the same bloke on a cricket pitch as he is in real life, I think he'd be, as Van Buuren plays that, and they're going to get a single. Yadav's a little bit deep there at point. If he was the same bloke on the cricket pitch as he was in real life, I think, or sorry, and the same bloke in real life as he is on the cricket pitch, I think he'd be quite a confrontational, sort of aggressive chap, but nothing could be further from the truth. He's a lovely guy, very mild-mannered, and always smiling. Here's Briggs to Taylor, who defends. He's a Spurs fan, though, Ian.
Yeah, he's a Spurs fan.
Yeah. He can't have everything. But apart from that, I like him. Defended. No, good. Nice people. Kevin Taylor, the dad, he's involved on Twitter. Nice guy. Briggs to Taylor, who chops that one backwards square. Sibley does the fielding, no run. And Matt Taylor's a nice guy as well, isn't he? He's always got a smile, always says hello. He's always very polite around the club, isn't he? Represents, they handle themselves very well as individuals. Taylor defends.
I remember when I think Matt was still at school when he first played in a 40 over game at the Cheltenham Festival when he made his first team debut.
Taylor whacks that one out to long off, single. That moves him into the 40s. 154 for 5. 42 overs gone. Graham Van Buuren is just playing very serenely, very nicely for 25. And Gloucestershire trail by 120, and it's certainly looking a damn sight better for the hosts than it was about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, 95 for 5 could have been 150 all out from there, but it's really got into their work. But again, the ball's softened up a bit. Taylor's taken the attack to Yadav in particular, and Warwickshire have been forced to make a change and withdraw the Indian. Here is Sidebottom in, that's pulled away, that'll be 4, that's too short. And once again, Taylor getting into a position to whip that away through mid-wicket. And the closest that Yadav's getting to be involved in the game at the moment is to go and field the ball from behind one of the pitch covers. I say, it's almost as if he's treating this a little bit like a like a Royal London game. If I can go out here and bat for an hour and just try and wrestle the initiative back, that seems the way he's going about this. Sidebottom in again, and
crowd enjoying it, though, aren't they?
Up to Rhodes. Well, yes, because it's a different way of trying to achieve what. So Sibley took the view yesterday that if he was patient and batted all day and didn't get out, then he'd find somebody in the end who would stick around with him, and Warwickshire would end up with a workable score, which is fine. Gloucestershire might be getting there in little more than 2 sessions at the moment. Sidebottom in, pulled again from Taylor. There's no bounce there for the quicker bowlers, I don't think. Not really to hurry.
Not now the ball's gone. Not now the new ball has gone, but I thought yesterday Ajit Singh Dale got it to go through a little bit, and this wicket here, as Josh Shaw said earlier, it's the one they used for Yorkshire. I think this has got the most oomph in it of the whole square. You saw Harris Ralph for Yorkshire extract some life out of it.
Bear in mind, in that game, I think it was 211 Yorkshire we left to chase. Sidebottom in, again, back foot. And a little bit of a yes-no hesitation there, but they're going to get a single anyway. And Warwickshire haven't worked it out yet. I'm surprised they haven't worked it out that Graham Van Buuren's strongest area is off the back foot.
Yeah.
Don't bowl it back of a length to him, because he's more likely to just keep the scoreboard ticking up. 116, 43 overs. That's pretty fast scoring. Sidebottom in again. And that's crashed away again off the back foot by Taylor. 4 more. Henry Brooks is down on the rope in front of the pavilion clock down there, but this is only Sidebottom's 5th over, and he's going at nearly 7 and over at the moment. You can't bowl for very long at that rate. I expect to have too much of an impact. Yes, he's taken the 1 wicket, but he's been quite loose. And that's a good stop. Bethel's done well there. That could easily have been 4 more. But Jack Taylor's got to 50 very quickly here. 50 at better than a runner ball, with 4 4s and 4 6s, I think. 47 balls. There we are, there's the card.
Yeah, wonderful counter-attacking from Jack Taylor. You know, you've got these guys, these are the experienced guys. They're the think tank of this Gloucestershire side, aren't they? Graham Van Buuren, the skipper, Jack Taylor, the white ball skipper, and these two are, you know, putting the foundations in for Gloucestershire to get parity or even get a small lead.
Well, here's Briggs.
That's just gone back with a square there. Dominic Sibley. Taylor defends that one.
Sidebottom's bowled 5 overs for 39. You can't You can't be doing that and be staying on very long, can you?
No. Defended, back to Briggs.
Yeah, you have to say possibly you might have to turn back to Brooks or Hannon-Dalby again.
That's gone. Where's that one gone? Briggs just straying onto his leg stump. Jack Taylor, what a pickup. Puts him into the mound stand. Another 6. 171 for 5. Taylor's on the 56 now.
And we're not talking a
Botham-esque.
It's not a particularly small boundary to that side either.
No.
The pitch is almost in the middle of the square.
But these 6s he's hitting, he doesn't even look like he's actually smashing them. It's just pure timing, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got a man out now at deep mid-wicket.
Briggs to Taylor, just chops that one. That's going to get past Sibley. That's going to go pretty close to the rope. Sibley hauls it in. And just 2 more to Jack Taylor. He likes the late cut as well. What I like about him is he can play, you know, he can play with power and panache. You know, he's got the deft touch as well, as we just saw there. Just picks up another couple of runs. Late cut. Briggs. Taylor plays that one out too long off. Even the singles are getting applauded. Bristol crowd love him. That completes the over.
I didn't
174.
complete this point earlier on.
Yeah, go on.
You know what it's like with our conversation. The cricket's on, and we're talking about the cricket. But
things happening in the game of cricket, and it ruins our chat. It ruins our little conversations, doesn't it?
The important thing is that we're going to have Yadav back into the attack. Listening to Clive Eakin and Mark Church last week describing the Warwickshire, Clive Eakin and Anthony Gibson describing the Warwickshire-Somerset game. Clive Eakin's point as to why Warwickshire are down the bottom of the table is they have not been able to bowl sides out. That is his view. It's not that the batting hasn't been awful, but the problem that they've really had is bowling sides out when they've got into a decent position.
Yeah, we had a good email about that yesterday, actually, from a Warwickshire fan.
Yadav back on from this Ashley Down Road end.
Yeah, Warwickshire fan yesterday. I mean, if you take Sam Hain, who's averaging nearly 77 out of the equation.
Taylor waits for Yadav, that's into the ground, past Hain at short leg.
You've got the Warwickshire averages then. You've got Matthew Lamb and Michael Burgess averaging in the 40s. Sibley was averaging in the he was averaging 36 before this one, so he's probably moved into the 40s now.
Yadav in again. It's a little bit short, but a good stop from Rob Yates. Slip and a short leg. Got long on and long off back now for Taylor. Again, he defends.
And then you've got Rhodes averaging 32, Davis averaging 29. Yates, who got 1,000 runs last year, has got 152.
Taylor again forward. Yes, he's had an indifferent year, Rob Yates, if I was supposed to say.
Yeah.
He's not played in every game.
No. Tell you what, I thought he looked good at Cheltenham. He got 87 in the Royal London Cup, didn't he? I thought he looked excellent at Cheltenham. Down the ground, he looked superb. But their bowling as well isn't exactly been firing massively. If you look, Hannon-Dalby's averaging 23. And then you've got Siraj and Norwell both not playing in this game. Then you've got Briggs averaging 44.5. Henry Brooks averaging 50. Miles averaging 65. Will Rose averaging 71. I mean, that's where the problem lies, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
I know Edgbaston can get flat, can get very You know, when the sun's out, it's one of those
So
look-ups.
here's a quiz question. Without looking, what have these people got in common? Nazim Shah,
Yeah,
Dom Goodman,
yeah.
Ollie Price, Jack Taylor, Brad Wheel, Glenn Phillips, Jared Warner, and Miles Hammond.
Briggs in to Van Buuren. Right, and they've all had a bowl this year without taking a championship wicket.
They've all got one championship wicket.
Wow. Briggs to Van Buuren. I'm surprised. I thought Jared had got more than that. And he's been a little bit unlucky at times.
And of those bowlers, Miles Hammond has bowled more than anybody else.
Oh, that nearly sneaks through Graham Van Buuren. 100 behind the hosts. Briggs just tossing it up perhaps a little more than he was earlier. Oh, stutters in his run up. Dead ball, starts again. Van Buuren hits him out to mid-off.
That's
ball just
that's
bobbles.
more the length I would have thought he ought to be bowling.
Yeah.
It's been a little bit short.
Yeah, he's bowling perhaps white ball.
White ball length, yeah.
Van Buuren plays that, hits short leg.
13 overs, 1 for 31, Danny Briggs. Jane Yoder, 15 overs,
Sam Hain, the man at short leg there.
2 for 59. And Lee Brooks only bowled 4 overs in one spell before lunch. And there's, I think, a drink being brought out for the old the towel to mop the perspiring head for both these two. But they've done really well. They've added 79 together for the 6th wicket. 95 for 5 when Miles Hammond was out. 8
overs till tea. Now, I don't want to put the mockers on Josh Shaw's commentary, but
so they've got to bowl 8 overs in 44 minutes. I think they're going to be a bit ahead of that, don't you?
Yeah.
Yadav in once more and squeezed past.
Depends if Jack Taylor loses the ball in the car park.
Well, yeah, might be an element of that. Yates is at orthodox mid-wicket. And Yadav trots in again. Taylor goes back. Just the one slip. Not much has got past the bat though from the spinners lately.
No, and what's interesting is they've gone, the batsmen have just sort of relaxed a little bit. They spread the field.
Back foot again from Taylor, found the gap through the covers where there is a space. Briggs on the chase, they'll come back for 2 out towards the mound stand.
But they're being a little bit more defensive, and it's as if they've realised they've got the field spread. Now they can, you know, just work the 1s and 2s. Good, sensible cricket.
And now trots in away from us. That didn't get up a lot. Jack Taylor might have looked to pull that away to mid-wicket. There is a man out on the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, wickets have in different bounce.
Henry Brooks' man out there.
Wickets in different bounce. Any shot with a horizontal bat is a very dangerous shot to play.
He's done it again there. Played it into Haynes' body. Caught it on his bottom by the looks of it. Might have felt that. But it will go down as a dot ball in Adrian Bull's scorebook at the far end of the ground, and also on his computer as well. The scorers still do a hand-written book and also a computerised one as well.
You're listening to Dan Whiting, Ian Randall, live on the Gloucestershire stream, where the hosts are fighting back, having been put under the cosh by their visitors from up the M5.
There's probably every chance now that Gloucestershire will be looking for at least parity.
Briggs to Van Buuren, cuts that one squared. Good work from Yadav, cuts off what is probably going to be a boundary there. And Van Buuren comes through for a single.
I think Warwickshire would have been hopeful at lunch that they might have had a handy lead. Even more so when Bracey was out. Or when Hammond was out, I should say. Not so much now.
Oh, that's gorgeous. Jack Taylor. Late cut. Wristy. Sibley doing the fielding. 2 more to his total. A few of the gents having a little wander around the ground. Ollie Price. I think that's Tom Smith with them. Dominic Goodman. Jack Taylor plays that back.
Sibley does look like somebody who you want to be fielding at first slip most of the day, don't you? I don't think.
It got quite warm yesterday afternoon, you know. It was a day like today where you think, oh, it's cloudy, it's not going to be that warm, and the sun's actually still quite fierce.
Yeah, Sibley's mobility not amongst the top fielders in the Warwickshire side, I don't think you'd say.
Taylor hits that to the aforementioned Sibley.
Off to Surrey at the end of the season.
Yeah. Taylor defends that one.
Back to Surrey, we should say.
That's the over. We're seeing a little bit of a trend there, aren't we? Ryan Higgins has done it. Gone from Middlesex to Gloucestershire, back to Middlesex.
Is there somebody out there who Gloucestershire... Okay, who of the former players currently playing elsewhere would you like to sign for Gloucestershire?
Yeah, I think Norwell and Miles might be on that list.
Oh, I think. I'd have Norwell back.
Yeah.
I think Craig is a.
Gareth Roderick got a big 100 the other day, didn't he?
Yeah, he's not played an awful lot at Worcestershire actually. Yeah, I'd have into a new over.
Mike Proctor, 40 years younger.
Oh, Mike Proctor, 40 years younger, yes.
I think he'd probably still do a job now.
Yeah, Dave. Tosses that right up. And it's driven by Van Buuren off the bottom of the bat, really, up to mid-on. Where Sibley is patrolling. Yeah, Dave. Oh, Van Buuren goes back a long way outside the leg stump there and ends up just playing it back down the pitch to the bowler. Yadav wants one of those to not bounce too much, and he might have some joy then. Just a dab from Van Buuren, he won't get a single there. Rhodes again does the fielding. Certainly he's got more to ponder at the moment, Will Rhodes, than his opposite number, who's taking strike. Yadav. In. Oh, it's just come out into the vacant area on the offside. If there'd been a silly point in there, it would have been a comfortable catch.
There we go. The devil is still in this pitch. There's still a bit of naughtiness in it.
Van Buuren going back, and then going back to that one. And just finding it spinning into him further than he thought. Drive, no run from the Gloucestershire captain. He'd have probably thought he should have had a wicket in that over, and had there been anybody other than a solitary slip catching on the offside, well, he would have almost certainly have disappeared. There's the card, 179 for 5, 95 behind her. It wasn't until last week that Gloucestershire in that Somerset match got a lead on first innings for the first time this season. Dan Mousey's just come out again as a sub-fielder. Not sure who's gone off, but here is Briggs.
Some animal that's like croaking away in the distance. I thought it sounds like a bullfrog. There's Briggs to Taylor. Briggs in again. Past umpire Rob White. Ooh, Taylor plays that one a little uppishly. Hard hands. Short, Taylor cut hard, but only straight to Jayant Yadav. Taylor plays that one out to Longoff. They'll stroll through for a easy single. Briggs in, Van Buuren plays out to mid-off, they've got to be quick. Oh, that was tight. Van Buuren was struggling there, I think, if that hit.
It's only Hannon-Dalby, I think, at mid-off.
Last thing Gloucestershire need is for this to be broken by a run out. Let's have a look at this. He was gone.
Yeah.
He was gone there.
Saw the bounce, the A, the puff of dust, but B, the bounce from Hannon-Dalby's throw. But overall, Gloucester are going along here at well over 3.5 and over.
This animal, whatever it is driving me mad. It comes out in the afternoon.
Here's Yadav. And that's, has it gone past Tom Sibley? It has. That's going to go all the way away to the boundary for 4. Up to the wide long on boundary. Attempted tumbling stop from Sibley, couldn't haul it in, and 4 more to Graham Van Buuren.
That was a lovely shot.
So at Taunton, Northants just in a little spot of bother. 389 got Somerset, got Northants 29 for 3 in reply. Lancashire have beaten Essex, as we know. Yadav in, and he's bowled. Van Buuren going back, that was the one he was looking for, the one where the bounce just helped the bowler a bit. Van Buuren had been prepared to go back, and there, really for the first time, he didn't get the trust in the pitch. Might have actually almost gone off the bottom edge, actually, of his bat. And as you can see, a slightly delayed reaction to the leg bail, but the off bail goes, and a good partnership worth 90 is finally broken, but Van Buuren has to go for 32.
Yeah, as I said, if you play with a horizontal bat on this wicket, it's dangerous. You can't trust the bounce. Some are jumping, some are shooting a little bit low. And Graham Van Buuren just took one risk too many there and lost his off stump. But fantastic partnership there, 90 as you said, Ian, and Van Buuren and Jack Taylor have really rescued this innings.
So here's Zafar, who also likes to put bat to ball. So they're probably going to keep going, I would think.
Yeah, I see no reason to not to.
In this fashion. So just to recap, so Northants 29 for 3 in reply to Somerset's 389 at Taunton. At Chelmsford, Lancashire have beaten Essex by 38 runs, bowling them out for 59 in their second innings. And Kent are now 337 ahead of Hampshire, 229 for 7 they are second time round. So Zafar with Yadav bowling around the wicket to him. That's left-handed, of course. And he is a handy player to have coming in at number 8, averaging 27 this season. And he's gone for I see he's gone for the big mow away into the country on the leg side. Didn't get a touch. How many 50s for Zafar this season? Is it 2? 3 in fact. In once more, a big appeal for an LBW. May have been going over the top, I would have thought.
I'm not sure if it turned enough to actually do something. I wonder if it's just going on down the leg side. But it looked close. It was well worth a shout.
How far forward is it? Might have put that stride forward might have just have been enough to convince the umpire it might have been going over. The end of a successful over for Jayant Yadav. Took 3 wickets on his Warwickshire debut last week, and he now has 3 for. My screen to update. 3 for 65 from 18 overs. So Tom Price, Ajit Singh Dale and David Payne, the batsmen still to come. But Gloucestershire would, well, they'd like another 50 at least, wouldn't they, here?
Yeah, they would. See how 1 wicket can change a game. And we saw that yesterday.
Still very possible. I mean, they could still get power. If Zafar can get in, there's no reason why he can't provide some decent support for Jack Taylor.
Here is Jack Taylor. Danny Briggs is going to go over the wicket at him and try and put it into his legs. There's a man deep on the leg side out at mid-wicket. Jack Taylor booting that one away. You can't be out. Ball pitches outside leg stump whether you play a shot or not. So as soon as Briggs puts it into that rough, Jack Taylor is going to show. There we go again, showing the left foot of his hero Glenn Hoddle, no doubt. Taylor boots it away again.
All Rhodes orchestrating things from.
Yeah, that one just went
slip.
That one just went square of the wicket. That's more Vinnie Samways, perhaps.
So Haynes taken the helmet to go in at short leg.
Taylor pushes that into the onside. They run the first one quickly. They think about 2. They don't take on the second. Bethel quickly off the
Briggs
boundary.
just straightened his line a bit when Hayne went in there, didn't he?
Yeah.
For Zafar, still a slip on a short leg by the looks of it.
Sam Hayne, he'll be looking to make amends. He looked a little bit scratchy yesterday. He got 10 in about 80 odd balls. And he's had a wonderful season. He's through the 1,000 run barrier. Zafar defends.
If anybody should be able to play an orthodox slow left armer, you'd think it would be Zaffa, wouldn't you?
Doesn't work like that, though, does it? It's left alone, but I wonder if that's hit the gloves. Doesn't work like that. Wicket keepers get stumped. Fielders get run out. There's the scorecard, 186 for 6. Jack Taylor, the man of the moment. 4 fours, 5 sixes in that 65. Take that out of the equation. It makes some grim reading for Gloucestershire fans.
You need some support now from Zafra and from Tom Price in particular, you would think.
Yeah.
To try and get Gloucestershire as close as they can to that 274 that Warwickshire got. Yadav. In once more to Taylor. I think we'd be surprised if Warwickshire weren't batting tonight, wouldn't you?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
At some stage.
Oh, well played.
He's played that with very soft hands, Jack Taylor. The close catchers were excited about the edge, but it was played down so that Hayne couldn't reach it. Yadav once more on it. This time it goes past Hayne off the rebound, and Hannon-Dalby mops up, prevents the single. Quite bright sunshine now. And Yadav over the wicket. Fires that down the leg side. That's not a great delivery for his wicket keeper, and Davis has done pretty well to stop that. Didn't give him anything to work with at all there.
Warwickshire +3 on the over rate. After this, there should be normally only one more until the tea interval. There's still 25 minutes until that occurs.
Yadav in again. That's down the leg side. Well, I think there's a that he's never. I think the first one might have been an error, but that looked like a definite plan there. Well, they think that Jack Taylor is toppling, or in danger of toppling. I don't know. Will he try the third one in a row? No, that's straighter. And Davis defends. Hayne can't do the keepy uppy at the end of the over.
Well, he's brought up in Australia. Have you seen him play football?
Overall match position 274. And Gloucestershire, with those are the bowling figures just briefly on your screen. Gloucestershire now 88 behind, with 4 wickets in hand. But once again, we've seen sort of a clutch of wickets with the reasonably hard ball, and then when the ball gets soft, 2 batsmen can get in.
Well bowled by Briggs. Zaffa just getting down the pitch to him. Just holds it back a little. Zaffa goes sweeping. Hits the pad, but he's way outside the line. Zaffa just needs to get bound ball, get himself in. I think this is one of those wickets you just need to get yourself in on, don't you? Field's being adjusted now, so the deep backward square's gone out, short fine leg, which is unusual because Zaffa normally likes to give himself a little bit of room and hit through the offside, so but he'd be hitting against the spin if he did that. His Briggs over the wicket to him. That's much better from Zaffa. Proper shot, that is. Not I'm saying a sweep's not a proper shot, but you know, you get my gist, Ian. You get my gist.
They've got 2 men out on the leg side.
Quicker ball from Briggs, arm ball as well by the look of it.
Trying to prevent him from playing that big mow into the leg side on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground.
Nice shot from Zaffer. He's going to get a couple. Plays it through extra cover. There's a house over there by the entrance on Neville Road, Ian. I think they might be putting in a dormo. There's some scaffolding going up around it.
Essential work out of the cricket season.
Defended by Zaffer. Completes the over. 188 for 6. 53 overs gone. 54 overs gone actually. And Zaffer is on 2. Jack Taylor 65. And the hosts are 86 behind.
Bit of a chat between Jack Taylor and Zafar Gahar. In the same way that Taylor's kind of got a licence batting at 7, I think Zafar's got quite a free licence batting at 8 actually.
Yeah. What do you think they're saying? Who's going to whack him?
Is it cucumber?
What brand of beard trimmer do you use?
Yeah, is it cucumber egg sandwiches again at tea? Yadav from the Ashley Down Road end. In and Taylor waits for that, plays that from his crease. Warwickshire not the loudest team in the field, are they?
No. Yeah. Not like Somerset.
Yadav in, that's tossed right up. About to Dom Sibley up wide, long on for a single. Now then.
I think we spoke about Lancashire, didn't we, last time, Ian? And they got docked 6 points. We were talking about their... they were quite loud in the field, and they were quite dissentful. They didn't get pulled up in the game here, but there was some poor body language with decisions, wasn't there, from the likes of Tom Bailey, etc. They got docked 6 points last week, didn't they? So, Mr. Wells, I think, was the guilty party, or was it Mr. Jennings? One of those two.
So Giant Yadav hasn't bowled to Zafar, I don't think, before, so he's taking a fresh guard, and Giant's coming Yadav's going round the wicket to him, and Zafar's pulled that away off a big paddle, and it's going to go all the way to deep square for 4. Kept it down.
Oh, here, look, Yadav is that getting a warning?
Well, he's certainly being spoken to by the umpire for his follow through here.
Peter Hartley doesn't like it.
Was it the reaction after that last delivery? Let's see. Yadav in, that's steered away by Zafar. It's a chase for Hannon-Dalby. There should be 2 in this, and there will be. Not the best throw from OHD, as he's known. Good job his middle name isn't Michael.
Orchestral manoeuvres.
Maneuvers in the dark, yeah. Sorry.
Oh, our very own Joan of Arc, Ian Randall.
Yadav around the wicket once more, and again Zafar forward.
Are you a fan of orchestral manoeuvres in the dark, Ian?
Yeah, there was what was their main tune?
Joan of Arc, wasn't it?
Was it?
We have to have a look.
When
Zafar
Zafar pulled out very late there. It didn't. That delivery from Giant Yadav didn't hit the stumps just as well. That would have been the odd question. Yadav around the wicket. Spun a little bit out of a foothold, I suspect. Zafar let it go. So Yadav now 3-4-72. He's got through 20 overs Briggs has bowled 17 overs, 1 for 39. The spinners have done the bulk of the work here for Warwickshire. Hannon-Dalby just a brief spell after lunch. 9 overs, 1 for 27 in all. Sidebottom's been expensive. 1 for 39 from 5, and Henry Brooks has bowled only 4 overs. So it really is a day for the spinners. And Jack Taylor's not had a lot of the strike in the last 10 minutes or so.
No, Trevor got to number 5 in 1981 in the UK. Souvenir got to number 3. Locomotion, number 5. That's outside Taylor's leg stump. He kicks it away. There was a cry of catch it, but I think he's got his hands well out of the way. There is a risk of it just riding up your pads, isn't there, and flicking the glove, which I think would bring Sam Hain into business there at short leg. Briggs. I don't like to see this though from Briggs. It's a wicket that's going sideways here. He should be going around the wicket to the right-hander. He's got all the conditions in his favour, and he's going over the wicket and chucking it outside Jack Taylor's leg stump. And Warwickshire need to force a result here. There's one more to Jack Taylor. They need to force a result. Somerset look like they're going to do well in the game against Northants. Kent are going well. Warwickshire need to actually make things happen here. Not just bowl dry and bowl it outside Jack Taylor's leg stump. Briggs to Zaffer. Just runs in backward a square. Just the one.
Perhaps it indicates that their confidence is a bit brittle.
Possibly. Possibly. It's
you know, when you haven't
speaking
won,
to a few Bears fans,
when you haven't won a game for a long time in this format.
Yeah, speaking to a few Bears fans yesterday, and it's not been a particularly happy season. They're not overly happy with Mark Robinson. Farbrace has announced his departure as well as sporting director, isn't he? Or director of cricket. There's one more to Jack Taylor there. He came in as a sporting director, got the Italian football club model, didn't they?
And then the question is now whether Ashley Giles goes back into that role, or whether Giles goes to Worcestershire, which is the other one that apparently is tempting him at the moment.
Right, okay. Is he going to be a bear or a pear?
Would you like something fresh to go at? He's been at Warwickshire twice already.
Yeah. Defended by Zaffer. End of the over. 198 for 6. 56 overs gone.
Kent 249 for 8.
We're going to get one time
against Hampshire. Jack Leaning 110 not out. That's a very important century for him.
Yeah, good player, Jack Leaning. Good player. Ex-Yorkshire. Can bowl a little bit as well. Bowl some tidy off breaks.
Another chat now between skipper and Indian off spinner. You'd have to once again try and disrupt Jack Taylor's rhythm, which he's lost a little bit of it lately because he hasn't had much strike.
But if Kent gets a draw there,
Yadav in and Taylor cuts. If Kent get it,
I believe Gloucestershire are relegated, aren't they?
That I'm sure would be true. I thought you would explain it more in the sense of what might happen at the bottom with the teams trying to stay up, but. Yadav to Zafar. A little bit of drift for him if it's really pitched up.
Yeah.
Zaffa has 9. Yadav to bowl to him. He's tried almost to sweep that from leg side of his front leg. It spooned away into the offside. A second look at this. How far down the leg side was he going? He probably thought it was a safe shot. I don't know how wide it was. Yadav again. And again, just steered to Briggs. So Warwickshire haven't had much in the cordon today since the early wicket taken by Sidebottom when Charlesworth was out. Zaffa goes back this time. Yes, they're really trying to trust their spinners here. Yadav in, and Zaffa just gets that. Yeah, that was a one that just jabbed the finger against the bat handle.
Yeah, bottom of the thumb, I think. They can be quite painful, as Cameron Hasty in the office will tell you. He's copped one on the thumb the other day.
Yeah, just again, umpire Peter Hartley at this, and just having a look at Jayant Yadav's follow through from around the wicket. Now, over the wicket is not an issue, but it's where he sort of comes through about second pace of the follow through from around the wicket. Just
well,
another look at that.
I'm not sure he's had a proper warning yet. I think he's just having a friendly word, but if he is running on the pitch, you warn, don't you? And then second time he's taken off. And there are penalty runs, aren't there?
Well, I'm not sure about the penalty runs.
Oh, now.
Don't think so.
Oh, let's have a look.
I know there are penalty runs for a fielder picking up a wicketkeeper's glove.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder whether last week Harry Finch didn't know about that rule. Here's Briggs to continue from the pavilion end. 10 minutes until tea, so Gloucestershire would want no further damage until that point.
Over the wicket to Taylor, just drops in.
.69 off 93, Jack Taylor.
Taylor rocks back, cuts, can only find Yadav. Taylor kicks it away. No run. Taylor puts him through. Mid-wicket, long on, that brings up the 200. Comes up in the 58th over, and Jack Taylor moves into the 70s, the catalyst for getting his side to such a total.
So if you include his Royal London innings, that's his 5th 50 of the season.
Zaffa defends. That's the end of the over, 200 for 6.
Yeah, so Warwickshire still got 20 overs to bowl until they can have a second new ball. Gloucestershire might think that this is the prime time for them to be counter-attacking if they can. with these two together. I appreciate that the tea interval will be a concentration disruptor of some degree, but Warwickshire are going to be quite a long way ahead on overs bowled today. And Yadav is going to go around the wicket to the right-handed Taylor here, so getting a slight change of thought. He's tried bowling over the wicket to him, no joy there. So is there going to be anything from around the wicket? Worked off his hip on the bounce to Ollie Hannon-Dalby. The result of going round the wicket, the man on the deep square leg boundary has gone a bit straighter, and the man at deep backward square has gone finer.
Here we go in. Law 41, 13.4. If in that innings the same bowler contravenes this law, as in running down the pitch, a third time, so he gets 2 warnings.
Yadav in, and again Taylor defends.
When the ball is dead, the umpire shall direct the captain of the fielding side to suspend the bowler immediately from bowling. If applicable, the over shall be completed by another bowler. The bowler thus suspended should not be allowed to bowl again in their innings. Inform the other umpire, inform the batters and the captain of the batting side.
In, and again Taylor thinks he's missed out there. Was it short enough to pay that cut shot through the vacant point area? Well, he thought so.
There's no 5 penalty runs.
No, I didn't think there was. He had to change his line, going back over the wicket to Taylor now.
But a fielder willfully damaging the pitch. A lot of the laws of the cricket, the word willful comes into it. So if, like we saw with Kent the other day, a fielder willfully uses part of his clothing to field the ball, that's 5 penalty runs.
Yadav to Taylor, who's changed the tempo of this game this afternoon with a bright and breezy innings, increasing the... Actually, he sort of started really aggressively, 4 sixes in his first 30 runs, hit down the ground off Giant Yadav. And then a little bit more measured, but still, as you can see, there's the importance of Taylor's innings coming in at number 7, 71 not out. Put on 90 with Graham Van Buuren, who made 32. This might be the last over before tea, but it's pretty hard for Danny Briggs to take 4 minutes over and over.
Yeah, especially if he's putting it outside leg stump and Jack Taylor's kicking it away like that. He's willfully bowling it outside leg stump here.
You might have a bit of a chat about that at the tea interval.
I think so.
Whether that's the right tactic.
Ball goes up in the air.
Nothing off the bat though. Sibley's going to make a move here. Over and across to
Rhodes, the skipper there at first slip. There we go. He's going back around the wicket. This is much better. Well done, Will Rhodes. Worth a look, see if Jack Taylor made the mistake, I suppose, but really, if you want to bowl Gloucestershire out, you've got to do a little bit more than that. And there we go. First ball. He comes around the wicket, finds the edge of Jack Taylor's bat, and he's snaffled at slip by Will Rhodes for an outstanding 71.
Well, that's really irritating for Gloucestershire at that point in the day in particular. It's probably the last over before tea. It almost certainly will be the last over before tea now that the wicket's fallen, and in fact the players are going off. And Taylor will get a warm hand for his 71. But now Gloucestershire might struggle to get to within, say, 30 of that Warwickshire total, which is what they'd really want. Taylor gets a warm hand, but it's been an afternoon where Gloucestershire have taken the game to Warwickshire. They've scored 127 in the session for the loss of 3 wickets. But that does represent a counter-attack of some force, really, because at 74 for 4 at lunch, you just said Warwickshire were in the box seat. They probably still are a little bit in front in the game, but not by much.
52-48 perhaps in their favour. But I think this game's going to go all the way. I think we're on for a real humdinger here at the Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol Inn, and I can't wait to see what happens. This game's intriguing. Well, it ebbs and flows.
And we said we thought Warwickshire will be batting tonight, and almost certainly that you would think would be the case now.
Yeah, I think so. But this game,
Zafra and Tom Price have got to try and eke out as much as they can.
But just as you think this game is going one way or the other, well, we thought just after lunch, it's going Warwickshire's favour. Jack Taylor comes out and plays an innings like that, so we'll see what happens after tea. But I, for one, can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, the weather is set fair again. We've been so lucky this week. Here we are, middle of September. The equinox technically is tonight, isn't it? 21st.
23rd, is it 21st?
21st, yeah, the equinox technically is tonight too. So we are in autumn, meteorological autumn tomorrow. You wouldn't think so, though, with the weather. But we're going to just put the kettle on. Hopefully you might do as well.
We're going to collect some conkers.
201-4-7 with Jack Taylor dismissed. Caught at slip by Rhodes off the last ball before tea, so Danny Briggs will have an over to complete at the resumption, and Tom Price will walk out at number 9 with Zafar to resume as Gloucestershire's 8th wicket pair. Join us just before 3:30.
Good afternoon and welcome back to part 3 of the second day here. This clash from the Seat Unique Stadium between Gloucestershire and Warwickshire, where Gloucestershire will resume on 201 for 7, having lost Jack Taylor right on the stroke of tea for rather enterprising 71. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm joined by Ian Randall as umpires Peter Hartley and Rob White make their way out the middle. Ian, good knock that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a counter puncher's knock, if you like. 95 for 5. You wondered where the Gloucestershire innings was going. Miles Hammond had just got out. He skied a ball off Danny Briggs to Bethel at cover, and Jack Taylor's view was, well, I'm going to treat this like a Royal London game.
Yep.
And he came in and attacked Yadav in particular, cleared the rope straight down the ground 3 times, and forced Yadav out of the attack, and also forced Warwickshire a little bit more onto the defensive, and that meant that he and Van Buuren could pick off the runs, or pick off the singles and the twos, to try and get Gloucestershire as close as they could to this Warwickshire score. And they got right to the cusp of tea in the last over before tea, and Dan was getting quite uptight about Danny Briggs bowling over the wicket negatively into the rough, and Jack Taylor just basically padding the ball away, unable to be out. LBW said Briggs has got to come round the wicket. Briggs comes round the wicket, first ball, Taylor gets an edge, and it's taken by Will Rhodes at slip. So that stand, a good stand that it was, worth 106, almost parallel with the Briggs and Sibley stand yesterday, but now it's been broken and Briggs has got to complete his over, and he's got Tom Price to bowl at.
Yep, 2 balls left, I think. Here he is, first ball, and Price defends that one back to him. Where do you see this game going in? Do you think it's going to come down to, I think Gloucestershire gets to 250, become a 1 innings game? I'll come on to it after this ball. Oh, that's turned and jumped and bounced. Maybe there's one more ball in the over.
What 50 runs would feel like a significant advantage, I think.
Yeah.
20 or 30, handy, but not necessarily meaningful.
Price just plays that out. Rob Yates does the fielding. That's the end of the over. 201 for 7. Price yet to score. Zafar Gahar is on 9. Ian, where do you see this game going?
I think I'm with you. Increasingly, it looks like it's going to be a one innings game, give or take. If Gloucestershire can just squeeze that lead down as far as they can, they've got to bat last. I think Warwickshire would say that they've got to give themselves enough time to bowl Gloucestershire out. Equally, Gloucestershire know that a draw isn't much use to them either. So, if it's possible, Gloucestershire might see Warwickshire kind of attack tomorrow, a bit like the way they played yesterday, very, very patiently. Here is Yadav. That's pitched right up on Zafar's front pad.
It's pad first there, but I think it's going down the leg side anyway. Do you think Warwickshire will bat tonight?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they'll.
And it could be quite an awkward little period for them, couldn't it?
I think they will be batting tonight. We've still got 2 out, although it says 26 overs, we're going to have more than that. Quite a bit more than that, I would have thought. We'll be playing till 5:30. Yadav with a slip and a short leg. Zafar again, forward again. The LBW pill goes up, but he's getting quite a big stride in there.
He had one that looked rather adjacent, didn't he, before tea?
Yeah, I think it's on height as much as anything else. Yadav. That's tossed right up. That's the tricky one. Zafar has squeezed that away out to Jacob Bethel, and they'll just take one. Whether they'll get to a stage of needing a second new ball remains to be seen. Still got 20 overs with this one, and it looks to me as if Briggs and Yadav are going to be bowling probably through here. Tom Price waits for Yadav. He goes back, plays that, just almost pats it out to Sam Hain. Yadav tries to drift that one in, but Price gets a big stride in. Tom Price is batting this season, top score of 39, so he can bat, but you wouldn't be absolutely sure he could hang around for a long time with Zafar necessarily.
No, I've got a feeling he gave Simon Harmer a bit of long handle in that game at Chelmsford. I can't remember off the top of my head, but
I'll look and see when that 39 was.
Was it Cheltenham? Yeah, Cheltenham, second innings against Northants.
Oh, there we are.
Got 11 and 39, got 50 in the game. And here's Briggs to Zafar, who just about jams the bat down on that one.
Yeah, this is.
And he got a pair at Cheltenham against Hampshire. He was the nail in the coffin of Kyle Abbott's hat-trick, wasn't he? It's nicely flighted there by
In a way,
Briggs.
he's a typical number 9. He can get runs,
Yeah,
but it's probably a little more a surprise that he does than he doesn't.
Yeah. Briggs. Zafar goes, plays him out to long on. Single.
Just to
203.
say that Kent are all out at the Aegeus Bowl, so Hampshire will need 378 to win.
Briggs to Price, who rocks back, tries to cut, doesn't time it, and it dribbles into the offside. Drop us an email, commentators@glossccc.co.uk, and I'll answer you. There it is, top right hand corner of your screen in a minute. Price leaves that one alone. There it is, top right hand corner of your screen. That's our email address. Drop us a line. Let us know how you think this game's going to go. Let us know what you think of that wicket at Chelmsford. Price whacks that one into the offside. Rob Yates equal to it. And any easy questions I'll answer, and all the difficult ones Ian Randall will deal with. He likes those ones.
I have to say that
He goes to bed dreaming about those questions.
what the difficult ones.
Yeah.
No, I know that we discussed it during Cheltenham, where on their run, and I'm sure Dan may have mentioned it yesterday, but congratulations to Dumbleton Cricket Club from right up in the north of the county, who won the village final at Lord's on Sunday. Young Tom Borman out of the Gloucestershire Academy got 71. And that's up in the air, and it's just spun the wrong side to Danny Briggs. He couldn't get his geography right for that. They're going to come back for 2. Zafar on the sweep. High over Briggs's head. And he wasn't sure whether to go left or right or look up to see if it was going to drop straight to him. But he can't see off that camera shot. Briggs just running out of the bottom right-hand corner of your picture. But that was an element of risk for Zafar. That's a more orthodox shot.
Whilst on congratulations to Graham Van Buuren, who was presented with the Player of the Year for 2021 by the Gloucestershire Exiles. And I'll come on to it after this.
So that is the Exiles Player of the Year.
That's the Exiles Player of the Year for 21, and there's 300 members in the Exiles. They are the biggest official supporters group, and you can join them. It's great if you're not around the local area. Join them. £10 a year. A couple of copies of Outside Edge, and they're a nice bunch of blokes and ladies.
Not much bounce there for Yadav. Price went back. He would have thought that was an error at one point, but did just have it fire down the leg side, and puff of dust as Alex Davis takes it.
All that sort of dust and smoke coming up from the pitch.
Yadav in again, and Price defends.
Being
So
around Phil
I
Tufnell.
suspect that Van Buuren would have got that possibly for... So last season he took 16 wickets in the Royal London Cup. He also made 2 50s in that competition as well. And in the Championship he made a century and 4 50s. So, you know, he had a pretty good year last year.
Yeah.
Didn't get much chance in the T20. Only played 4 games. But he's had one or two fielding-induced injuries, Graham Van Buuren, in his time at Gloucestershire.
Briggs from the pavilion end over the wicket to Zafar, who hits that one firmly. Sam Hain does well. Short leg.
Nothing's really gone his way in that position, has it? So Charlesworth had 2 catches at short leg yesterday.
Yeah, one of them was excellent, going back over his shoulder, diving away. Did well to turn. He's a big guy, Charlesworth, and he's about 6'4". Did well to turn and catch it over his shoulder.
There's quite a bit of dust out there.
Yeah. A bit like my front room here. Zafar defends. A bit like the top of my television set.
Talking of which, I saw this in a... Oh, it's one of these silly things you see in sort of gift shops at the seaside.
Briggs. Zafar plays it out to long on. 1 run.
And it's... I think it was a fridge magnet. And it said... Dust testing in progress. Do not disturb the samples.
Quite right.
Which I thought was a...
Quite right. Briggs. Defended by Tom Price. I saw one once in one of those places and said, I wish I was as good a bloke as my dog thinks I am. And I do. It's defended by Tom Price. Dot ball, end of the over, 207.
Shall we ask for the funniest frig magnet saying you've seen?
Yeah. Well, you don't see anymore. And this was like an 80s thing, wasn't it? Those little sort of things on the back of stickers on the back of cars. They've sort of gone out they've gone out of fashion somewhat, haven't they?
Yeah.
You know, my other car is a Porsche and stuff like that.
In your case, it probably is. Here is Yadav into Zafar. First movement from both Zafar and Tom Price tends to be back.
Yeah. Yeah.
They must clearly feel it's coming onto the bat so slowly that they can readjust. Yadav staying around the wicket, that's tossed up.
I get the feeling Zafar is biding his time here before the levers come out.
He's checking his impetuousness very well at the moment. You're still 67 behind. wheezing their way towards that 274.
Beautifully poised, this, isn't it?
Yeah, you wouldn't like to pick a winner out of this. And tossed up but fielded by Yates, not the tidiest throw. Are you still of the view that you wouldn't want to be batting last on this pitch?
Yeah, even more so.
Yadav. Wicket, that's dabbed away. Oh, I would say to Hannon-Dalby. It was past Hannon-Dalby, actually going down towards the right boundary in front of the club office. They'll take 2, and Tom Price is swift enough. They'll come back for a comfortable 3.
Yeah, even more so, I think. You know, you saw the ground staff out there at tea. You know, there's a lot of dust, a lot of smoke coming up, isn't there, off the pitch? Like probably, you know, like sitting next to Phil Tufnell back in the day, wasn't it? And yeah, I think it's just going to rag more and more. It depends though on the pace of the turn. If it's slow turn, you can cope with that and adjust. And it wouldn't surprise me if Gloucestershire get the new ball. It wouldn't surprise me if Zafar Gahar opens with the new ball, because the ball's going to spin sharper, spin faster. Danny Briggs. There's Zafar. Across the line. I don't think Sibley picked that up out in the deep. He dives for that, and I think it flicks the cap, but there's no extra run there.
He and Brooks both set off quite late for that.
Yeah, I don't think they picked it up. It's quite hard, I think, to pick it up out of the college to well, it's to our left here. Oh, Zafar backs away, trying to cut. Misses it. 2 runs to Zafar the ball before, by the way, so 2-12 is the score. Just nerdled into the onside for a single. We've noticed yesterday, Ian, that both PA announcers...
You noticed yesterday?
I noticed, and James Healy noticed as well on our production team here. Noticed that both PA announcers we've had this season, in Dan White and Ben Feasy, dot ball, both say Zafar Gahar. It's a very quintessentially English pronunciation of it, isn't it? Briggs, Price plays him firmly out to mid-on. One ball left in the over. Tom Price gets hold of that one. That's gone all the way for 6. Big shot, Tom Price. 219 for 7. What a way to get off the mark.
Yeah, let's have a second look at this. There is nobody out on the leg side. That was absolutely right in the slot.
Yeah, it's a shot to nothing. There's no one out there. You know, even if you mistime it, you're likely to get away with it. As long as you don't get a leading edge and it spoons out to cover.
So we played that really belligerently. Deficit down to 55. Yadav into Zafar again, get one more. He's quietly got to 22.
Yeah.
And you know, you're saying about the Exiles Player of the Year for last year, and I get the fact that they've presented it late this time, but if you look at Zafar's contribution across all the formats, he must be a very, very warm favourite for a Player of the Year for this year.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's going to be in with a shout. That's I think Tom Price is in with a shout. I think he'll get young player, but I think he should be in with a shout player of the year.
Zaffa's got 37 wickets. So he averages 27 with the bat.
Chris Dent's got to be in with a shout. But Price and Dent have both missed a number of games.
Zaffa took 13 wickets in the Royal London.
Yeah.
So he's over 50 wickets in all formats. Hey, that's not bad for your overseas bowler, I would say.
Yeah, you take that.
Yadav signed to try and keep Warwickshire in the top division. Not having things all his own way here, though. As you can see, 3 for 82. He's had quite a long bowl, I know, but that's, again, Price going back. Different sort of bowler to Simon Harmer, isn't it? For example, I mean obviously talking about Essex today because their game is over and Harmer's taken wickets in that game, and Essex haven't won, which is relatively unusual at Chelmsford. But Harmer's a taller man, gets more loop,
and he gets bounce. Bounce can be just as much of a weapon, can't it? Than he gets over that front leg and gets the bounce. Yeah, that's quite chest on. Oh, that's late cut by Zaffa. I think he meant to do it. I'm not sure he meant to get it that fine because it wasn't a million miles away from the hands of Will Rhodes, but he's going to get 4 runs for it, and that brings Warwickshire's lead down to 50. This is probably a bit finer than I think he meant to get it.
Yes, it was very low when it got to Rhodes, wasn't it? That was the one thing you'd say.
Yeah.
And Rhodes is quite close there as well, too, at first.
Yeah. Briggs in. Zaffa gets forward, smothers the spin, smothers the turn, smothers the danger. Sam Hain waiting. Short leg. It's a good take there by Davis. Whips the stumps off. Whips the bails off. It's in Zaffa's mind though not to get that glove back pad to Sam Hain there at short leg. He's waiting. Oh, that's gone down the leg side, and that is going to run away for 2
byes, I would think.
2 byes.
I don't think there was anything on that at all.
Yep, 2 byes. So
Davis hasn't had a great day behind the stumps today, I don't think.
No, I think Burgess has been doing the keeping all season for them, hasn't he? Zaffa tickles that one round the corner. Only 1 run. Sibley doing the fielding down there. Not that he's done a lot in this game, has he? Only batted for 6 hours yesterday.
I think he's wanted a quiet day in the field, I might say.
I bet. Briggs to Tom Price. That's gone straight up in the air, mid-off. That's the end of Tom Price. 227 for 8.
Caught by Hannon-Dalby. You said about the risk of playing that shot to nothing out in the leg side was that you literally spoon one up and it goes to cover. Well, that went to mid-off, so it was a tantamount to the same thing.
Yeah. You're playing against the spin. It's always a danger you're going to get a leading edge. And Tom Price goes for 6.
So just the 1 scoring shot.
Yep, which will bring to the wicket David Payne, I should imagine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Coming down the steps, far end of the ground. 8 minutes to 4 we are at the moment. So remember, 5:30 finish tonight, and we're racing ahead on our overs for today. So there's going to be no issue about going beyond that. In fact, we'll have more than the allotted overs by that point. 47 the deficit. Can Gloucestershire squeeze out another 20 perhaps? Could they get to 250? That would be a psychological barrier for them. But
Yeah, I think so.
as we know, just to stop you, there's only been one game, and that was the game at Somerset, where they've been ahead on first innings.
Yeah.
And again, the risk is that they won't be ahead on first innings here.
Yeah, I think if they can get to 250, that puts them, 24 behind. I think they'll take that. Especially
That's
when they
not
were...
I wouldn't say that is a significant lead. Doesn't feel a significant lead.
No, especially when they were 95 for 5 just after lunch. They'll take that.
That was the last ball of the over. And someone I think has perhaps Zaffa's decided that the best policy now is to attack. He's going to take the counter punching role. Tries to go for the reverse paddle. Zaffa has 3 wickets. Zaffa respectfully forward.
It's an interesting one, this, isn't it? Will Rose is coming to have a chat with Giant Yadav here. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Do you counter-attack? Do you stick or twist? Do you, we saw the relevance of Jack Taylor's innings, and he twisted.
So here's just a thought.
Dominic Sibley
given
stuck.
the balance of the day, Warwickshire's seam bowlers have only bowled 18 overs, and the spinners have bowled 50. That tells you.
Oh dear.
That's going to go away for a 4 from Zaffa. He's got that right off the top edge. He's nicked that hard, effectively, straight over Will Rhodes.
It's almost taken Rhodes' head off there, I think. That turned, jumped, spun, did everything.
Here's a second look at it. I think Rhodes couldn't believe it. It's gone away at a really awkward angle. He wouldn't have got it anyway. 231 for 8. Is Zaffa going to chance his arm here, I wonder? Wouldn't blame him if he did.
No.
They feel that's the best way.
Do you think Zaffa could bat 6 or 7?
7 possibly. I don't think I want to see him batting as high as 6. That would feel a bit high. It was a tight call here for a single, and no run out at the non-strikers. And Zaffa got home. I think actually 8. He can bat with quite a lot of freedom at 8.
Yeah.
And maybe that's his kind of his best position, if you like. If he doesn't get runs there, he's not really expected to. If he does, it's a welcome bonus.
Yeah.
But I say this season he's started this match with 412 aggregate runs. This will be his 10th championship game out of 13, which was probably more than he thought he'd get when he signed basically on almost as a pay-as-you-play for the first part of the season, and then found himself, as you said earlier, bowling 60 overs at Old Trafford back in that first block of games. So David Payne to face Yadav for the first time. Got a leg slip in as well now. Try to catch it, but only went away off the thigh pad. It's the only ball left in the over. Yadav has bowled 27 overs, 3 for 87, and Briggs 24 overs, 3 for 59. They say they've done the bulk of the work here for Warwickshire. And I don't see either of the quick bowlers coming back to finish this off. I think that the two spinners ought to be able to take care of it.
Yeah. Dent Yadav will feel it's like one of the pitches back home in India. That's Bishopston, more Bangalore, I think, this one. Real dust bowl. Zafar turns that one round the corner. No run. Zafar backs away, just plays that into the offside, no run. 232 for 8.
Yeah, every 10 runs from here helps Gloucestershire a little bit.
Yeah, it does. Zafar reverse sweeps, gets that one around the corner. He's going to get a couple at least. Does he want a third? No, he sends David Payne back. David Payne's no mug with the bat, though, is he?
I get the. He might very politely shoot me down here. I get the impression probably he was probably a better bat 2 or 3 years ago, kind of pre-COVID.
Yeah. Well, I think COVID's got a lot to answer for, especially David Payne's batting. No, I know what you mean, though. Probably the break, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you add up the fact that he's not played a vast amount of championship cricket, one truncated season.
Zafar goes down the ground and smashes Danny Briggs back over his head for 6 runs. Takes the score to 240. And Zafar Gahar moves on to 40. That's a nice shot, nice footwork. Zafar defends. That's the end of the over.
See,
grab the single.
Payne played 10 championship games last season. Made 102 runs in those 10 matches. But obviously before that you had a truncated season in 2020, and this is only his 5th championship match of this season. Only 24 runs to date. So I think it feels like since the promotion promotion season in 2019, it doesn't feel as if he's had a huge impact with the bat.
No, that's a lovely shot from Zafar there, wasn't it?
He's Payne facing now, and stays inside the line from Jayant Yadav.
That's a proper authentic shot from Zafar. Nice high backlift. The Lahore Lara.
3 4s and a 6 he's got at the moment, Zafar. Payne forward. Is he the only Hannon-Dalby of this Gloucestershire? Can hang about.
Yeah.
Or somebody at the other end perhaps attacks, and that's what Sibley didn't really do this morning with the last 2 wickets. Yadav up, and again Payne is forward. But I mean, is it possible here? Zafar's got 3 innings left in which to bowl. Is it possible he could get 500 runs and 50 wickets in the championship? Tossed right up and caught and bowled. But he'll have to do it pretty quickly now. Payne is out. A naught against his name. A fairly simple caught and bowled chance to Jayant Yadav. And Gloucestershire are 9 down. Tossed right up, and he knew as soon as he'd hit it, it was just one of those straightforward ones that you don't expect an international bowler to drop, and he didn't.
No, just it straight back at Giant Yadav.
Yeah, Zaffa's just taken a drink from Dom Goodman. And Ajit Singh Dale coming out at number 11. So the board says 16 overs to go in the day, but that's a complete nonsense because you've got an hour and a half's cricket to go yet. And Gloucestershire would love another 10, and then whatever they can get after that is to their benefit. But Sibley and Yates have got to start thinking about batting now.
Yeah, they certainly have.
And it's going to be an awkward little period for them tonight. It's, going to be around about an hour or so where they don't have a huge amount to gain in that hour. But Gloucestershire could gain a lot if they got 2 or 3 wickets.
Yeah, but saying that, if they suddenly scored 60 in that hour...
Oh, I get that.
With a lead of...
20.
Or 30.
Could still be. What will Singh Dale make of Giant Yadav as he comes forward and defends?
If they're nearly 100 ahead by the close of play tonight, they'll fancy their chances, Warwickshire.
Yes, I'm not sure they'd be that far ahead tonight. That would take some doing. I think somebody would need to head off at breakneck speed. I don't think Sibley would do that. Well, the Yates might do it. It's a different matter.
Yeah, Yates looked to put bat to ball yesterday. It was a really good passage of play where he's played Ajit Singh Dale down the ground. Beautiful 4. Singh Dale's then dropped it short. Yates has pulled him through mid-wicket. There were words had between batsman and bowler. And then Singh Dale's just pushed one across and Yates has followed it and nicked it off. Jack Taylor did the rest at slip. It's a, good high-octane cricket.
So Zaffa now, he's got pretty free licence, I think, here. I think Briggs is having a chat with Will Rhodes.
Yeah, Zaffa's having a chat with Davis and Sam Hain. Where do you reckon this?
Hampshire 378 to win against Kent. They are 9 for 1.
Ooh. Briggs, where's this one going? Straight back over Briggs's head, do you think? Zaffa bats up. Whatever you think Zaffa's going to do, he'll do the opposite.
Yeah.
But I think this is going towards the club offices, this one. I think that might be his arc. Tickle round the corner, no run.
He'd love another half century, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would.
Zaffa, 3 this season in the Championship.
Yeah, he would.
Could squeeze another 10 out.
Reverse from Zaffa. Only goes to Sibley round the corner, no run. What he does, Zaffa, you think, oh, he's only got about 15. And suddenly you look up and he's on about 40. That's gone down the ground. That is over people's heads and into the Thatcher's bar for 6 runs.
It's a good shot. Ollie Hannon-Dalby watching that all the way. Could I reach it? Could I reach it? Could I reach it? No. I'm on the rope and it's going well over me.
Yeah.
Was a good use of the feet though again.
Yeah.
Batted really well in the Royal London Cup against Warwickshire actually at Cheltenham, if you might remember. Got 62 in that game.
Briggs. Zaffa goes reversing. Again, can only find Sibley. Round the corner. Going to want the 1 here.
Yes.
Yeah, Hain just comes out, short leg, comes into cover.
1 ball left in the over, I think.
And that one's gone in the air, into the leg side. And he'll pick up the 1 comfortably.
So he's within 1 blow of his own 50, and Gloucestershire within 1 blow of the extra batting point. And in a sense, the card, as much as the Warwickshire card had, you know, Sibley and Briggs dominating it, the Gloucestershire card, again, it's a bits and pieces kind of card.
Yeah.
Certainly at the top, Dent and Hammond in particular getting starts, and then Van Buuren, Taylor and Zaffer have sort of bolstered the total with the lower middle order. Two good partnerships, but in particular the one between Van Buuren and Taylor that was worth 90. So long on and long on and long off out. No, long on out, long off, mid off up. No, the Bethel's being sent back, understandably. In fact, they're probably doing this to give Zaffer the single, to be fair. They'd like to have a bowl at Ajit Singh Dale. A long email from Jacqueline Forsyth, which we might get to when the 10th wicket goes. May have a chance to do that at that point.
So I'm just chuckling. We've had an email from Jacqueline Forsyth. I'll read it out.
Good stop from Yates, tumbling to his right at extra cover. Zaffer tried to lift it over him. There is a man out on the rope anyway, but he would have wanted the single. 247 for 9. Zaffer on 47. Yadav tries to tease him with a wider one. He's dabbed it down towards the third man boundary. Zaffer will come back for 2, and he'll go to 49. Well, we are going to be left with a game, in essence, 1 innings per side. Here, there's going to be negligible in it on first innings. And Zaffer gets to his half century. He wants 2 here, but he's sending Ajit Singh Dale back, and he gets a warm round of applause again from this Bristol crowd who've been patient today. And Zaffer raises his bat. That is, in the championship this season, that is his 4th 50. And he's got 1 in the Royal London as well. In fact, he's got 2 in the Royal London, I think. Yeah, 2 in the Royal London. So he's got 6 half centuries in all cricket this season, as well as more than 50 wickets in all formats. And here is Yadav to Singh Dale, who defends back up the pitch. And his number 74 balls, 2 6s and 3 4s. Yadav again to Singh Dale, who again defends. And if he can just hang around for 20 minutes here, Ajit Singh Dale, then Zaffer might decide against the old ball he's going to chance his arm a bit, quite rightly.
We've had some emails, and I'll come on to them. I'll come on to Jacqueline Forsyth first. The croaking noise is not a bullfrog. Both Sam Morgan and Jeff Hosier have said it's a pair of ravens, and it's roosting up in the floodlights. They've been there for the last few years, Sam said. So it's in my cans. It's in my outside effects mic, and it's driving me round the bend, guys. But thank you for clarifying that it's not a bullfrog. Do we get bullfrogs in this country, or are they American?
Not sure.
Anyway, it's a pair of ravens. So there you go. They're up on the floodlights. And Tom from Rain Stop Play, inspection at 3.
Not today.
Well, he's talking about your orchestral manoeuvres in the dark. Whatever, Hannon-Dalby. Thomas Dalby, do you remember him? Hyperactive. Danny Briggs. But Tom says, surely Enola Gay or the wonderful Electricity on the fantastic Factory Records are the great tunes. Got to agree with you there, Tom. Andy McCluskey bobbing his head about, dancing. Fantastic stuff. Briggs to Zafar, who reverses that, gets it away for 4. So now the Warwickshire lead is just 20.
He likes that shot.
Yeah, he
Zafar
does.
Really, he plays it with a real whip about it as well.
Yeah,
It isn't just a sort of a genuine paddle. He's playing it with some force.
yeah.
I wonder if he's had some time in the nets with Miles Hammond is probably as good a reverse sweeper as Gloucestershire have got. So I wonder if he's had some time in the nets with Miles, saying, how can I improve this part of my batting?
Briggs to Zafar, who defends. Jacqueline Forsyth sent a lovely email which says,
Do you want to do that one? And I'll do Mark from Madrid's email, which is a bit shorter.
yeah. Shall I do Jacqueline first? Briggs.
It's tricky
Dot
when
ball.
the spinners are on because there's not a lot of time between deliveries.
No. Well, Jacqueline said it's good to have you back, Ian. If only to save Dan from his lonely situation. Well, it's good to have you back, full stop, Ian. I was very lonely without him, Jacqueline. Almost put an ad in the paper. Almost went online. Almost went onto Tinder. Find a new commentator. Other dating apps are available. Briggs. Zafar crunches that. That's gone through the hands there of Yates, and Zafar will be content to pick up the 1. There's 1 ball left in the over, and if Singdale can keep that one out, Zafar will retain the strike. So Jacqueline promised us some thoughts on the 100 yesterday, but I think it's fait accompli and hardly worth pursuing. It's just too depressing. Totally agree with Dan with all you say about structure and schedules of future county cricket. Like you, I love the county game and 50 over matches. Jacqueline's a little bit shocked, Ian, that we might have to take what's handed to us by the ECB. Well, I think Singdale just digs that one out. No run, end of the over. 2:55 for 9. So, I don't think Ian was actually sort of saying you've got to take what's given to us, but I think there is an element of the county chairman could go against their members if they want and vote however they want. So I think that's more the point you were trying to put across, weren't you, Ian?
That was just a view that would some county chairs say, kind of, give me the money.
Yeah.
How much is it? Right, it's this much. Okay, give me the money.
And as Jacqueline says, she said that's not democracy and it's not cricket, and we have a right to raise questions. And as a member of some 25 years standing, she will continue to do that. So
that's fair enough.
Yeah, fair play.
And you know, if there are enough people that do challenge that proposal, and the 12 teams don't vote for it, then it may be split down into say, okay, which bits of it do you accept and which bits do you not?
Yeah. She says, finally, I just want to thank you both for your very enjoyable commentary this season. It's been a pleasure to listen and to hear your analysis and to chuckle at the light-hearted approach and banter occasionally.
Tossed up by Yadav, but defended this time by Zafar.
Dan, you very kindly read out my pop music cricket-related songs and you laughed so much I feared you might fall off the balcony. I think that was at Cheltenham, actually. I do remember that. Do you remember It's Murder on the Dance Floor? I do remember.
That spat a bit. Zafar went to go back and try and drop the hands on that.
She wanted to offer the Sprice Girls, but thought it might offend Tom and Ollie. Anyway, some happy memories this season.
Yadav to Zafar again. He goes for the...
Bowled him.
He's bowled him. I say he's again, he goes for the paddle and he's been bowled. And Yadav has finished with 5 wickets. And Gloucestershire are all out. 19 in arrears for 255. Zafar last man out. Here he is trying to play the reverse sweep at it, and he's gone behind his back leg. And Yadav has finished with 5 wickets. I think if you'd have offered Gloucestershire 255 against 274 when they went into bat this morning, I don't think they would have been too upset to be marginally behind. Yes, they're behind, but it almost creates a one innings match now, and the heavy roller comes back out for the second time today. And I'll give you the final bowling figures. Zaffa's figures in the end, out for 55 from 80 fours. So he and Jack Taylor with 71, the top contributors. 33 from Miles Hammond, 32 from Graham Van Buuren. Chris Dent got 23 at the start before he was LBW to Yadav. That was when he misjudged the length. And Yadav has finished with 4 for 90. And Briggs, so 5 for 90. Briggs with 3 for 79. Ollie Hannon-Dalby 1 for 27. It's finely balanced, this.
Very. It's game on, and this is going to be a really good game of cricket. Let's see what happens this evening. Cause
12 overs, but in reality more likely 16 overs, I would have thought, because we're going to have about an hour's batting tonight.
Yeah, this is a crucial hour in the context of this game. It really is. Can Warwickshire, take the game away from Gloucestershire a little bit, or can Gloucestershire nip out 3 quick wickets in the last hour and really put Warwickshire under the cosh?
So just a couple of quick emails before we just take a brief breather. Tom from Rainstock Place says, surely Enola Gay or the wonderful Electricity on the wonderful factory records are the great tunes we were talking about in terms of orchestral movies in the dark. I thought he was going to say Emilio Gay for a moment, but not so. And Mark from Madrid says, oh, that we could see more pitches like this that give spinners some real encouragement by playing half the championship by the end of May. We've almost eliminated the spinner from the game. Save those two who are freak cases, and I mean by that Simon Harmer, who can take wickets on green seamers, or workhorses like Zaffa, who bowl up to 60 overs just to increases the spells between the seam bowlers' efforts when there is nothing really in the pitch. Watching the batsmen battle for runs against a clever spinner is a real joy. When also was the last time we saw Jack Taylor back with such confidence in a first-class game? This year's white ball exploits have revived his red ball batting. I think that is a fair point to make.
Email. It's a good email. We've had some fantastic emails here.
Dan was looking at green shoots for next season. One of those questions might be, if you want to get Jack Taylor into that team, where do you bat him? If you bat him at 7, you haven't got a genuine all-rounder batting above him in the team as it currently stands. Graham Van Buuren doesn't bowl himself very much.
No.
None of the top 5 are regular bowlers, so therefore you've only really got Zaffa and 3 seamers. Yeah. Are you a bowler light in that situation?
Well, does Charlesworth come in as that extra seamer next year?
Well, and that's the great unknown, because most of Ben's problems with injuries have been around his bowling.
Yeah.
So, hey, that's probably a question for another day.
Food for thought.
Here.
I'm just going to sign off Jacqueline's email.
Okay.
And she said she's got some very happy memories this season. So it doesn't look so good now, but she thinks they're playing well and they'll thrive next year. So that just goes on to get that. Thanks once again. I hope you get the gig next season. We'll look forward to it. And can I say, if Jack Longstaff from the office is listening in, that Jacqueline is not my agent in any shape or any form and has no connection to me. But Jacqueline, thank you so much for your email. Thanks for listening in this season.
And I can, as the roller is on the pitch, Stuart Milton, who's a Warwickshire member, says Warwickshire once again failed to finish off a team when looking to be on top. We are heading to the second division and probably deserve to go down, he says. Well, not a done deal yet, Stuart. That's all I'd say. The lead is 19. There's going to be an hour's batting tonight. I suppose a lot could happen. Not much could happen. The only way to find out is to stay with us. We'll be start 19 ahead.
Welcome back. Here we go. The bell has tolled. Ding ding. Round 3. Gloucestershire v Warwickshire.
It's like it's Act 3 of a play, isn't it? This.
Yeah, it's a story, isn't it? Playing out in front of our eyes like an Iliad.
So I mean, how long they've worked the overs out now, and they've gone to 9 overs. And yet we've got an hour and 6 minutes left, so they're miles in front in terms of where we should be on the overs. So it'll be a definite 5:30 finish tonight.
Who's going to take the first one? David Payne, by the look of it.
Possibly. Zaffa, though, was looking at the other end.
Yeah.
And you'd have to say that, yes, I know he's had a long bowl in the first innings, but he's just come off the back of a half century. Probably feels pretty good. I wouldn't be averse to tossing him the ball to start. So Dom Sibley walked out this morning at 11 o'clock to bat, and here he is batting again now.
Yeah. 19 in front, his side. And can the hosts winkle out a couple?
So Graham Van Buuren's come right down to this boundary rope at the Ashley Down Road end. Quite sure why that was, but
we read out the bowling figures.
Yes, I will do.
We've got them here.
Yadav 29 overs and 3 balls, 5 for 90. Danny Briggs 27 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 79. There were just 4 maidens in that long analysis of Yadav's. And Hannon-Dalby 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 27. Sidebottom 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. And Henry Brooks bowled 4 overs for 8 runs. Apparently, it's not the junior player's job, it's not the junior professional's job, it's the skipper's job to go and say to one of the apartment holders downstairs there was a window open that was potentially causing a problem. So maybe on the 2nd floor.
Yeah, it's the one just above the left-hand side of the side screen.
So
we did it at Derby a few years ago where sun stopped play, didn't it? And this time of year the sun sets a little bit lower, doesn't it? And
so Rob Yates to face and David Payne to open the bowling. For Gloucestershire, and Yates plays that into the ground. So the slips are Jack Taylor, Ollie Price and Chris Dent. And I am with you, Dan, to a degree, in that Gloucestershire wouldn't want to see Warwickshire race away here.
No.
To get, say 60 in an hour. 60 for naught would be a problem with you. Yates has gone straight down the ground with that. That was pretty forceful. And that's gonna run away for 4.
Yeah, here we go. Game on.
Warwickshire know that, you know, Kent are in a very strong position in their game at the Aegeus Bowl. They've got a big target to defend. Payne in again to Yates. Oh, he's beaten by that. Well taken by Bracey. Lovely line.
That was a venomous delivery from David Payne there. Bracey taking that head height.
So the live table, as it now reads, is Gloucestershire 79, Kent 118, Warwickshire 120, and Somerset 126. Payne in. Oh, Yates tries to pull that square on the leg side, gets nothing on it.
I tell you, it's not a massive crowd here at Bristol, but they're intrigued by the action. And I tell you what, if David Payne can get a wicket here early on, this place is going to erupt.
And is Sibley the more important wicket?
I think Sam Hain is, personally. I think he's the danger man.
Yates waits again for Payne, and again lets the bounce take that through to Bracey, gets well out of the way. But it really is tight between those three teams towards the bottom. Yorkshire 135, a bit further up. But those three, Payne in again, and Yates forward up to Van Buuren at mid-off. But they will all be, obviously they're all involved in separate matches, and that all three will be wary of one of the others winning, won't they?
Certainly will be. Somerset Kent next week as well. What a ding-dong that is. Oh, I love county championship cricket.
Warwickshire will have Hampshire to play. Who knows what their morale might be after whatever happens in that game at the Ageas Bowl. If they were to win it, Kent would be in a very difficult situation. If Kent win, then that puts the pressure on elsewhere. Northants 119 for 5 at Taunton, replying to Somerset's 389, so still a long way behind. And Hampshire are 14 for 1, chasing 378.
Did Enola Gay from Orchestral Manoeuvres in the Dark get many for Northants?
Well, he got 100 last week. I don't know whether he got any today. Let's have a look.
Enola Gay, brilliant. That is superb. Tom Price going to take us away from the pavilion end. Sibley defends and pushes it into the leg side.
That screen is not updating as much as I would like. I'm going to try a different route to find what you think about 11 for Emilio Gay today.
Enola Gay.
Enola Gay.
Price. In. And that's got to be close. Sibley's gone. Second ball. Oh, this game's alive. Tom Price. It looked adjacent, didn't it? I don't think there's much argument about this. I don't think it bounced much.
Back leg. Back leg.
Yeah.
That was the thing. And you said you thought Sam Haynes' wicket was important, but to dislodge somebody who's, you know, made 200s against Gloucestershire this season in different formats without being dismissed, to get him early will feel like a big fillip for that Gloucestershire team.
Schofield?
Norbert.
Oh, Norbert Phillip, what a name, what a player. He'd have liked to have bowled on that Chelmsford wicket, wouldn't he?
I should say.
Yeah. Anyway, 4 for 1.
Alex Davis coming out at number 3.
Yeah, Davis.
Now, I just had a random thought come into my head. You know what my brain's like? Did Essex bowl out Surrey at the Oval for 14 once?
Yes, they did.
And was Norbert Phillip not in that Essex team?
Might have been. It's about 1983, and there's a famous story where one of the cricket correspondents, don't know if it was E.W. Swanton,
probably left the ground or something.
Left the ground.
Yes.
And
why did I not think that was
went
going to
to the
happen?
theatre because it was right at the very end of play. Went to the theatre and checked in with a sub and had written his report. Yeah, which was all about Surrey's batting, etc. And he said, like, you know, Essex were, and said blank for blank.
Yeah.
And then it's only when he checked in with a sub-editor, here's Tom Price into Davis' first ball. Played down into the slip cordon. Miles Hammond racing around. It was only when the slip cordon, when he phoned in after the theatre and he checked in with the sub-editor at the newspaper that he was working for. Said, you know, what happened there? He said, well, the gaps that you left were 14 and 10. So, yeah. Yeah.
Brackets, sub didn't know much about cricket.
No. Tom Price, here we go. To Davis. Oh, that's just straying onto his legs there. Davis whipping him through the leg side. And 2 runs. That is David. Is that David Payne down there? Or Ajit Singh Dale down there. Price in, and that's flashed over the slips for 4 runs. Oh, Davis living dangerously here. Wasn't in control of this in any shape or form. That goes over the top. That could have gone anywhere. Warwickshire seem to have come out flashing shots here. Price in. Davis tickles that one around the corner. He's going to get 1. They're looking for 2. They don't take it. Ball comes in. That's the end of the over. Tom Price 11 for 1 is the score. Davis on to 7. Yates on 4. But more importantly, the danger man, Dominic Sibley. 120 not out in the first innings. He goes for a duck. Philip took 6 for 4 in that game, Ian.
There we are.
Neil Foster, 4 for 10.
Okay. Which year?
Mark Hannawell's told us that. Was it 83, I think? I'm pretty sure it is 83.
Here's David Payne. Oh, that's hand off the bat there from Davis. Stop though in the covers. For 1, Warwickshire.
30 ahead.
30 for 1 net. Davis almost. There might be half a chance of a run out there.
This is a rather strange approach.
Kamikaze,
isn't it? Yeah. I wonder,
Perhaps
we spoke about they lack confidence and, they've been, I wonder if they're a little bit beaten up, but,
perhaps they just think that if there is movement out there, well, you kind of got to get what you can while you can.
Yeah, because you never know when one's got your name on it.
4 slips for Payne. Hammond has gone in at the 4th. And Robbie Yates works that past Van Buuren. Be a chase for him and he won't hold it in. That's going to go all the way to the rope for 4 at deep square.
Yeah, you can't bowl there. Leg stump, half volleys.
So, in their game last week, Warwickshire were kept in the field all day on the 3rd day by Somerset, and in the end they were left to chase, what was it, 340 odd in 82 overs, I think it was. Short again from Payne. Yates defends, and for a while in the afternoon session, when I think it was Rhodes and Hayne, I think, were together, there really did look a chance of them chasing what on the face of it was a very big total. They lost a couple of wickets quickly. Jack Brooks got a couple, and in the end they had to call off the chase and end up with only a draw. Oh, he's dragged on. Yates has tried to crash that away through the offside, and Payne has got in with a drag on, and Warwickshire are 2 down. And there's, I hesitate to say it, but my view would have been the only gain for Warwickshire out of tonight was to get fairly securely to the close. And they've gone about this in a crash sort of way, as a CRASH, not a CRASS, by the way, just to emphasise the point. They've gone sort of to try and crash at the bowling, and they've lost both openers already.
It's bizarre. It's bizarre. There's a long way to go in this game. You know, there's still 190. It's over 200 overs still left to go in this game. And Warwickshire, you know, you might not be able to win the game tonight, but you can lose it tonight.
You could have a real dent in whatever they might try to do by the close.
Here's the one, though. Here's the danger man. Sam Hain, averaging 77, close on 77 this season. He's got over 1,000 runs, he's got 300, 650s, and he's a seriously good player.
But nowhere in the England picture.
Bizarrely, I think, as well. I think bizarrely, because I think he's you know, he's one of those players who, when you see some of the players who have played for England, if he was an opening bat, I think he'd have got a chance by now. But I wonder if he's, you know, Joe Root's blocking him in that middle order, perhaps.
Well, Haynes come in to join Alex Davis. Both the Gloucestershire opening bowlers have got a wicket each inside 3 overs. And Graham Van Buuren just having a chat with David Payne before going back into his position. That extra cover. Now, the thing that I noticed that you were talking about yesterday was Hayne not playing at balls he didn't need to, particularly at the start of his innings. So it'll be interesting to see if he adopts that same strategy here. Just 1 ball left in the 3rd over. Payne to Hayne.
He likes that area. He likes to get across his stumps and work it leg side.
That's Sibley-esque, isn't it?
Yeah.
Applause for David Payne. And Warwickshire, remember, they're batting again after bowling Gloucestershire out for 255. Jack Taylor 71. Zafar Gahar last out for 55. Jayant Yadav 5 for 90, Danny Briggs 3 for 79. The spinners doing the bulk of the bowling. And be a short burst from these two with the new ball, but every chance we'll see Zaf having a bowl tonight, I'd have thought.
Tom Price. To Sam Hain. This is crunch time in this game. Here he comes. Oh, he's got across and he's been given. Hain's gone now. Price has trapped him. LBW, he's got a long way across his stumps. And Price has got the danger man, Sam Hain. Oh! Tom Price. He's removed Sibley's second ball. He's now removed Hain's second ball.
Warwickshire walking into trouble.
Both times Peter Hartley raises his finger.
Had no hesitation there either, did he?
No, straight up.
It hit. Sibley's was on the back leg and it wasn't bouncing very much. I don't know whether James can give us a replay of this dismissal. But 17 for 3 is a bonus position for Gloucestershire, having rallied with the bat. 95 for 5 at one stage. Then Van Buuren and Zafagahar and Jack Taylor all helping to get them to within 19 of Warwickshire's first innings total. And now Will Rhodes, batting at number 5, has got to come out within 19 balls of his team's innings getting underway.
Yeah, he's got to make a skipper's knock here as well, Will Rhodes. This is crunch time for the Bears. This could define their season. Oh, is it Division 1
it could
or Division 2?
It could ruin their season.
Yeah, it could. We saw it last week in the game between Middlesex and Glamorgan. Glamorgan threw away a season's work in one session. Could Warwickshire do the same here?
So the 2 left-handers are in now, with Rhodes joining Alex Davis. Price is going to keep 4 slips, unsurprisingly. We might have a look at that replay at the end of the over of the wicket.
Yeah, here we go. Tom Price to Rhodes. That is played nicely there by Rhodes. Bottom hand, there's long chase out there for David Payne. He's going to get 3. Yep, good throw, and Rhodes off the mark. First ball, pleasant shot.
Oh yeah, it was a pleasant shot. I just come back to something that we didn't know and that Josh Shaw mentioned this morning, which is that this pitch is the pitch that was used for the Yorkshire match back at the beginning of the season. And in that game, the final tally that Yorkshire were chasing on the last day was 211, and they got there. Harry Brook helped them to do that.
Yeah, and David Milan, excellent innings there.
And I wonder how well would Warwickshire take defending 211 at the moment.
Here's Price to Davis. Davis defends. Not overly convincingly there. Wasn't sure whether to play at that or leave it alone.
I think 211 on there, even on this pitch. I think you'd back the batting team.
Ooh. I think it's one of those real tricky totals. I think it could go anywhere. I think it could go absolutely anywhere. You just never know, do you? You never know. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Tom Price from the pavilion end, and Davis again doesn't play that overly convincingly. Price has got his tail up here.
Unsurprisingly.
Said off air at tea, and I said for a laugh, Warwickshire are going to be 25 for 5, Tom Price 4. I didn't expect him to open the bowling for starters. And whoever's made that decision for him to open the bowling, because Ajit Singh Dale's been opening bowling recently and Tom Price been coming on first change. So whoever's made that decision needs to take a little bit of credit. Here's Price. Davis punches into the offside. They scamper through for a single. And that completes the over. 21 for 3. Here we go. Let's have a look.
These two are both decent bats, but they've just had a bit of kamikaze cricket around.
We spoke about Hayne going across these stumps a long way and working the ball to leg. Here we go.
Front pad.
Wasn't going over though, I don't think.
No. The only question was whether it would have been going down the leg side or not. That picture looking at us, it looks to be on freeze frame.
Price in and Rhodes defence.
Probably just as well, actually.
Yeah.
Well, it's been an eventful old start.
Certainly
when
has.
you had 4 overs, you've had 3 wickets, and Warwickshire have scored 21 already. And there's the drag back from Robbie Yates to David Payne. That was the second wicket to go down. Yates heard the clatter and didn't like it either.
I'll just say excellent camera work there. James Healy doing the business.
50 minutes of cricket left tonight. Dan jokingly said 25 for 5. Here's Payne, and that's driven straight back at the bowler, but not in a catching sense by Alex Davis. Both these two are serious bats in terms of their first class records, but below it, Bethel, inexperienced. Yadav, not used to batting in England, steered away by Davis this time. He'll run it down through the slip cord, and there's a chase on for Hammond, and he won't get there. It'll go for 4 down in front of the clock on the pavilion building.
It's quick down there, isn't it?
It is quick down there. Go back to Mark from Madrid's email that we had at tea time about the the game feels different when you've got a spinner who you feel is getting something out of the pitch. It's not just the seamers trying to build up the dots and force a mistake. You've got somebody who is actually threatening to take wickets because of what they're doing with the ball. Payne, and again Davis goes back, and I think he dragged the fingers over the top of the seam with that.
Well, the others have angled in there, and that just went away. And I'm wondering if he just cocked his wrist and sort of aimed that one towards perhaps Ollie Price at second slip. That Corden are in business here.
Yeah, 3 slips and a fine gully, really, rather than a 4th slip. And that's gorgeous, gone past Hammond, low to his right-hand side, and away for 4. He wasn't in the wrong place there. That was just steered away by Davis. Hammond's not in your shot. It was low. It would have been an absolute snorter of a catch.
Yeah, Hammond was in the Corden early season, wasn't he? And he came out
more in the slips than in that area. He's actually moved almost to a 4th slip now. He's just gone sort of a pace to his left. Davis again strikes that hard. Good stop by Van Buuren. They'll take 1 anyway. In fact, they might even come back for 2. They will do. And Davis keeps the strike. He's trying to put bat to ball here. Dan wants to see Payne bowl a little bit fuller, I think.
No, I want to see Zafika High have a bowl.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. I'd get him into the attack straight away.
Well, these two have got 3 wickets already. Payne only in his 3rd over. Clipped away again by Davis through mid-wicket. So chase on for Ajit Singh Dale, and they'll take 2, and that's all they'll be. So Davis has 21 out of 33, and he's already lost Yates, Sibley and Hayne in the first 5 overs. That card, as you can see, looks crackers. It really does.
Yeah, all the 3s. But Warwickshire lead by 52, and every run they get, Gloucestershire have got to get. And it's not going to be easy. Here we go. Tom Price coming out to the attack.
So he's taken 2 wickets.
Yeah.
In 2 overs, Tom Price.
I wonder if we're going to see him possibly from this end.
Yeah, that's true. It might be just a switch, but they want to get Zafar in.
Yeah.
And he again will bowl from the pavilion end, as I think he has done almost for the whole game. I don't think he's bowled at this Ashley Down Road end at all.
It's Josh Shaw on the pitch, doing his 12th duties.
Good of him to be with us earlier on today.
Yeah, I think he's a very knowledgeable young man, and got a lot of time for him as a bloke. Actually, I like him. I think he's quite amusing. And a good wholehearted cricketer as well.
I think in the same way, sometimes that, and I found this in a previous life. People don't always see prop forwards, perhaps in the light that they should do for their level of intelligence. They are brighter individuals than you might think. They are quite funny, some of them. Humorous funny, you know. And maybe fast bowlers are in the same bracket, you know.
I thought you were going to say Yorkshireman there. Yeah.
No.
No, I agree. I like fast bowlers. I think they, you know, they do the hard yards. Same with props, don't they? And they've got a...
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going to see a man who's done a few hard yards in this game already. Zafar Gahar from the pavilion end. And he's going to be bowling to Will Rhodes. That one hits Ben Charlesworth at short leg. He's got Ollie Price in at slip, Jack Taylor at leg slip.
I know he said a long bowl in the first innings. That was a loosener. That was a bit short.
Yeah, it was a loosener. But what can he do here? Davis. Davis is a smaller man. He won't be able to get down and smother the spin so much. And you wonder if that's going to play into Zafar's hands. 34 for 3. One more here, and the cat is amongst the Birmingham pigeons. Zafar to Davis. Played into the onside. Single.
Just thinking about so we've had 15 wickets today, haven't we? At the moment. 2 plus 10 plus 3.
Yes, yeah. Zafar. In and again a little bit short. Rose just works that one past Charlesworth at short leg. Another single.
These two have certainly gone back to the close.
Yeah. Zafar. Davis rocks back. Can he find Tom Price? Backward point.
So we're probably going to be something like 4 overs, maybe 5 overs in excess of the allocation today.
Zafar in, and Davis has gone for a big hoik over the leg side. Bracey whips the bails off. I thought he bowled him for a second. What's going on? What is going on? This game is on fast forward.
You gotta wonder whether there's some scrambled thinking going on here amongst the Warwickshire batters in particular.
Zafar in. That's cut. Tom Price tumbling away there. That completes the over. 36 for 3. Davis 22. Will Rhodes on 5.
Or have they looked at the Jack Taylor counter-attack from earlier today and thought, okay, well, if that's the way to try and take the game away from the opposition, can we do that? But there's been some poor choices, I think.
Yeah, but saying that, I mean, Sibley was playing a defensive shot. Sam Hain was just walked across in front of his wicket, didn't he, really? So, you know, I wouldn't say that they're sort of heaving, but...
Tom Price, a change of ends. So after, I'd say, 2 overs with 2 wickets at the far end, that's the pavilion end. It's a switch of ends for Price. I just remembered, actually, that also on the ground today, it was the Grace Society lunch. And that is for supporters of the club. Oh, lovely delivery from Price once more. He thinks he's got Rhodes, and he has. Caught behind. He didn't even wait for the umpire to put his finger up. And Price absolutely on the money here this evening. Lovely ball. There is ultimately the finger raised, but Rhodes knew he'd nicked it. And an easy catch for James Bracey. And Dan Whiting, I want your lottery numbers for the weekend. You said 25 for 5. OK, it might not be 25, but it's 36 for 4.
With who getting the wickets?
Well, Price has got 3.
Yeah, but who did I say? I said Price would get 4.
4, did you? Right,
yeah. Yeah. As Del Boy would say, maybe I'm a physic.
Yes, you may be that. What a crazy spell we've had.
Well,
at lunch, you'd have said Warwickshire were marginally in front on the game. At tea, they were probably marginally in front, and they ended up with a first innings lead of 19.
This ground is not emptying out, is it? No one's leaving.
This batting has perhaps shown why they are where they are in the table.
Potentially. Jayant Yadav got a big job on his hands. He's only bowled 30 odd overs, isn't he? 29.3. Now he's coming out to bat 20 minutes after he's put his feet up for a rest. Tom Price. Good bowler, isn't he, Tom Price? He really is. He's got, never mind having a wonderful future ahead of him. He's doing it here and now. And he has done all season. Since he's come into the side, he's done it regularly.
Yadav waits for Price to bowl to him. That's short. And out to Ben Charlesworth. Still the 4 slips in. Price came into this game technically top of the averages. He didn't have the most wickets, but he had 19 wickets at 24, which was better than anybody else.
24 now.
And 2 wickets in the first innings. But
got 5 for 57 in the game.
When you drop the wickets and runs in the second innings onto that average, it will reduce it quite markedly. Yadav pushes up to Van Buuren. I'll bet that fielding group at the moment would like to play until 6 o'clock if they could.
Certainly would. And you can see Gloucestershire, there's an energy about them, isn't there? That energy was missing early season, and you saw it in the Northants game, you saw it in the Royal London Cup, you saw it in the game against Somerset, and you're seeing it now. And this is what I mean about, I think the corner has been turned.
Price with 4 slips. Oh, and they think they've got Yadav as well, and he's gone. Another nick. Yadav doesn't like the decision, but Price has got 4. Dan's got his lottery numbers for the weekend, and Warwickshire are absolutely on the ropes here. They've been put on the ropes in 40 minutes, and Tom Price has got 2 wickets from each end, and he's got 4 in this embryonic Warwickshire second innings that is 36 for 5. Five wickets they've lost in 34 balls.
Yeah, Warwickshire are really, I mean, I feel for the fans up there. Good fans, champions last year. This hour of madness could be their downfall and see them in Division 2 next year. It really could. And you've got to feel for the fans up there. And it's just, I mean, it's the attitude. They've come out here swinging the bat, and they don't need to. They could have been quite comfortably 20 odd for none at the end of play. But what happens, you remove the openers, it opens the door to the middle order. You remove the middle order, it opens the door to the tail, and it's like a what are they called, those
it's a domino.
Yeah, it's like a domino effect, and it's like one of those what are they called, those rooms?
What, 101?
No. What are they, those games rooms things?
like the escape rooms. That's it. And you're going on to the next room, and by opening up the opening sort of the top order, you're opening the door and exposing the middle order and then the tail. Jacob Bethel, well, he's been in this situation on this ground once this season already, isn't he?
Yeah, got 61 in the second innings against Somerset. Now, for his parent club, he's got to try and see the day out. He's got to try and see out 26 minutes with Giant Yadav. But there isn't much beyond these two, you would say. Briggs, yes, got runs in the first innings. Brooks, Hannon-Dalby and Sidebottom. I mean,
yeah, he came in at 50 for 4 that day. It's even worse now. It's 36 for 5.
Tom Price in from this Ashley Down Road end. And Graham Van Buuren has really handled his young bowler well here. He's only given him he's bowled 3 overs. He's taken a wicket in his first over, a wicket in his second over, and he's taken 2 wickets in his third over.
Who's made that decision to open the bowling with Tom Price, to switch him ends as well? And whoever's done that needs a lot of credit for their vision, their captaincy, or I don't know if it's Graham's decision or if it's Dale Benkenstein's decision. But absolutely fantastic.
Zaffa's going to continue. And Davis has been watching the carnage at the other end.
Yeah, here is Davis. Zaffa from the pavilion end. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge of Davis's bat. Balloons are there in the distance. Cut there, no run. The balloons, the hot air balloons taking off from Ashton Court. They want a view of the action here. No one wants to miss this. Oh, and that's taken the outside edge, but Davis plays that well. Tell you what, without Davis's 22 here.
We're talking Surrey and Essex. We're talking Norbert Phillip.
Yeah.
Our friend from Mike Cook has been in touch from Florida.
Oh, that's well bowled, Zaffa.
I shall come to that at the end of the over.
Plays out and they just scamper through for a single. Zaffa wouldn't mind a bowl. Well, that's the over, I think. So it is, yeah. But I think Zaffa wouldn't mind a bowl at the left-handed Bethel and try and pitch it into the dirty stuff outside his off stump. Try and pitch it into the rough and bring Ben Charlesworth into play. As we saw in the first innings at short leg, with the ball turning into the left-hander, him pushing forward, taking the inside edge, and Charlesworth coming into play.
Mike says, do you agree that not just because of what is currently happening, that over the season Gloucestershire have gradually become a more solid team, especially batting-wise, and we should look forward to what they can accomplish regardless of which division they find themselves in 2023. Many thanks, he said, for the entertainment you have given me this year.
Yeah,
kind
completely, Mike. I think not batting, but bowling. I think bowling was the issue where they lacked penetration early in the season. I mean, we were in the field for 130, 140, 150 overs at times, and now they look like a proper bowling unit here.
Tom Price in. That's pulled away by Davis through mid-wicket. So Ajit Singh will give up the chase. He can't hold it in, and it will go away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Mike, thanks for your kind words. And
yeah, Mike's been a regular emailer across the summer. And just to prove that the stream is not just to people in Bishopston and Berwick.
Yeah. Bishopsworth.
And Berlin.
Bishopsworth.
Our German correspondent will be on later. Yes, quite. Price again to Davis. A little bit jumpily, gets that away to Singdale, just in front of the square leg umpire.
There's still 20 minutes left tonight.
Price and Payne just having a chat about length of delivery. In theory, this is the last over of the day, but because they've got through the overs ahead of time, we will continue to 5:30. Well, she'll be quite glad to walk off, I'd have thought, but they can't do that. Price in again, Davies drawn forward, straight to Van Buuren. But if you look at the 5 wickets, 2 LBW, 1 bowled, 2 caught behind. It says you're bowling
good areas,
either straight or in good areas.
And doing a little bit with the ball.
Just doing enough.
Yeah.
It can do too much on occasion. But Warwickshire have contributed to their own downfall a bit here.
Lovely September sun. Good sunsets. Remember, the sun always sets in the west.
Price from the Ashley Down Road end. Oh, and let that go, Davies. It's a tight leave, that, outside the off stump. Dan Whiting thought that was another wicket.
I thought that clipped the outside of his off stump there. That can't be far away.
Here's a second look. Oh, that was tight. That was a tight leave.
In the words of Sid Waddell, the breadth of a wire.
Yes. Price just gets that a little bit leg side, and Singdale will try and throw the stumps down, and has gone for some overthrows. There was backing up from Graham Van Buuren, and they're going to get 3 in the end. Might only have been a single originally, but Singdale trying to throw the stumps down at the non-striker's end.
This is where Gloucestershire need to be hard. This is mental hardness. You've got the side 5 down. Now you've got to finish them off. Don't let them off the hook.
But
don't take it easy.
They mightn't do that tonight, though.
No, they might not. But just keep it tidy.
You'd be surprised if they did.
Yeah, but just keep it tidy. Don't give runs away. Don't give freebies away. Just keep it. Keep Warwickshire. Make them play. Make them, keep the ball in the areas that you've been bowling.
Lead is 63. Price to Bethel. Oh, again, nice bounce and a good direction again from Tom Price, who's had quite an end to today. He's got 4 of the 5 wickets. Gloucestershire 19 behind, 255 all out after Warwickshire dismissed this morning for 274. Sibley 120 not out. 71 from Jack Taylor, 55 from Zaffa, who was last man out. 255 all out just after tea. He had to have 5 for 90, Brooks 3 for 79, and then Price, as you can see, has got 4 for 18 in 4 overs.
It's been an action-packed day, hasn't it? Ian, welcome back.
Yeah, I missed all the fun yesterday.
Zaffa, 2 slips in place, short leg. Ooh, Davis, a little bit late on that one. Let's see if he can build the pressure. Another balloon in the distance. Here's Zafar. And that's nearly sneaked through Davis there. That's cut away. That's a good shot there from Davis. Zafar hasn't bowled that well, actually, since he's come into the attack. He's just dropped it a little bit short. He's probably, fingers getting a little bit tired, perhaps. But Davis has just rocked onto the back foot there and smashed him square through point. Nice shot.
Yes, I mean, however many they get tonight, Warwickshire batter's got to start again in the morning. So
Davis plays that into the...
that gives the Gloucestershire bowlers another route in, potentially.
Yeah. Davis plays that into the covers. No run there. 48 for 5. Davis on 34. And they want a single there. But Zafar shoulder barges Bethel out the way and doesn't allow that to happen. Davis can be looking for the single. He's going to try and work him into the onside here. Zafar's hoping to get that leading edge. That's gone in the air. He's going to get more than a single. He's going to get 4 runs. That brings up the Warwickshire 50, 52 for 5. And this game just rolls forward and rolls forward, doesn't it?
It does. A couple of so scores from elsewhere. At Southampton, Hampshire are 50 for 1. Their target to beat Kent is 378. And at Taunton, Northants 158 for 6 against Somerset, who made 389, all out in their first innings. And Will Young finally out there. He made 85 of that 158. So Warwickshire, Northants not absolutely clear of the follow-on yet. They want to get past that. That would then force Somerset's hand a bit. Tom Price going to go around the wicket to Jacob Bethel, change the line of attack. Just punched up to Ajit Singh Dale at mid-on. I was having problems with cramp last night. With only 13 minutes to go today, I don't think he's going to get a bowl this evening. I think Tom Price and Zafar will probably bowl through.
Yeah, I saw him face down in the physio's room this morning, so they're trying to work on him. He said it was just cramp though. He said it wasn't a tear or anything like that when I spoke to him last night.
Oh, lovely line again from Price. Bethel was playing the clothesline inside the line of the ball. But just one of those ones that the batsman doesn't know if it's just going to do a little bit off the seam and come back in, or just hold its line. Hard to know who the club might put up for interview tonight. Well, you've got 3 different contenders, I would say. Here's one of them. Price in and Bethel on the bounce to Hammond at 4th slip.
I'd go Jack Taylor. I think he's probably edged it for me. I think he's batting on this, I think, is a harder proposition than bowling on it.
So without his runs, Gloucestershire would not have got as close.
No, they wouldn't. And so much of cricket's played in the head, so much of it is psychological. And I think that, you know, you get close. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Price staying around the wicket, and Bethel lets that go through to James Bracey. He gets right in line.
you know, I think by Gloucestershire getting to within 19 or 20 or whatever they got of the Warwickshire innings, if they'd have ended up 70 odd, I think Warwickshire would probably be 40 odd for none now, because it takes the pressure off. But all of a sudden there's that pressure and you think, God, I don't want to lose my wicket here. Oh no, I can't. I've got to play properly. And then all of a sudden the seed of doubt, Sibley goes, the seed of doubt is planted, and then, you know, it spreads like wildfire.
Price into Bethel, who beats him all ends up. That's a real jaffer of a delivery. Bethel's turned right round. James Bracey can't believe he hasn't got a nick on that.
That's unplayable. That is a seed of doom, as they say.
Well, here's another look at it. Tom Smith from the Ashley Down Road end, round the wicket. Oh. Well, Bethel's just got to acknowledge that was a really good ball. Price again to Bethel, who stays in his crease and jabs it out on the offside. Warwickshire got 10 minutes to survive.
Yeah, get over that.
So 10 minutes is with Zaffer bowling. It's probably 3 overs, I would think. 2 from Zaffer and 1 from the seamer at the other end.
Yeah, maybe 4. Depends.
I mean, obviously we're already over the allocation for the day, so.
But well, Gloucestershire have got the momentum. I think they want to get this in. They'll want to get this in.
Warwickshire will try and ensure it's not more than 3. Jack Taylor's coming out of the close catches to go to mid-wicket for extra cover for mid-wicket for Davis.
Yeah, I think Zaffer wouldn't mind a little bowl at Jacob Bethel.
Well, maybe that's why, in fact, if you push Taylor further back, they're going to give Davis a single on the leg side if he wants it.
Yeah. Dot ball. Davis defends it. Oh, Zaffer thought there might have been a nick there. Davis playing a funny, curious shot there. Backing away and trying to late cut that, which has been the downfall of quite a few players on this deck.
The concept of playing off the back foot.
Yeah.
Not saying that's the wrong thing to do, but you've got to just bear in mind that the bounce has been a bit inconsistent.
Yeah. Davis defends.
Saving your screen, the lead is 71.
Oh, that sneaked a little bit low. Davis watches it all the way. Plays it out to Jack Taylor. It will bring Bethel up the other end. Do you know what I'd like to see is a silly point as well under his eye line here. Stop him from getting forward.
Graham Van Buuren going to think about that. Just leave the short leg in.
Yeah.
Not yet, it seems.
No. Oh, that one spat out the rough. Again, Bethel didn't want to get forward to that. I'll take the man out of deep square, put him into silly point, and really put the pressure on Bethel here.
In all probability, 2 overs, you would think. left in the day. Tom Price is going to bowl the last one from this Ashley Down Road end. I wonder if James, certainly at the end of the day's play, can put the bowling figures up for this Warwickshire second innings. Payne, Price and Zafar, the only 3 bowlers used. Price has bowled from both ends. He's taken 2 wickets from each. Zafar getting a good hand as he goes down to the boundary. He's had quite a day, one way and the other. Completed his 5 for this morning. Got a 50 this afternoon. And now has been part of this real squeeze on this Warwickshire start. 53 for 5. And only 19 ahead on first innings. They've taken one of the slips out. Price running away from us and clipped into the ground by Davis.
As we saw, Danny Briggs can bat. He's no fool with the bat.
Yeah, top order batters have found it pretty hard in this game. With the exception of Sibley, it's played into his foot by Davis. And Miles Hammond walks very daintily to the edge of the square, leans over to get the ball and picks it up with no damage to the surface whatsoever.
He didn't mince in like Oliver Hannon-Dalby earlier. Or was it Ryan Sidebottom? I can't remember.
Oliver Hannon-Dalby. Price still has 3 slips. And worked well away by Davis. He'll look for 2 here, and he'll take a second on Singdale's throw, and they've done well to get back for it actually, because he got to the ball reasonably quickly and got his throw away.
Great arm.
Yeah, hopefully he's going to be all right for a bowl tomorrow. Ajit Singdale. It's been a very, very nice day weather-wise. Lovely for watching actually. Once the initial cloud had burned away, if you've been on the ground today, it's been very pleasant. Price to Davis, who's trying to take most of the strike in these last couple of overs. 41, he's got 41 out of 55.
Yeah.
That's a very odd looking card around him.
Yeah.
I say this probably with Price in again. Bill for an LBW against Davis, which is not upheld. Singdale comes charging in to prevent the single. I think Dan Whiting would have fired him. But
yeah, I have to admit though that having been here all year.
Second look at that. Might just have been going down. It wasn't too high. Might just have been going down the leg side, perhaps. Umpire only sees it once in real time.
Having been here all year, though, Ian, my intentions aren't pure.
Price with his last ball of the day. Another shout. There was 2 sounds there. And he finishes with 4 for 20 at the end of 2 spells, 2 overs from the far end, and I think 4 from this Ashley Down Road end, 6 in all, and he's taken 4 wickets in that time. And he might well have given Gloucestershire a really significant advantage in this game. 74 obviously is the Warwickshire lead. They've still got 5 wickets to take, and Gloucestershire will still have to get whatever they're set to win the match. But my point I was going to make actually was that if you're thinking of coming tomorrow, do, because A, the forecast is reasonable, and B, there's got to be a chance it might be over tomorrow, this game.
Lovely moment there. Ollie Price giving Tom Price a high five. And if you're Mr. or Mrs. Price, you'd be very proud of your boys, wouldn't you? Here's Zaffa. Oh, where's that one gone? Bethel. Not sure he fancies this. Got 5 more balls to negotiate here. 55 for 5. Davis imparting words of wisdom. Here we go. Here's the silly point. Who's that going there? Miles Hammond, is it?
So Charlesworth at short leg.
Zaffa in. And Bethel whips that one through the onside. And he's going to get 3. Good shot that, actually.
There was Hammond brought into play as you wanted it. And not quite the right delivery from Zaffa for the...
No, a little bit short. He hasn't bowled actually that well in the second innings. He's not asked the questions that he did in the first innings. Just dropped it a little bit short. He's tired. You know, you expect it after bowling 35 overs or whatever in the first innings. But
and he had quite a long bat today as well.
Yeah. Here's Zaffa. Can his arm ball get a little inside edge onto the pad? Jack Taylor's at leg slip. Ollie Price at slip. Miles Hammond at silly point. Ben Charlesworth short leg. The vultures are circling. Davis defends. Ajit Singh Dale backward point. Chris Dent extra cover. Got mid off. Mid on. And no one else in the vicinity. Oh, that's nearly gone to Hammond. What it does here, it stops Davis from lunging forward. Zaffa in. Davis defends. One more ball to negotiate here. And that's the end of play. And that is a fantastic final hour for the hosts, reducing Warwickshire 58 for 5, the lead 77. And tomorrow, this game will probably come to a conclusion.
Well, it might well do if it continues to rattle along at the pace it has done today. There are Tom Price's figures: 4 for 20 from 6 overs with 2 maidens. And David Payne, 1 for 22 from 3. Zaffa half, 5 overs for 16, the 3 bowlers used. But a day of ebb and flow, Dan, really, because the fact that Warwickshire got 19 for the last 2 wickets this morning was not a surprise. But since then, you've always felt the bowlers have been in the game. Gloucestershire did well, in particular with Van Buuren and Taylor, to put together a stand of 90 that really bolstered their total. And you got some good support from Zaffa lower down the order, batting with the tail. Jack made 71 and Zaffa made 55 before he was last out, but 19 didn't look to be a lead of much significance, and it's been made to look absolutely paltry by how Gloucestershire have bowled in this last hour or so.
Well, sessions can win you games, and there were 8 wickets in that session. Crucially, Gloucestershire added 54 runs there for their last 3 wickets, and then Tom Price did the business. He applied the coup de grace, and
I mean, you made the point that they've bowled 14 overs tonight, and if Warwickshire had been 40 for no wicket or 40 for 1, you'd have said, okay, typical quiet sort of last hour when you've got a small lead.
Yep.
But they kind of came out with seemingly with the approach of counter-attacking. Yates, I think, hit the David Payne's second ball down the ground for 4, and we had a crazy period where almost every delivery from Tom Price bowled looked like he was going to take a wicket.
Yeah, there were some bizarre shots from Warwickshire as well. They really were, and bizarre thought process. But sometimes if you put sides under pressure, and we've seen Gloucestershire fold under pressure this season, we were by other sides, and if you put sides under pressure, it does funny things to the mind. We're going to be back in the morning, and I'll tell you what, I can't wait, because this game is still in the balance. Warwickshire, should they add another 100 runs for these last 5 wickets, I think this could be a really tricky total with Jayant Yadav in their side. This game's not, it's not Gloucestershire's yet, it's not Warwickshire's yet, it's in the balance, and we'll find out more tomorrow.
Indeed we will. 58 for 5 at the close. The lead is 77. Alex Davis has 41 of those 58. Jacob Bethel with him on 3. As Dan said, Danny Briggs can also bat. He's proved that in the first innings. Do join us tomorrow. It might be the last day of Championship cricket at Bristol this summer, if things continue at the pace they have done today. Thanks for James for all his work on the cameras, as ever. To you for your emails and your company. Thank you for the welcome back as well. The voice has just about lasted the day. We'll see you tomorrow.
We love you, mate.
We love you. 25 past 10. We'll see you in the morning.